happen this year. I think we need to that we most likely will just be ignored. I think we still need to set dates.
I guess I'll just add in on the marketing side. I still think there is interest in retail from retailers for, first of the season halibut. It hasn't been something we've done that much in the past couple of years, but I still think the interest is there. And I think that when you are able to promote a first of the season catch, it translates into more interest in the fishery and the product throughout the season. It sticks in people's memory, not only the end consumer, but also the retailers as well. And I think it just highlights that item a little bit more. So I think it's in our best interest to give ourselves the best odds that we can of having better weather for the beginning of the season. I think that should be our goal is to get some first fish out. And I think that we all know that that's a higher boat price. The retailers are willing to pay a higher price to have a first of the season promotion. And I think that's important overall to start set the edge for a successful season.
Bruce.
Yeah, hi. I'm sort of on the thing where we're trying to avoid big volumes coming in short times now. It's probably more than ever. We got East Coast fish, we got Norwegian fish. This kickoff, it's great to have a promotion, but it's certainly a fraction of what it used to be, the fervor over the first fish. There was no premium for first fish last year. And sometimes it creates a great big turd in the system and the price crashes. If you're from 40% of the way through that big lump to the end, some guys got less money and went back up after that, right? So I kind of agree with Nick and Dave. The American guys kind of kick off through April, and if we can get some fish through the market earlier in March and just create a bit of stable supply, that we're seeing the companies kind of manage their fishermen more than they have before. How many boats do I have out? How many don't go out yet? Wait for this guy, wait for that guy. We're going to close in the fall. People are opening and closing whenever they want, and they're not so hung up on that as they used to be. It used to be a big thing where the Alaskans didn't want it open when the Canadians when they'd had their plants down, they wanted it all closed for everybody. Seems like that's kind of dying down a bit too. So I kind of think put broad parameters. We talked about that, and John talked about that yesterday, and let people do whatever they want within it. Feels to me like the pressures on the marketing side are supporting that more than they used to. And so I'd like to just leave it open and let the people figure out what they want to do on their own, not condense the season. If they don't want to open their plant, it's fine.
All right, thanks, Bruce. I would just comment that, we're here speaking specifically to the halibut industry and the halibut market, but a big component of this decision and what all the fishermen are thinking is about how much blackcod they have to catch. And the longer season, the better, because they're leaving a lot of that product in the water. So that's probably driving as much of the date conversation as anything. Craig.
I had a question. Is the commission still trying to push March 15th and November 15th? I'd heard that in the past. Just making it a regulation that was like every year it would open March 15th and November 15th, but I'm just curious if anybody knows if that's something.
I'm not aware that that's a push. I think that they would like to have some sort of a fixed date that we wouldn't have to hash this out every season, but I've not been spoken to directly about that, at least at this meeting. Go ahead, John.
Well, it seems like our options are we either this tied on, I think it's the 15th. So you either open before that, the week before that, or you open the week after that. Doesn't matter from my perspective, at least for our operations. I don't think it matters. And I guess I would just lean then toward the earlier opening and probably try to close it. Again, it doesn't matter, I don't think, but try to close it the 1st, or maybe it's the 15th of November, but it's something like that. So we don't have a motion on the floor. I guess I would just throw out that let's think about March, whatever that Friday is, the 8th, the 9th is the 8th. So I make a motion March 8th to November 15. Well, so when are the good tides?
First.
I thought the 15th was the peak.
The 15th is the last minus.
So where is the peak is the fifth, the minus the peak is the 15th.
That's-
Where is the mid tide? That's the question. So I'd make it, I'm sorry, I'll go back. And is the 12th a Friday? What's the
12th
12th?
a Tuesday, 15th. The 15th of Friday is the last minus.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid the minus. So if you go back in front of the 15th, when is that is earlier in the year? When is the 8th? Yeah, so I would say, I think what I said was the 8th. Or the 8th March open and the 15th November close. That's my motion.
Okay, I just was informed that NIMS has passed down that they don't think that they can have their paperwork ready before the 10th. So that's something to consider. You know what, we opened it around the 1st several years ago, and I know that it was a mess because there were people that had the permits and there were people that did not have. So there were people that were sitting at the dock waiting to go and just waiting for paperwork, and it created a lot of stress in NIMS, and they took a lot of pretty heated phone calls. So we want to keep that in mind when we're talking this through about, you know, what they're comfortable with. I mean, if we care, I think we should. Go ahead, John.
Well, I've heard that before more than once over the last 20 years since we've had the IQ program. Most of the times they've come through. Yes, we did have a challenge here a couple of years ago. I guess I just say we should do what we think makes sense and put it in front of them. It seems like if there were a looming government shutdown, then I'd be worried about it. But without that, I don't think that they should be able to get that stuff out by the 8th.
Okay, so you'll maintain your motion to start on the 8th and close on the 10th of November? 15th of November. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Bruce?
I can't agree with those dates. Like the 7th is when the tides go bad. I mean, if we're not going to go on the 1st, it's the 15th for me, and I don't want to close in the middle of November either. So I'm 15th to December 1st at the earliest for closure. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks, Bruce. Anyone else? Greg?
I agree that March 8th for me, that's the beginning of the negative tides. I guess my preference would be 15th or 16th of March, if not later. And then the closing day. So we had more processors closed earlier than any time we've ever seen in Alaska in 2023 season. And I think that part of the responsibility of this group, because we're supposed to be the processor advisory board, is to give clear guidance to people we buy fish from. And I think giving false hope that, that you're going to be open till, there was a big push for 12 months a year. I personally believe that it should be a shorter season. It consolidates costs. It gives clearer picture to fishermen and marketing employees of how long we're going to be open. So my preference would be a March 15th to November 15th season, which is close to what John had said. I mean, I can tell you in Yakutat, we're going to be closed first week of October. And I think that we're probably going to see that a lot of other plants. And we already have plants out west that are not opening now due to financial constraints. And I think we just need to give real clear guidance to what we think.
Okay. Thanks, Greg. We got David and then Carl.
Just wanted to say I agree totally with Greg. Last year I have 3 plants that I manage. We stepped down our operations, Kodiak being the last operation left open. And we were the last buyer in Kodiak buying halibut. We stopped buying blackcod early October. So I think we just need to make a clear message that, you guys, we gotta fish it. We gotta fish it hard and be done. Because again, we have to look at it from the processor perspective and consolidating our production in these troubling times. There's a lot of processors that are definitely in trouble or on the edge. And we know the sablefish market is, and I know we're here to discuss halibut, but again, they're linked together. And again, yeah, I just agree with Greg.
Okay, thanks, David. Carl.
I think the longer you push it out, in theory, you're giving guys a longer period of time to go fish, but that doesn't always correlate because it gives them a little bit of a false hope. Like, oh, I can go fish later. I don't need to get my fish in now. I can fish later. And then the weather comes in and then they're scrambling and then they end up leaving the fish in the water. So extending it out is not giving an opportunity necessarily to fish more. It's just creating more problems and forcing them into like unsafe situations to get the fish out of the water. And I feel that way kind of on the beginning too, because the weather the past few years hasn't been great at the beginning of March for guys to go out.
All right. Thanks, Carl. I think another thing we probably should note is that given the current market situation and what's going on in the salmon industry, I would expect there's going to be a lot more long line effort during the salmon season than there has been in the past. So I take that and think about that. Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Norm. I'm just going to, to Greg's point, I think if some plants want to close early, the beautiful thing of a long season is the plants that want to close earlier, open late, they can. And the plants that want to stay open late, they also can. So we're not really doing any disservice to the industry. A longer fishery helps the price for everybody because you're not competing against certain areas that are fishing at the same time. And November again. Greg, I don't know if you were here yesterday, but my point yesterday was November there's a little bit of fatigue, and I know we're tired of selling halibut in November, but it does give the crew in our plants in Vancouver, and we were even open in Alaska in November too, albeit not very late November, but it still allows people to come in, and there is a service. And if you want to close early, you can. There's nothing preventing you from doing that. So that kind of gives the responsibility and the autonomy over each company, each processor, each plant to do what they think is best for their business. So that's my point.
All right. Thanks, Nick. So we have a motion and it was seconded on the floor. So would the motion maker consider a friendly amendment on the dates, or do you guys want to vote?
Absolutely, but I just threw it out there so we have something to talk about. So I'm happy with if somebody wants to make an amendment.
Greg.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to, instead of March 8th to November 15th, March 15th to November 15th.
Second.
Okay. Motion maker has acknowledged that it accepts that for those folks online. Any more discussion? Let's take a vote.
Oh boy.
Okay, I guess we might need a second for this button thing. Nick, are you have your hand up again, or is he just taken it down?
No, sorry. It's I had it up from before.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, the vote is open. And again, at the top of the screen, you can see the short description of the motion. You can push the button now. For those online, please refresh your screens and the vote should appear on your device. Nothing.
Ejection button, don't push it.
You can program them so that you have to push that button, but I wanted to only make you push one button. And again, there is an abstain button. If anybody is having trouble online, I suggest that we just have them raise their hands in Adobe and I can add their votes in manually. It looks like everyone is having trouble online. Is there other comments in the chat there? The red, Jesse, means that you have to just refresh your screen. So if you're on a phone, drag your finger down to refresh. If you're on a computer, either hit F5 or push the refresh button in the browser.
Jesse's asking, what does the red bar mean?
Yeah, I had just answered her. Hopefully she could hear me. It looks like everybody online is having trouble. So I suggest that we just have you, as we have done in the past, raise your hand for yes, thumbs down for no. Can you record, please? I can't see.
What about abstain? I'll just abstain both my votes. This is Nick.
Is that Nick? Okay, thank you.
Tyler, go ahead.
We're still waiting for Jesse. Jesse, can you indicate your vote, please?
I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I'm just raising my hand to vote yes.
Is this Tyler or Casey?
This is Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler, we got your vote.
Great, thanks.
We don't have Casey and we don't have Jesse. Jesse, if you could type your vote into the chat or raise your hand or speak. And Casey, we've recorded your vote at this time. It didn't work in the online system, but we got the no now.
Jesse, you still here?
I'm just making sure that Heather, you haven't pushed a button yet. And I don't. Heather's absent. Thank you. Thanks. I'm learning. Okay, I'm going to close the vote. For those online, I'm going to end this session and I'll send you an email when I would like you to sign back in and we can try again. Sorry about that.
Those total numbers up there at the top, is that correct?
Total numbers, yes, not separated by country, but those are the total numbers. If you'd like them separated by country, just let me know.
Oh, that's fine. I just want to let the folks online know. I don't know if they can see the screen, but we have 11 in favor, 1 no, and 1 abstention. Peggy?
Sorry, I think we should list the absentees so that we have a total for today. So that would be Heather right now, as far as I know, not Kowinski. So then we'll know that there are 14 of us or however many.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're doing that.
So with the online votes, you can say the totals.
The motion passes 13 yeses, 2 noes, and 3 abstentions, and 1 absent. Nick has a proxy for Alaska Fish Factory. Uh, 13 yeses, 2 noes, 3 abstains, and 1 absent. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. So motion carries for March 15th to November 15th. All right, thanks everyone. So the next topic on the agenda is discussion of mortality limits. So a heady topic. I don't know if anybody wants to start that conversation. I have some numbers that were presented to by John Curlin last night at the for the conference board. I don't know if anybody has seen those numbers or heard about them, but I provide those. Okay, stand by just a sec. Okay, so Curlin presented a 4% coastwide reduction. 2B, 5% minus 5%, 2C minus 1%, 3A minus 3%, 3B minus 6%, 4A minus 6%, 4B minus 6%, 4C, D, and E minus 6%. Those were presented to the conference board last night for discussion. Sure, I probably thought this might be going a little fast. So 2B minus 5%, 2C minus 1%, 3A minus 3%, 3B minus 6%, 4A minus 6%, 4B minus 6%, 4C, D, and E minus 6%.
And that totals 36.9 total coastwide.
So 36.9 million pounds is the total removals. And Mr. Chairman, the numbers that you gave us, that John Curlin gave to the conference board, those are the negative number is relative to TCEY.
Correct.
Correct. And that would be area 2A would say status quo 1.6.
Yes.
Okay.
John?
Did he presented this to the conference board? Did they discuss it? Was there any pickup on this?
There was a meeting this morning by the U.S. delegation to discuss this, and then they came out with a little bit different numbers.
Mr. Chair,
Peggy?
would you like me to send to Andrea this table and also the table that the Alaska delegation has been floating out, which has some reference tables with it? Maybe she could put them on the screen. This is all just within the U.S. delegation that they've come up with.
Carl?
A variety of them, but
Just read Tyler Goodnight's. Did John give any rationale for these numbers?
yes, there has
Okay.
been some rationale in the Alaska delegation's version of it. Should I send these files to Andrea?
Sure, that'd be great.
We are definitely happy to accommodate that. Monica is working on voting right now, and when she has to have the screen up, she won't be able to work on voting. So but we just will ask for your patience in fixing voting, but can definitely accommodate it on screen.
Thank you.
If we can't get it on screen, is
Oh,
there
you
a
can.
way-
You can.
We just are asking for your patience in the future when we do another vote, because Monica is working on it.
Nicole?
Thank you. I just didn't hear if there was rationale provided somewhere for the proposal that you just conveyed to us.
So I wasn't there, of course, for the proposal, so I'm not sure. I believe there was rationale, but I
We
was
don't.
not filled in on what that was.
Okay.
So I don't have it.
So in the second file I'm going to be sending to Andrea, there is a version of a potential TCEY by regulatory area. There's also several charts and tables that are being used for reference. And then there is a short narrative per regulatory area that is rationale for the number. That's which is to support the Alaskan delegations, not the numbers that you just got read of. The rationale for what you just heard was a 4% decrease on the coastwide total. And it was provided just as a starting spot from John Curlin, shared with the some of the Alaska delegation last week.
John?
So Peggy, I guess my question would be then, and not because you're the one that seems to be presenting this, because it should really be to Dr. Curlin, but I wonder if this is something he's supporting or just something he's putting out there as a
It's the
tribal
latter.
unit.
He put it out there as something to start with. It's a 4% reduction coastwide. Let me get it to you and then we
Okay.
can talk about
Do we think we would like to get Dr. Curlin or John in here and see if we can get him to speak to this? Okay, we'll reach out and see what the potential possibility of that is. Go ahead, John.
I guess since we're waiting and at the risk of putting just more than my foot in my mouth, it seems like our options are, there are a lot of things we could do, but at least in my view, the TCEY needs to come down. And if we get a motion on the table, I'll go through that, at least from my perspective. This is all going to be negotiated. We know that. And in the end, I guess we just need to figure out what we can say. Well, let's go with last year's numbers, or we can say, I think there are a couple other trial balloons out there. One is -10 across the board. One is -5 across the board, which is sort of similar to what Dr. Curlin has suggested. I think we just need to pick something like that and then provide the rationale. And that should be our position. I know what mine is, but I guess if I just think in terms of expediting this whole discussion, because we've heard a lot of stuff, and I think I feel ready to make a decision.
Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I'm jumping in the middle, and I apologize for having to be gone. The conference board, I don't know what's been said and what hasn't. So has it been said that the conference board has agreed on a path to propose in their meetings?
No,
Have
we
we
have
talked about
not
that?
discussed that yet.
Okay. And it's kind of a hybrid, jumping off from what Curlin suggested they might use as a starting point, but adjusting a couple of the areas based on the area's proponents. So there is kind of a model there that they're going to propose at their meeting today. And if you want to, we can speak to that. I don't have it in a graphic form, but I can speak to the numbers if anybody's interested.
I think that'd probably be a good thing to share. I have the numbers written down, but yeah, if you wanted to speak to that, that would be fine. While we're preparing for that, okay, I'm just going to make the comment that I think on both sides, I've heard the recognition that we need a reduction. I'm pretty confident. I think that this board as a group can probably vote for that. What that level is, I don't know, but it seems like 5% cut across, coast-wide. It seems to be a pretty common number that I think it seems like most people are agreeable to. So let's put that out there. Okay, go ahead, Heather.
And that's what the conference board talked about. It wasn't just the conference board that met earlier. It was kind of the U.S. Stakeholders. There were people there from this group as well. So they talked about, and it doesn't mean that's what will come out of their discussions today, but what they talked about was a 3.3% drop coast-wide. So a downward 3.3%. And they had different percentage drops in each of the areas. And I can read those. The 2A, of course, stays at 1.65. 2B go down 11.5%. 2C down 1%. 3A down 3%. 4A down 6%. 4B down 6%, and 4CDE down 4%. And the total, on the fly math that they were doing today gives you a total coastwide of 35.32. Those were the numbers that were sort of agreed upon informally from the U.S. side at this meeting earlier.
Thank you, Heather. Nicole?
I missed the Area 3B reduction.
Down 3%. There were other positions expressed at this meeting on the U.S. side, and they were some people were advocating for a further reduction, further down than this particular model would go. Some people were advocating for closer to a 5% cut coastwide, and then commensurate drops in each one of the areas. But I didn't write all those numbers down, and that was not what the U.S. group agreed upon. And these numbers, in what I gave earlier, results in the Canadian share of coastwide being 18%. Just FYI for the Canadian. The numbers that I just read out result in Canada having an 18% share of the coastwide TCEY.
Thank you, Heather. Peggy?
So I've just gone ahead and sent to everyone, except I don't have your email address. Maybe Dave can share with you these 2 files that I sent to Monica. So at least we'll have them on our devices.
And the table is up on the screen for those of you in person and online should be able to see that there too.
Mr. Chair, I'll also send them to the emails I've got on screen.
Okay, and there may be somebody that's online can let us know that they're seeing what's being presented on the screen.
Yeah, we see a table with a bunch of years and TCUIs on the screen.
Thank you.
I don't see any proposal on the screen though. Maybe that part's cut off. I just see TCEY up until 2022.
Yeah, there's nothing for 2023 or 2024.
Okay, well, we're trying to address that, Nicole.
Just making sure, Peggy, does this table extend beyond the page? Should I keep trying, or is it on a different file? Okay, I'll try to move it over.
Does somebody want to make a motion on putting Curlin's numbers forward, and then we can open it for discussion?
And just an FYI, reached out to John to see if he could speak to this. And it sounds like he's pretty busy and might not be able to break loose, but he's going to be in here at 11:30. So if we want to table the discussion until then, until he can speak to it, we can probably jump to something else on the agenda.
Thanks, Monica.
John, go ahead.
What else do we have to talk about, Mr. Chairman? I mean, that has.
This is by and far the most important subject. We have regulatory area perspectives. Let's see, fishery regulation proposals. I mean, last three things, we're going to zip through probably pretty quick. So this is, something we probably should be working on, trying to get through, but I don't know how comfortable people are doing that without listening to Curlin speak.
Yeah. So, I mean, I appreciate your effort to get something on the table. All right. Whoever suggested that makes sense. I just look at, if I have these numbers correctly, the second set, Heather, that you gave us had 2B at minus 11.5. And my experience here at this gathering for the last however many years is just that's never going to happen, because the Canadian side's never going to accept that if the rest of us are at something less than that. So do you want something on the table?
Yes.
So I would move then we recommend as our position the Curlin numbers, the Dr. Curlin numbers, which are they up here? Which column are they? Is that one? I can't see it from here.
It's that one I have
Yeah.
highlighted there.
Yeah. Here's my screen. I'm still back in the 80s. You forgot that.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Peggy.
sorry, but I would like to suggest that we at least look at the Alaska version. It might be a better starting place. If we want to make a motion just so that we can discuss all the different regulatory areas, then it might be a little easier to look at.
So is the Alaska motion the one that has 2C at minus 11.5?
I don't think so.
2B, not 2C. Clarification.
2B, I'm sorry, 2B. Yes. Can
No.
you give us the Alaska? And
I've emailed it to everyone
Oh,
already.
okay.
And it also includes some reference tables and charts that are helpful to remind you of what the conference board was thinking.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Heather?
Yeah, to speak to John's comment about the Canadian 2B numbers, I think that's certainly correct. And I think that the conference board plus a few group that met, the U.S. stakeholders recognize that, but they wanted to use that as a starting point. It is why they did that, John. I think that nobody believes that Canadians would be happy with that kind of a drop, but it is in line with some of the FIS information, and that was why they did that.
Peggy,
So-
I think some people are having trouble also opening the dot numbers file type, and I think that might be the file that you had emailed for these other numbers. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize.
So I'll email you my original email from Kurt Iverson, and that's, I think, fungible, so to say. And I've emailed everyone that email already. But I missed you, Monica, sorry.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, the numbers that were spoken about this morning, they have been put into a document that can be sent. I just don't have it because I've just been elsewhere. So I can get that if we
Okay. Yeah, I
stand
haven't
down
seen
on
it
this.
either.
Yeah, but I haven't got it yet, but I can get it. The people who are doing it in the conference board have it on their computers and I can get it from them.
Okay, thanks.
So Peggy, you sent us two files. One is Dr. Curlin's -4 coastwide, and the other is this Alaska suggestion. Okay.
So, excuse me, do we know what numbers we were looking at just a few moments ago? Because the screen is blank on Adobe Connect. So I just want to know, like, reference, is this Curlin's numbers or is this the Alaska numbers? Just to know going forward. And I also didn't get any emails from Peggy, so I don't know what's happening there.
Mr. Chairman, if what's the most efficient way, and I'm looking at the staff, what's the most efficient way for me to get the table from the conference board discussion to everybody? I don't have everybody's emails, so.
Well, I think we'd send it to Secretariat, and I'd like to have it shared on the screen. So, and that's the best way to make that happen.
You want to just email it to me?
I'll do that right now. I just got it. Thank you. Like paper? Paper? No.
Peggy, can you clarify which numbers are on the screen? Somebody's asking if these are, which numbers these are.
Well, the numbers, now it's in a Excel format, so the numbers are a little bit different than what I have written down. But
Peggy, can you clarify whose numbers these are?
These numbers are from John Curlin. And they were just a launching pad, that's all. It wasn't anything more than that. But I think Susan has received, and you've received my other email that included 2 files, correct? And look at the one that says Alaska Tool, and there will be references, and that's more current from the conference board. But there are other versions floating around that have different numbers in regulatory areas. So it would be good for us to come up with our own.
Can you guys hear me?
yes, we can't see your hand on the screen because we have this Excel file up there. So go ahead and speak up. Thanks.
Yeah. So just curious, why are some Alaskan areas at various percentages and what 2C at 1%? I'm just wondering what's the logic and reasoning behind all of this, all these numbers.
All I can say, is this Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. All I can say about this is it was what was given me by Kurt Iverson as what his boss sent out, and it's called the 4% drop coast-wide. So I'm not sure how he got to the regulatory area percentage change.
Okay. So if I can just jump back in here. So I heard Norm say that, I think everybody, the sentiment up there, and apologies for not being up there this year, but the sentiment is kind of everybody's in agreement that we're going to be, or would wish to be, a bit conservative this year to protect the stock for the coming years. And, I heard the 5% number being floated. So, I'm not saying that I'm against that. I actually think that is I think that's a reasonable and conservative approach for management policy. But if that's the case, why wouldn't we just do a 5% reduction coast-wide by sector over last year's numbers? That would get us to the 5% conservative threshold and seem to be kind of a fair and equitable way of moving this forward.
Thanks, Nick. So we have Heather and then John.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Curland proposed this last night, I think, he spoke to it and used rationale that included the survey, stock assessment and survey information that was made available, and also the commercial catch information as well in these various areas. Just speaking to Area 4CDE, which is where my guys mostly operate, he suggested a 6% drop, mostly on the strength of the fact that there were fish left in the water. And we successfully, at the subsequent meeting, persuaded people that the fish left in the water was due to a number of other factors, which I can go into later if you want me to. But anyway, there was those 2 kinds of rationale that were given by Curland for each one of the individual area reductions.
Thanks, Heather. John?
So I mean, I agree with Nick. I think it was. I mean, our choices are to make this relatively simple and say some percentage across the board, everybody takes it, or to try to dive into the weeds and, pick area by area and provide some reason as to why you'd want to be -7 in one area and 0 in another. Because I think this conference board, as I read this, it has -7 for 2B, 0 for 2C, -5 for 3A, -8 for 3B. I mean, I think our choices are to pick a pick an across the board deduction, or again, dive into the areas. And I'd be in favor of across the board. There's no argument then. The Canadian side is going to push back hard on any kind of disparity. I'm sure of that. So I think I'm in favor of just a minus something.
That's well articulated, John. I would agree with you on that.
Thank you, John. Oh, Heather, and then Carl, and then that guy over there.
Yeah.
Greg.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, and of course that is one way to do it. It doesn't take into account science, but it is one way to do it. Excuse me. Pardon? In a macro way, in a coast-wide way. Yes, exactly. So what the proposals that we talked about earlier today and last night were based on, at least in part, are the results of the survey and the stock assessment in each one of these areas, and using those accordingly to reduce by a certain percentage based on those kinds of information. So I'm just saying there are definitely two different ways to do it, and probably more, but I was just explaining the way they wanted to do it at that level there. And if you put what I sent to you, Andrea, on the board,
It's coming right now.
you can see that to a certain extent, because it also includes the the charts for each one of this survey things.
Thanks, Heather. Carl.
I think the consensus so far from the Canadian delegations, just, we all take a share in the cut equally. Just to speak to John's, or to back up John's comment.
Thank you. Greg?
Actually, Carl just answered my question. I was looking for input from the Canadian delegations. Thank you.
Speak to it as well. I think between that 5 to 10% is kind of where we're leaning towards, more on the higher end of that range.
Go ahead, Greg.
Hey, Carl, could you elaborate on that a little bit more? So that when you say -5 to 10%, are you talking for 2B, or are you talking 2B and then the other coast areas matching?
Coast-wide, and then every area sort of shares equally. I think we want to take a little bit more of a conservative approach to the stocks. And some members of the delegation wanted it higher than that. But I think there's sort of that middle ground.
Okay, Heather, and then Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. Is that then preserving the 18.3% share for Canada? Is that what you're proposing? So everybody goes down a certain percentage, which then preserves the 18.3% share to Canada. Is that your intent?
I can't speak for all the commissioners. I know they're in negotiations right now with their American counterparts to try to come up with some sort of agreement on that, but it's not locking that 18. It's not being viewed to lock in that 18.3%.
So when you say
in this instance,
I just need to understand a little bit clearer.
Mhm.
So when you say everybody comes down, and that's from the previous year's numbers, but
Correct.
in the same proportion
Yes.
all across the board. So
Yes.
that would then result in 18.3% share for Canada.
In that case, it would for this year. Yeah.
And that's part of the Canadian proposal probably then.
Using that 18.3%, like that's just because of what it is. That's not the number that we're saying we need to have.
Yeah, I think it's the 18.3% to us is a number you guys are utilizing, where we're just saying let's just reduce it 5% coast-wide across all areas. We're not as fixated on the 18.3%.
All right, thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm kind of unique in conference board and PAB. I think I'm the only guy that fishes a cap of cow halibut, cap of black cod, and runs plants. So I've got kind of a larger viewpoint on this thing. I was, from what I've seen fishing and from communicating with fishermen across the fleet, and I don't know if shock's the right word, but I'm shocked at the small amount of reduction we were talking about. And I had a sidebar with Carl, and I was appreciated that they were talking a higher percentage cut than 3%, because there ain't no damn halibut out there. And anybody that's telling you different is exaggerating their fishing capabilities. It's tough. There's not a lot of recruitment, and we're supposed to be a scientist, or no, we're supposed to be a group of people watching out for the resource. And I think that it's our job and responsibility to fairly represent these cuts that need to be taken. My personal opinion is that 3% is inadequate. I'm much more in line with Carl saying closer to 10%. And I still don't think that reflects what's really going on in the ocean. So it's not going to make me very popular, but I ran a lot of gear to not catch much fish this year. And I talked to a lot of guys in 2C, 3A, 3B out west, and there was nobody saying, oh my God, I had a 10,000 pound day. So I think it's a responsibility to maybe be a little more aggressive in the cuts. Thank you.
Well, it's worth noting that the CPUE was down 12%. Liam?
Yeah, I'd just like to say the Canadian delegation, the 10% was actually the middle ground. There was a lot of folks who wanted 15.
All right, thank you. Heather?
Mr. Chairman, Andrea, in part of that, what I sent you, there is the compilation of all of the areas in the FIS results. Further down, did you get that too? There. No, the one where they have the little squares for each area with the actual survey.
The graphs.
Yes. That was part of that document. There. Stop.
There you go.
There. That's basically the space-time modeling results, which is, of course, what the commissioners use to see where each regulatory area is going in terms of the biomass in those areas. And so those are data that Curland used in his suggested scenario. And so they're included here so that people can refer to them. And you can see where each area has gone up or down since the previous year. And he used that a lot in his rationale and speaking to his rationale. And the stakeholders who asked for modifications to his starting point, which is what is over on the left-hand side there, also used those data to make the case for their particular regulatory area. In other words, saying all areas are not the same, and clearly the consensus was that not all areas should go down at the same proportion. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion.
Thank you, Heather. John?
So I might have missed a little bit of this. The data there, those graphs on the right, that is the FIS, or that's the commercial, or that's combined?
Yeah, that's the results of the space-time modeling. That's basically the stock assessment. Unless I'm misunderstanding, somebody can correct me, but
No,
it's not.
The stock assessment, it's not CPUE, which is what we're used to
Right,
seeing.
right.
Described.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So I'm understanding it's combined. It's
I'm
both.
sorry. It is the whole biomass. It's not CPUE in each area. It's the space-time modeling, which is the smoother. Yeah. Let me come up with a better word.
So what I would be more curious about, what I think is, I guess I'm pushing back a little bit on the model piece, because my sense is once you power all this stuff into a computer and your model is based on a whole bunch of assumptions, what you get out is maybe something you can hang your hat on, maybe not. The CPUEs for the commercial fishery, that's the data piece that I think has the most weight, because that's people looking hard to find fish. And if it's dropping, then at least in my view, that's a problem. The other, I'll go back to again, clearly, I think we should recommend that this number comes down from last year. The question is how much, and the question, I don't think we should try to parse up the areas, because I think all you get into is this bickering about, well, my area did this or my area did that. I don't think you're going to settle anything with the Canadian side. I think you have to go to just a straight across the board number. And that's the number we need to pick. 2A is problematic.
Yeah.
And it's a small area with a small quota, and I'm willing to leave that out, I guess, at least from my perspective.
Bruce?
Yeah, I agree with John. These charts are CPUE, except they're over 32s, right? So it is showing a decline in the catching, and it's consistent with what everyone in this room is seeing and experiencing. I've been fishing and charters and running processors in the last year, and I'm seeing the same thing. We'd like to see it go down. You know, like Liam said, 10% was the middle ground. 5% is pretty light. The argument we heard from Dr. Stewart yesterday was like, the fishing is impacting the decline in biomass less than it ever has. So you don't really have to go down much in fishing, but the biomass is going down, and prudence would dictate you should go down, right? And that's the argument to not go down. That's the argument to stay the same. But I think everybody in the room is responsible custodians of the halibut want to go down. You know, I mean, we got to contribute to this, and 5% is not enough. I don't think so. That's my opinion.
Peggy?
So I'm sorry, Bruce, you're right. This is CPUE. It's exactly the same as slide number 5 of the report that Ian gave. I'm wondering, yeah, there's nothing different. So
Heather, go ahead.
So I don't know quite how to say this, but the space-time model is kind of the basis for IPHC management. And so I'm struggling with your comments, John, in that regard. I mean, the model is vetted through the scientific advisory board, through the research advisory board, through, you know, independent CIE reviews, and so on. So I'm alarmed if people are thinking that the model is perhaps not as valid as, and this kind of goes beyond this discussion about this coming year, but I kind of want to push back a little bit on your comments about the model because it's kind of central to our management scheme, right or wrong.
Thank you, Heather. Nicole?
I guess I just want to echo those comments a bit. We across the board cut may seem simple, but I'm not sure why we would go through this process of doing a stock assessment with distribution by area if we were going to approach TCYs that way every year. That doesn't make sense to me. It seems to deviate a lot from the work that we've invested in and the importance of the survey. So I'm a little concerned about that too. I see the simplicity argument, but I don't see the other basis.
Thank you. John?
Well, I get the concern about the model. What I hear, what gives me the most pause is when I talk to harvesters who come into port, especially this fall, and say, geez, I put I fished 120 skates this trip, and I caught what I caught was in total was what I used to catch on 3 skates. I mean, fish was hard to find. And these are guys who know where fish is. After 35 years, whatever, of fishing this thing, they know where fish is. That's what gives me pause. Now, the model, I got it. But if I look at what I heard, fish is moving. It's moving differently than it has in the past. Witness 3A had the lowest percentage, and that's on a weight basis. So that's a little bit screwed up because I think about it in a number basis. Bering Sea had, I think, 22%, whatever. That's a data point for me that, yeah, okay, maybe the model takes that into consideration, but there's a 1-year change that's fairly significant. Weighted age is fairly significant. The recruitment thing probably doesn't impact individual areas as much as it does the coast-wide. And if I look at what I heard and the graphs, that 12-year class, which we're all hanging our hat on, and we think is 42% sexually mature. If we're wrong about that, if it's 80% sexually mature, we got a much bigger problem than we think. So the other piece of this is, having been to these meetings, I know y'all have been here a while too, but the Canadian side, bless their hearts, is never going to agree to take a percent or a cut bigger than the U.S. side. And so, and especially in 2C and 3A. So I think we're just wasting our time trying to parse a number for each of those areas. I think because I think in the end, this will be a negotiation that the commissioners do. And we've seen it when they couldn't make that negotiation and everybody just left the meeting without agreement. And the Canadian side went back to the prior year catch, which was higher, which would be so this year as well. It's not that I don't believe the model. It's just the light that I see right now is all this talk about, hey, I was out there, I didn't catch any fish. I have 20,000 pounds to catch. I thought I'd do it in 1 trip, and it took me 3 trips. Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you said, John. I really don't. I'm just trying to understand your rationale. And as I said earlier, and I'm not defending Curlin's straw man. I'm just trying to explain how he arrived at it. And part of it was what you just saw, the results of the model. And part of it was the CPUE and the commercial fishery. And that, I think, played a really big role in Area 4. And so however they got to this, they were looking at that as well. And I think that's really valid. And he mentioned that in each of the areas, not just the model results, but also the commercial CPUE and I think maybe even WPUE. I'm not sure, but yeah, no, I hear you. It's just a question of how you want to approach it. And I agree also with the assessment of the Canadian position.
Okay, thanks. Peggy and then Bruce.
Thanks. So yes, it is WPUE that we're looking at, and this is the commercial results. There is a huge disconnect between the survey and the commercial, and I think that is what's behind John's comments here. I also think that we can approach this either way. We can start from coastwide and go to regulatory, or do the opposite. And I'm happy to do coastwide first, as John wants. But I do think our comments on the individual regulatory areas will be guidance for the commissioners. There's no guarantee that they're going to take exactly what we recommend, but we should have a rationale for what we want. Even if all we say is Alaska should get, because frankly, Alaska's the lion's share of this range. And 2A is static, 2B is up to the Canadians. So really that's Alaska.
Thanks, Peggy. Bruce?
Yeah, it's a tough one. You know, I mean, just to go farther into what Dr. Stewart said yesterday, is that if we didn't fish at all, the biomass is going to go down. And our fishing is having minimal impact on that. So the difference between 5 and 10 isn't a lot. It's more of a group consensus based on what we're seeing on the grounds. But it's not 100% because we're fishing too much. You know, that's one argument. And the other one is what John's saying is exactly right. You've got the Canada versus US going to have to be satiated. And then you've got all the inter-area stuff in Alaska that may not have to go down uniformly across the board. And I think the commissioners or somebody's going to have to hash that out. I'm not in a position to talk about proportional declines up there. So we're talking on two platitudes, really.
Thank you, Bruce. Nick, you have your hand up.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you. Just more of a comment. I mean, I think all of us, you know, virtually, and you guys in the room, we all agree. We all want what's best for the resource, and we're doing our best to make sure, you know, we grow this stock back up. And, you know, I guess it's almost a little tragic because, like Bruce just said, whatever we do, even if we reduce fishing or not, the stock's probably going to go down next year. And it just seems a little bit tragic in the sense that, you know, is there a bunch of draggers out in, you know, somewhere in Alaska that we don't know what they're pulling out of the water? Are these guys the reason for this? Because we're all in agreement. We want what's best. Like, we all have our big portion of our livelihoods attached to this fishery. And it's just, you know, it's just frustrating in a way because it seems helpless at this point. And, you know, this is, we're all trying to do our best, and I don't know what can be done and how we, you know, try and get better observation and accountability for what, you know, some of the drag fleet's doing. And it's just, yeah, it's tough. It's tough to be in this situation right now for all of us, I think.
All right, thanks, Nick. I think that we're on the U.S. side. We're in the middle of attempting to address that trawl fleet in a pretty big way, and it'll take some time before the effects of that will show. But it's happening, so I can speak personally to that. So, Bruce.
Yeah, I won't keep beating on it. I agree with that. I mean, we're fishing in a big recruitment gap. That's the whole story. Like and for the last 5 years at these meetings, we go, well, we should go down, and we go, but you know, I think we might have seen them. We're looking for 8 or 9 year or 10-year-old fish that are starting to show, and we go, well, we better go down. But I thought I saw some there. Well, let's just hold in. Then the next year we say we're like a broken record, and we're saying it again right now. You know, Dr. Stewart, maybe that 2012 stuff is starting to show, or 2000. We sort of, we get right to the point where we're about to go down, and then we go, but we're just begging for a recruitment year, and we haven't had one for a long time, and it's still kind of the same. We're in this holding pattern, and it's, bycatch and all that too. But anyways.
Thank you, Bruce. I'll just reinforce the comment that I made yesterday, that I think that the real challenge is that we're trying to make a fast decision on a very slow developing resource. And that's a problem. Go ahead, Peggy.
I just wanted to also point out that the halibut bycatch reduction is happening this year. The new rule has been approved and is implemented, and we should see impacts of that this year. It's small comfort right now, but it is coming.
Heather?
Yeah, maybe I ought to talk again about the bycatch action. I talked about it at the beginning of the meeting. I don't know that people heard it, so I won't do it now, but let me just summarize and say that we've reduced through the North Pacific Council in the Bering Sea only halibut bycatch by the bottom trawl fleet by 40%. And that's pretty considerable. And so my group has spent over $1 million on that, on those two actions that the council has taken. And that's not to be sneezed at either. Other groups have spent money as well. And so, we may have taken it as far as we can in the Bering Sea. The Gulf hasn't yet taken action or suggested action at the North Pacific Council. The Bering Sea folks have given it their all. And this is what the council has given us. And that's where we are in the management scheme of the United States. We've worked hard and we've spent an enormous amount of money and time on it. So, I understand that Canada's worried about bycatch in the US. So are we. And not only that, but we're putting our money where our mouths are. And so I just hope that people appreciate that and understand the fight that we've been in since 2011 to try to remedy the impossible situation that we were in the Bering Sea, where more was coming out as bycatch than was coming out in the directed fishery. That did not go unnoticed, nor have we ignored trying to fight against it. And so I just hope that people really understand that, because it's real and that's what we've been doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Heather. I hope that our Canadian counterparts can take that back to their fleet and let them know that it's happening. Go ahead, Nicole.
Just an add-on, since we're on the bycatch level, that I think it is a misperception that we don't know what's being taken, particularly in the Bering Sea. So if anyone wants real data or needs a clear report on the observer and the electronic monitoring out of the Bering Sea, that is online and we can provide that to you. It's from NOAA, but it's every year 94 to 95% is 100% to 200% observer covered in the Bering Sea trawl fleets. So there's this kind of misperception that there's this big amount of fish that we don't know what's happening. And I'd be glad to show people where that data is. I've been working on observer coverage monitoring in both the Gulf and the Bering Sea for many, many years, 20 years.
Thank you, Nicole. Bruce?
Yeah. Well, thanks for that, Heather and Nicole. And please understand, Canadians aren't smugly sitting here saying that ours is great and yours isn't. We're all over our trawlers for bycatch. As a matter of fact, they're on the hot seat as we speak, and they don't like it any worse than your guys. But I mean, it's still very, very clear on your, in speaking conversations with observers and with the scientists, like you'll talk on the dock to a trawler. Are you going to go out to this area? And they go, no, this is an observer trip. I can't go there. And he'll go fish where you can fish with observers, and that's just business as usual in the trawl fleet up there. And I'm not casting dispersions at the Americans. I know we're all over them, but that's in 2023. They still talk about making observer trips, which are different than normal ones.
I got a couple of people with their hands up, but I think I'll let Nicole respond to that real quick.
I just want, there's a real difference too. I appreciate that. And then the Bering Sea, you can't do an observer trip. It's required 100% or two. So you're taking 1 or 2 observers on every trip if you're a trawl boat. And that's changed. There was a cod fleet that was still partially observed. That's changed this year. So 100% monitored. In the Gulf of Alaska, it's a little bit different. But the Pollock fleet, which doesn't catch halibut, is 100% observed with cameras and then a full census on the dock. And the bottom trawl fleets in the Gulf have been very, very small. So that's where I get those percentages for the volume is very small. There are other fleets that aren't trawl that are also in partial coverage that may make those same assertions that it's an observed trip. So I might go somewhere else or go shorter. I feel like we're working on all that. If people want to have real conversations about it with real data, and I'm not saying you don't, but I'm so willing to have that conversation on the side so we don't waste more of the chair's time. But I can't not speak up for the program that we've made significant improvements on. And I know Canadians are trying to do the same.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay, John and then Liam.
Well, I don't know if we want to talk about bycatch, but since we are, I guess I can't help myself. I looked a couple years ago, the overall bycatch rate for halibut in Canada was actually higher than the overall bycatch rate for halibut in the U.S. in the Alaska region. Part of that's because we have a huge pollock fishery, and so you take the pollock out, the numbers change. But the point is, that if you want to talk about bycatch, when you're talking ground fish, the bycatch rate in Canada, at least a couple years ago, was higher. And to Nicole's point, I mean, the trips I know about are observed. The big fisheries where halibut's a problem is the Amendment group. They all carry observers, and I think they're doubled up. So they're getting observed twice, everything they do. And then the other one is the cod trawl fishery, and those people carry observers now as well. So, and the challenge is, and any fisherman knows this, and let me back up. Bycatch just isn't an issue for the trawl fleet. It's an issue for everybody. I mean, salmon fishermen catch, got to be careful about saying this, but they catch, what are the little bitty whales? Belugas. All this kind of stuff. This happens routinely. So bycatch is an issue for everybody. And for a halibut or black cod fisherman to say they don't have a bycatch problem, the pots certainly have helped a lot. But there was a fairly significant issue, I think, based on what I hear on the docks, with that fleet. Anyway, the U.S. side, I believe, has done yeoman's work in terms of getting this thing under control. One more thing, the Amendment 80 guys who are catching a good piece of this halibut bycatch, this 3.5 million number, those people are catching fish, and I've said this before, in the Gulf, at least in my view, you want to get halibut to respond in the Gulf, go kill a bunch of air-tooth flounder, because that's what's competing with halibut. If we could kill 3,000-4,000 metric tons of air-tooth in the Gulf, I think halibut would respond quickly. And that Amendment 8 group, that's what they're catching. They're catching the species that compete with these small halibut in the Bering Sea. And so when they pull out yellowfin sole, it's probably a good thing ultimately for halibut who live in the area as well.
Liam?
Yeah, I just want to say there's no way that the Canadians are holier than thou with their trawl fleet. We got lots of issues as well. And if Heather and Nicole can share any resources, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Greg, did you have your hand up? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Do we have anything on the table?
We don't have anything on the table. I'm kind of, I'm just going to make the comment that I feel like the consensus, we have some back and forth, but there seems to be a fairly strong feeling around the room that the recommended percentages are not enough. I'm just wondering if other people want to speak to that. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, actually, I'm looking at Carl and I'm waiting for as a co-chair, can you make go ahead, Carl.
I definitely could. It's just what it's the best approach to do it. Like that's a straight cut across the board from last year's numbers for simplicity, or do we want to break it down by individual area and into the weeds?
I think we need to get something on the table or we're never going to get out of here.
Just to note that it's it's only 10:30 now. I think John's planning on being here 11:30, so that's quite a ways away. And I don't know if we're comfortable, if we want to make this decision before John gets here and speaks to it. That's fine with me if that's what we want to do. But John and then Heather.
So Carl, prior, you made a comment about this 5%. Maybe it should be less, it should be more, somewhere between 5 and 10%. What is your number? Because I think that's what people are looking for, at least as a starting place, is what is the minus number we're going to apply?
So if I were to put one on the board, I think maybe to channel sort of Liam's thoughts as well from the Canadian side, like 10% would probably be that number across the board. Like some of the delegation wanted higher, like he said, someone wanted a little bit lower, but from the commissioner side, they felt like maybe it was best to be closer to that 10% number.
Heather?
Yeah, thanks. Couple things. One, what you said, Norm, I do think that it would be prudent to have Mr. Cullen come and speak to the group before we vote, not necessarily before we put a motion on the floor. A motion on the floor is helpful. I'm happy to make a motion. And if I did make a motion, I would move the numbers that were up there most recently from the discussion of the U.S. delegation. So I will make that motion, Mr. Chairman. Looking for a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And this, just to be clear, the motion is to go forward with the numbers the latest numbers that are proposed.
Those numbers, Mr. Chairman, and if I could speak to it.
Okay.
So those numbers, I just think we need something on the board. I firmly oppose your proposal, Carl, and I would continue to do that. And that's the reason I'm putting this up there, because I don't think that's the right way to do it for all the reasons that I've already spoken to, and I can do that again as needed. But, I think that I don't know how long I've been in the PAB, but it seems like every year we've taken into consideration each individual area's numbers, the numbers they prefer. And we've gone through with a starting point and then changed those numbers as we go. I'm not saying that's efficient. I'm not even saying that's desirable, but that's what we have done. And it kind of takes into account the socioeconomic aspects of the decision, which the commissioners also do, and rightly so. And so this would provide an opportunity to do that if people wanted to do it. I don't deny that there is a need to go down, and maybe there's a need to go down 10%. But if you listen to the science the speakers we've heard thus far in public session, they've said over and over again, like you say, Bruce, we're waiting for something good to happen out there. We're waiting for a recruitment event. And the differences between a small drop in the TCEY and a larger drop in the TCEY are really, they haven't used the word irrelevant, but I've been persuaded that the difference is pretty minor. And so, with all that in mind, I don't deny that we need to be responsible, but there are various ways to do that. And I somehow think that we ought to consider both the science, the modeling, and the commercial CPUE, and the socioeconomic aspects that everybody has normally brought to this table from the processor's point of view. So that would be my reasoning for putting this on the table as a motion. Mr.
John.
So as far as the science goes, I mean, I did my best to read through this stuff prior to getting here. And I listened hard, I think, when the presentations were made. So I think I'm listening to the science, but each of us comes to this a little bit differently with a little bit different perspective. And my sense is we've been here, I can't remember who said it, but we've been here too many years when we said, well, we got to take a cut, we got to take a cut, and we don't. Or by the time it leaves here and gets through the process, we don't. I guess I feel like it's time to say enough. I think we need to take a very significant cut. I don't know. Well, I think I agree with Carl. I think I agree the number needs to be 10% or some number like that. The problem with this, if I can digress, Mr. Chairman, the problem with this is, let me make an analogy. We're going to dress up a Christmas tree and we're going to put some lights on it that we like, and we're going to put some ornaments on it we like, and we might put some tinsel on it, and we're going to drag it up there and put it in front of the commissioners, and we will not be out of the room before they tear it apart. And, well, I don't like those lights. We're not going to do that. They don't like the 11%. We're not going to do that. They don't like the whatever it is. I mean, I just think that ultimately, this is all going to come down to what that group of 6 people can agree on. And I don't think that we can spend a lot of time parsing this out area by area. And I don't think, I believe the science. I don't care about the socioeconomic, because from my perspective, there's not enough money in halibut to make any difference. And there's not enough volume in halibut to make any difference, at least for our operations. So, it's clearly an also ran at this point. So the socioeconomic, I'm not thinking about those so much. I'm thinking about, as I look at this data, as I look at that 12-year class, which we're counting on for the next, till something better comes along, it looks troublesome to me. It looks very troublesome. If that 42% is wrong, and that's just somebody's scientific guess, it's still a guess though, it's still an estimate. If we're wrong about that, and it's a much higher number, we're in a lot more screwed position than we think. So I appreciate the motion. We can talk about it, obviously, but I think I'd prefer a motion that just has a across the board and everybody take the same.
Yeah, but that motion's not on the floor. So I think, the warring ideas here are very clear. I don't disagree with most of what you say, John. I just wanted to put something on the table that came from the U.S. commissioner's side, yes, and then was modified by a group of stakeholders from the U.S. And so clearly it doesn't take into consideration what the Canadian position is, which is to maintain their national share of 18.3%. And if you take across the board cuts without consideration of that and the model results, you have the result of maintaining that national share to Canada, which flies in the face of the proportional distribution of the biomass, as we know. And we've had this discussion many times around this table, and perhaps to no avail. And I don't disagree with that either. All we can do in this group is we advise the commissioners. That's all we can do. And, my byword in fisheries management entities is you ask for what you want, and that's all you can do. And you tell them what you think is the best way to do it, and that's all you can do. The commissioners are going to do what they're going to do anyway, and it's all driven by this negotiation between the U.S. and the Canadian commissioners. All of it. It's all driven by that. The distribution amongst the areas, all of it, it's all driven by that. And so that's the overriding consideration of the commissioners right now, and it has been for a long time. And so I'm just saying across the board cuts plays into that. It has implications for that negotiation.
Thank you, Heather. Bruce and then Peggy.
Hi. I apologize. I feel like I'm talking too much today. We're here to give some advice to our commissioners. So we have to come up with something, to talk about, well, what are we doing? We've been frustrated with them sometimes, for sure. We've been frustrated with David because we feel like we've been marginalized by him a little bit So there's some stuff in the room, but we're, to that one comment, John, like if halibut's an also ran to you, then don't come here. We're here to talk about halibut. This is a halibut meeting, right? So we have to do the best we can with halibut. And, we got to come up with something. So.
Peggy?
I apologize again. I'm trying to play catch up, but as always, did you suggest in your comments a 10% cut coastwide?
I did.
Thank you.
And just to clarify to Heather's point, that's not to keep, like, from a view of to keep the 18% share, because what the Canadian delegation is looking for in the agreement is not that number. I'm not going to speak to what that number is, but it's not that number that this 10% across the board represents.
So I would hold on for just a second. I would be tempted to follow that rather than this current motion that we're discussing. And so I was thinking about that and understanding that I really do want to get to regulatory areas to give the commissioners the benefit of our knowledge sitting around this table. But looking at just the 10% cut, it is only 1.4 million. Let's see, it's 33.28 instead of 35.32. So to me, that's, again, it's a bigger cut, but it certainly says something strong to the commissioners that we are concerned about the recruitment, understanding that the cut, we've got arguing data here, but so that's my thought, is that we could do this in two motions with a coastwide and then a regulatory area. And that would be the recommendations from the people who actually work in those regulatory areas.
Thank you, Peggy. Nick?
Thank you, Norm. Just to comment to Heather, I know she said she was vehemently opposed to John's motion of doing a coastwide cut. Based on the motion that's in front of us proposed by Heather, I would say I'm vehemently opposed to this motion. It's unjust and unfair to Canada. I mean, again, I think kind of what John's proposal was, we kind of avoid all the politics. Canada's never accepted what we call apportionment. There's a variety of reasons why our statistics were down in Canada. We're losing some of the best fishing ground in BC from government marine protected areas and different areas that are being put forward for First Nations. We have other quota species that are what we call choke species. So for instance, yellow eye. So, all of the fish that our halibut fishermen take out of the water, there has to be quota for. And, when there's some very robust fishing grounds where the yellow eye and the halibut are swimming right side by side. And if you don't have yellow eye quota, you can't go into those areas. And what we've seen over the last few years is our yellow eye quota, although they have been going up slightly, but there's still not enough quota for the rockfish that's actually physically swimming in the water. And I know a lot of guys could fish more efficiently if they just had a lot more yellow eye quota. So, all of these different things with, the burden of fishing in British Columbia for a variety of different, I would say, governmental bureaucratic reasons. And this is also hamstrung the halibut fleet, right? So you can't just look at the raw numbers from the commercial. And I think this is, to John's point, the same thing can be said about all areas in Alaska too. Everybody's going to have explanations and reasons for why their numbers were down and plants were closed. And so that kind of, just again, to John's point, and this is one of those reasons why if we're all in this together, and I think we should be talking on a coast-wide reduction and not say, oh, Canada, you get 11.5% reduction. Meanwhile, the rest of Alaska is, 1%, 3%, 6%. So, it seems, again, unfair, unjust, and this kind of vote would just go straight against country lines, which doesn't seem to be in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation. So.
Okay, thanks, Nick. We have Greg first and then Heather.
Are we still wanting to wait for Curlin to speak? I had a comment and brought it up, and I don't know if we can do this. It's regarding opening date, time, and I would wanted to bring this up, and I totally spaced it off. Is that right now we're noon to noon, so we open at noon, March 15th. What we pass is noon 15th to noon, November 15th, correct? It makes a heck of a lot more sense to open at 6 a.m. And I don't know if that's something we can deal with. And the reason being is, like, if you're a fisherman going out to set, if you set at noon, half of the day is over. And if we have guys that are halibut fishing trying to get a load in, that means they're going to start hauling in the dark. If we could start at 6 a.m., they're going to start hauling in the afternoon. It makes more sense from being out there every opening day for a long time. And I apologize for not bringing that up earlier, but I don't know if that's something we can readdress.
I think that there was a regulatory proposal, a letter from somebody, I can't remember who, suggesting that very thing. And we could put that on maybe on further down the agenda. We need to get through this first, but we can certainly talk to that. Heather, go ahead, and then as soon as Heather's done, we'll take a brief recess here.
Then I don't need to make my comment because I was going to ask for a recess.
Oh, well, there we go. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Thanks. Okay, I think we're ready to start back up here. We have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. I think the conversation that I've been hearing so far is that we'd like to hear from Mr. Curlin before we actually have a vote. So if that's the consensus around the room, he can be available at 11:30. We can jump onto some other topics, table the motion until we hear from him. Is everybody agreeable to that? Okay. Well, let's. Okay, we're just talking about Greg's thoughts about opening times, and I had heard prior to our little break that we might need enforcement in the room. We've just heard back that they're okay with us making some recommendations that they don't need to be here, and they would endorse our decisions if we decide that we want to make some changes there. So maybe let's just jump onto that topic to kill some time until we can see Curlin. So does anybody have any comments on opening times? Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my proposal would be a 6 a.m. opening, and I guess 6 p.m. Well, closing midnight, the 15th would be my suggestion. And the reason being, that's okay, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Speak to it. The reason for 6 a.m. is it gets, if a fisherman wants to fish the opening, basically we're getting daylight closer to 6 a.m. It allows the gear to get set and the ability to start fishing during the daylight, kind of gets you on a regular schedule instead of setting it in noon. Currently, as we're setting at noon, we're starting to haul gear at 10 p.m. So you're just getting all messed up with your time. So it's basically a safety consideration. That's my comment.
I would interject some quality challenges in there too in relation to sand fleas. Everybody knows that night sets you have more sand flea issues. And if you could haul those sets during the daylight, you'd have less of that. Mark.
Mr. Chairman, just one comment on that, what Greg's talking about. For many years, we opened on a Saturday because the fish would come in on by Tuesday. But a lot of times it was so high, but the market says, no, I'll wait until the next fish coming in. Opening up on a Friday at 6 a.m. gets the fish in earlier, and that's more impetus for guys to buy earlier because there's not as big of a gap, or there's a bigger gap than the next week. So, yeah, I think it's a very good idea to do that. So,
thanks, Mark. Liam?
Yeah, I just want to say I support Greg's motion 100%.
Was it a motion?
Was that a motion, Greg?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, but you want me to rephrase?
Sure.
So my motion would be to amend the opening to 6 a.m. March 15th and close at midnight November 15th.
Wait a second, please.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Susan. Any more comments? Okay, let's have a vote. All in favor? Okay. We're rushing the vote. Technology challenges. I have a feeling that this one's going to pass unanimously, but we would look to hear if there's any comments from the folks online about this. Thank you.
For those online, please put your votes in the Adobe chat, as I see that all of you are still red, and I don't know the issue. I think it's fastest if you just put it in the chat. Thank you. The vote is now open. Please push your buttons. Thank you very much.
Peggy?
Nick has said in the chat that he abstains on both, and I'm wondering which both he's talking about.
Probably opening date as well as time, I would suspect. But Nick, maybe you want to speak
No,
up.
I have two votes. Peggy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was proxy. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going ahead and closing the vote, and I see that Nick and Tyler and Jesse have put in their vote. Chris, would you mind, Kit, would you mind typing in your vote? I know you seconded it, but please type in your vote. Then Casey, I'm missing Casey if he is online. If the IPHC secretary could please pull up the title slide.
Motion carries 15 yeses, 2 abstentions, and 1 absent.
Okay, while we're waiting for Mr. Kurland, maybe we could share the regulation proposals up on the screen. We can talk through those.
Could we have the Secretariat please bring up proposal A1?
I don't know if anybody has any comments on this or not. Yeah, we're gonna have Pasha come down and if anybody has any questions, she can kind of walk this through and let us know what they're really after here. But go ahead, Peggy.
This is just a placeholder for the TCEY. That's all it is. It never used to be as part of the proposals. It was something that the Secretariat just would take into the new regs after the commissioners had made their determination. So that's, unless I'm missing something, which I might, I think that's all that this is.
So this would just be informational for us and not something that we need to take action on.
I think our action would be coming up with TCEY numbers.
Right. I don't see that this changes that process from what we've done in the past, does it?
When you click on Appendix A, you'll see the table, which is the catch limits that we've always come up with. And so that's kind of a guide when you see things like this. Just click on that appendix and you'll see what is expected of us.
Is the IPHC Secretariat able to pull up Appendix A?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Hey, so we are just looking for maybe a little brief discussion overview of the regulation proposal that we have up here in front of us for the mortality and fishery limits. If there's any changes or anything that we need to be aware of that is not clear.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So the fishery proposal A1 is a mortality and fishery limits framework. So this proposal only introduces the table that is going to be filled by the Commission with the mortality and fishery limit. So there are no changes to this proposal in comparison to the previous regulations. In a way, it just cancels the previous mortality limits and provides a framework to introduction of the new numbers for the next year or current year.
Bruce?
So I see this form. We're just approving the form that they fill in. That's it.
So when talking about the proposal specifically, part of the decision is just approval of the form, and the second part is actually the PAB's recommendation for the content of that form. But it is not specifically approval of this proposal or support of this proposal is a separate decision to proposal of mortality and fishery limits. So the values that would go into it or the recommendations from the PAB for those values. So there are two components to mortality and fishery limits, just the framework and the actual suggested values.
My brain hurt. Are we supposed to identify a trend from some past ones, or nobody here is capable of conjuring up numbers to put in this form, or even knowing whether what we're approving? That seems unreasonable.
John?
Don't we do this every year? Isn't this is just a procedural thing? That is, this table changes every year because it's part of the regulation. So you approve the table sort of it's not filled in, then we'll at some point fill it in with our recommendations, and that's what but ultimately this gets approved by the Commission because they're the ones that are going to put the final numbers in there. But this is something we do every year, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, this is a very standard proposal. Proposals A1 and A2 are both proposals that come every year and kind of create the framework for this procedural framework for proposals for mortality fishery limits, as well as the A2 for commercial fishing periods.
Thank you. Peggy?
Just to go back to Bruce's comment, I think the only change in this table is that they listed in metric tons as well. So that's got to be a nod to Canada. I don't know.
May I respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Pasha.
So the metric tons were always were there for at least a good number of years. So that's not a change from the last year.
Thank you. John?
So you're looking for a motion to approve this proposal. I so move.
All in favor? Well, discussion. I don't know if anybody wants to do anything different. I think it's pretty easy, but does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay. We'll call the vote. All in favor?
The vote is now open. And again, for those people online, please put your vote in the chat.
That's good to hear. Conference board had more members, so that creates more issue.
Motion carries 16 yeses and 3 absent.
Okay, thank you. I think we're done. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, the next thing on the agenda is the contractor party fishery regulation proposals. Do we have something to put on screen for that?
Can the Secretariat please pull up Prop A2?
So I believe this is just addressing the format that they would use to set the season opening and closing dates. And we just need a motion and a vote to approve this.
I'll move that we approve the format of the season dates.
Thank you, Peggy.
Second.
Discussion. I'm having a hard time reading the, oh, it went away. I think it just changed the format of how they lay out the date, right?
Yeah.
That's what was highlighted.
Oh, for sure. I just don't know if we want to make a comment to the time that's listed in there. Because we discussed it. No, it's stating.
Good call. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Peggy?
my motion was only for the format, and if it includes actual content, then I would ask that the second would agree that I would withdraw my motion and that we would make a new motion that would include all that we want.
Thank you. Okay. Peggy, you prepared to remake that motion?
Yes. I move that the PAB agrees to have opening dates and closing dates as follows. Friday, March 15th, 2024 as the opening, and Friday, November 15th as the closing. And for times, the traditional time of noon be changed to 6 a.m. for the start on March 15th and to midnight for November 15th. 11, strike midnight and say 11:15.
11:59.
Oh, 11:59. Sorry. Thank you, Greg.
We had a second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Okay. Are we ready for a vote? Okay, stand by for a minute.
Okay, the vote is now open. And again, for those online, please put your vote in the chat. Okay, the vote is closed.
Motion carries 14 yeses, 1 no, and 4 abstentions.
Greg?
Yeah, there's a little confusion here. Somebody thought that you guys heard March 24th, but it's the motion on the board, correct? March 15th. Okay.
I just thought I heard you say March.
I actually meant to vote yes then.
Okay, I'm hoping that we're going to have Dr. Curlin in here any second.
I think Norm should do some kind of act or I don't know. Don't you have a magical act or something you can do to entertain us while we're waiting?
If you're going to be the chair, you have to have some filler.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Come prepared, man. Come on.
Oh, you just got
I'm
saved.
saved.
Depends on what you say. It might change.
Good morning, Commissioner Curlin. How are we doing? Good. So I don't know if we want to wait till everybody's here or, okay. One of the topics that we wanted to talk about is the setting catch limits. And as you can imagine, there's been quite a bit of back and forth, pretty standard stuff. But I found out this morning that you'd made a proposal last night, and we'd looked at those numbers, and I think that the group PAB was looking for maybe some reasoning behind where you came up with those numbers as far as the percentage, if you could speak to that. Thank you. Does the Secretariat pull up that presentation on screen?
Sorry, just if we could use our microphones again. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. We were asking for a little more rationale besides the 4% cut coastwide, how the regulatory areas got their percentages.
All right. Well, I'll start by saying this was a straw man to float amongst U.S. stakeholders, and with the understanding that it would be shared in all likelihood more broadly. There are a number of reasons for caution in looking at the status of the resource right now, and I won't run through a recap on those. I think Ian spoke to them quite directly in his presentation of the risk table and all the factors that are not included in the risk table. The commissioners have had some discussion around this, and I think the six of us are all thinking, there's the circumstances warrant being more precautionary than aggressive, given the status of the resource. That said, it's always the question of, well, okay, what does that mean? How does it play out? And we I think have all been thinking in the neighborhood of status quo to a modest cut, and this this straw man was a 4% cut overall, and we talked about a number of the factors that fit into that, but it's largely driven by the signs from the FIS as the best available science on the status and distribution of the resource. I could walk through the individual areas, but I guess I'm not trying to be a champion for a particular proposal, a particular answer here. I think, the commission will be very interested in the views from the PAB and from the conference board in what stakeholders are thinking from different perspectives. If there are particular questions around thinking about the thinking behind suggestions for different regulatory areas, perhaps we can get into those. But I'd rather not provide detailed rationale on all the pieces and components of it at this point. Yep.
Go ahead, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, John. When we were talking about this concept earlier, because we'd brought up that you had put a straw man on the table, and then we also brought up that the stakeholders met and sort of modified your straw man a little bit. And just to keep you up to date, that modified straw man essentially is on the table here as a motion. And when we were talking about where the different regions or the different areas came from, the numbers in the different areas, I kind of pinch hit and said, that they were based on the FIS, but also on some other considerations. And so I think the other considerations included the relative drops in CPUE, commercial CPUE, and things like that, in addition to the FIS. So when you presented it, you talked about all of those things. So can you kind of talk about that, not just the FIS, but some other stuff as well that you took into consideration?
Sure. In some cases we don't there wasn't sampling from the FIS this year. There are the model results, the space-time model results, and the Secretariat staff has offered their views about the credible intervals around that. How much confidence we can have in the output of the model there, and in some cases there's a better feeling about that than others. In 2A, the sampling was pretty limited, but they felt pretty good about what was coming out of the space-time model. In 4B, for example, the Secretariat was pretty skeptical, even though the model, I believe, showed a 4% increase. But the Secretariat seemed pretty skeptical that there actually is an increase there, and the long-term trend is flat. So those are relevant considerations. And then there's just all the sort of dashboard factors that I alluded to earlier. The spawning biomass being, near the lowest point observed in the time series, the very heavy reliance on a single year class, the 2012 year class, and the fact that that year class is 40% mature, so still coming up. All the environmental conditions that are unpredictable. Again, there's a lot of reasons that Ian went through in his presentation on the risk table. A lot of reasons for being cautious, and all those things factored into the straw man as well.
Thank you. John?
Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Curlin. I'm curious, first of all, because I can't read what's up there, but we had some numbers on the table earlier, and is this the -5, -1, -3, -6 group? That's it. Okay. So, I guess what I'm curious about is this, I lost my train of thought. This was a straw man that came out of the conference board. Is that correct? This again, I can't see that, but the numbers I have, minus 5% for 2B, minus 1% for 2C, minus 3% for 3A, and then minus 6% for all the other areas. That's what this straw man is, correct?
So the straw man I was referring to was something that I discussed with U.S. stakeholders last night, and it sounds like that is being used as perhaps a starting point. Heather, maybe you can characterize it better than I can.
John, this was the straw man that Carolyn put on the table, essentially to the stakeholders. The conference board plus others this morning and last night sort of worked on another version of this, starting with this, but ending up with the numbers that I put in my motion earlier this morning. So there's two of them. This is not the motion that we have in front of us. The motion we have in front of us here is a modification of this, stakeholder modification of this straw man. Does that clear that up?
Actually not, but because I've got three sets of numbers, I'm just trying to understand what this straw man, what the numbers are. And I thought they were the minus 5, minus 1, minus 3, minus 6. They are.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's correct.
And so that is, it's not necessarily what you think as a scientist, that's your position, but this is what you offered to the group as a potential place we could start. I'm just trying to figure out, I guess what I'm thinking, and we've had some discussions about this, there's this area by area parsing of what maybe some reductions ought to be. And there's also the idea that maybe there's just a coast-wide a cut for everybody, the same percentage. So I'm just trying to figure out, but I get it now. This is the minus 5, minus 1, minus 3. I think I got that. Okay.
Bruce, you have a comment?
I think that we seem to have a few kind of different fronts going on this. It seemed like the Canadians weren't going to accept any more of a decline than the Americans, and then there was a little bit of disparity between the agreements on inter areas in out west. So that seemed to be the stumbling block this morning between all of us agreeing with this. I think there was a consensus in the group to go down coast-wide, maybe a little bit more than this proposal, but maybe you could speak to that. I don't know that there was a strong consensus in the room here this morning.
Sorry, were you asking me to speak to that? I mean, I think the commission is looking to the PAB and the conference board to advise on what you think we should take into account in setting TCEY, both coast-wide and for the individual regulatory areas. Is there merit in more of a cut, in something like a 10% cut versus a 5% cut? I think well-informed people can disagree about that, about where exactly we ought to land. As I indicated, my view is that there are a lot of reasons for caution right now. And, personally, I've been thinking something in the neighborhood of a 5% cut is about right. I think, if there is sentiment that the commission ought to consider a deeper cut, we we would like to hear that and factor that in as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we just need to quantify in the room whether the difference between 5 and 10 is going to have some significant economic implications for us, but morally, I think we all agree with it. So I guess we're trying to flesh that out in absence of a lot of really good guidance this year. You know, it's 5% more. Sounds like as far as affecting the biomass, it's a drop in the bucket, but it is going to have an economic impact on our companies. That's what we're worrying about.
Yeah, and I'll just follow up by saying, you know, that it's an advantage of the risk table is that it helps us understand some of those implications in terms of what we're likely to see in the next few years. If we're at status quo, if we're at 5% cut, 10% cut, or if we go in the other direction and we're to increase TCEY. And so, you know, I think everybody is interested in the stability of the resource, and, you know, decreasing the risk of a decline helps with that stability. It improves the chances that we're going to see something better next year than what we see this year.
We lost your mic, Bruce.
In the absence, in the great preponderance of data that we're getting, some of the smaller points like that, are you capable of showing us that risk table a little bit so we understand the difference between 5 and 10? You know, because we can all quantify the economic impact of that, but maybe we don't. Maybe it didn't feel like this room had a good grasp of what the stock, to appreciate what the impact of reducing the risk another 5% really was on the stock. Because from what Ian said yesterday, it seemed like it was pretty negligible. But we all want to give. Well, I mean, we all care. There was a pretty strong sentiment in the room that we cared about the resource and we were willing to take a bite if it helped. And I don't think the risk, I don't think we really had a good sense of what another 5% would do as far as risk mitigation. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I would follow that up real quick. That I agree, Bruce. There's sentiment in the room, and you know there was some back and forth, and we have a motion that's been made and seconded and tabled, so that we could talk to you about this. But it was not everybody, but a majority of the room felt like that 4%, which is what this led to, was likely not enough of a cut. And you know, we're gonna have to figure that out down the road about where we stand on that and make a decision so we can make that recommendation. But you know, we're all concerned about the resource, and I think that needs to go back to the commissioners that we're pretty nervous about the level that we're at now as a group, and that we likely feel like probably should be more. Go ahead, John.
So I think our discussion is basically this. Should we find a cut that applies to all areas equally, or should we find a cut that applies to, like some of these iterations we've seen, applies to each area based on some data, if you will, some viewpoint? I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, I guess. It seems very clear to me, at least based on what I've heard, the science says we've got a 212-year class. Beyond that, we really don't have anything. And we also have a 212-year class, which we think is 42% mature as of 2023. I'm not sure where exactly that number comes from and how much weight that is, how true we think it is. But if that's a number that has a fair amount of variation and it's not 42%, but it's 72%, then suddenly what we have for biomass, spawning biomass, is actually quite a bit less, and there's less coming in until we see some recruitment. So I guess I'm curious, because this is the discussion in this room. Should we go area by area based on the information we have, or should we just say, hey, everybody takes a cut? Everybody takes the same number. I think that's what I believe that's what we're focused on here. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm curious, because I'm in the latter group. I'm curious, I mean, how confident are you that, and I don't mean to say it that way, but how confident are you, Dr. Curlin, that these numbers we have for this iteration -5, -1, -3, -6, we've seen a couple others. How confident are you that, why shouldn't we just take across the board cut and get it and be done with that versus area by area?
Well, there are different schools of thought, of course. There isn't a single right or wrong answer on that, but there are variations that we see in what the FIS is telling us, what the space-time model is telling us about what's happening in different parts of the range of the resource. In 2A, the best available information is that it's up 10%. That's a good sign. We're not seeing that kind of a good sign everywhere else. Some areas there's declines. Some areas we don't have recent FIS information, and so there's more uncertainty. So I think there are good reasons to not apply a cookie cutter approach and have just a flat cut apply to all areas. But I recognize that there's a school of thought that well, everybody should share the pain and share it at the same levels. I think this is a decision the PAB needs to make in advising the commission. But my own view is that I think it is appropriate to look area by area and use the best available information for each area to make a determination, and that would result in different outcomes. Maybe staying the same in 2A and maybe different levels of cuts in other areas.
Thank you, Dr. Curlin. John?
So if I could follow up, thank you. Oh,
excuse me. At some point, I'd like to get on the speaker's list.
Sorry, didn't see it.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was out of your vision, but my view on this is that obviously there needs to be, I think, a reduction from it. And the issue is, do you do it equally? Do you apply some more science to it, or interpret the science to say we're going to do it by region? I think, when I look at the tables that show what the 032 WPUE across different region, as John said, some are up and some are down, but they're all kind of bouncing around, and I view it as a same amount of deviations. I would recommend looking at it at a high level and decide on providing advice to us at a higher level rather than trying to get down into the weeds on it. I think whether it's 5 or 10, I think, or whatever number you come up with, we clearly need to do something. I was struck by Dr. Stewart's comments yesterday when he talked about, as you were saying, we have a 2012 year class. It's maturing. It'll help us over the next couple of years. It'll start to disappear. And we're uncertain about what's coming next. And hence we need to do something, in my view, to be precautionary about it. And, the other thing I think Ian said in his comments, I'm kind of paraphrasing, but he said he was, once the 2012, we don't know for a while how long, 5 years, 7 years, do we see those actually and know better about them. So take action now. So you kind of spread the pain out over a number of years rather than finding out we have a huge problem. And I think the risk table that staff have put together, it shows you what the impacts are on the stock at 5 and 10%. I take some guidance from that personally. But I guess my final comments, I would not get into the weeds about spreading it out across the region. This is my view, and make it simple.
Thank you, Mr. Rimmel. Steve?
There's something that was said yesterday that that I keep coming back to, and it was, we're waiting to win the recruitment lottery. And right now our bank is the 2012 year class. And so I think that, that's got to factor into the decision. We should make as aggressive a cut as we all feel comfortable with to protect that bank until we do see a new year class that shows us something different. And looking at the risk tables, if I am understanding those correctly, the more it's all about the odds. The more drastic of a cut we make, the better odds we have about protecting the resource until we win that year recruitment lottery.
Thank you. Nicole?
Thank you. I was thinking about that same comment from yesterday, and that it would be 1 to 3 years is what Ian told us. Dr. Stewart told us yesterday we would need 1 to 3 years to be able to see signals in those other year classes, and that it was our choice or our decision to try to take smaller cuts over time to see if we start to win the recruitment, to see if we start to get a better signal there, to avoid then taking a big cut if we don't. But I also was looking at the difference between the 5 and the 10. And I think this was to Bruce's question, a 5% or 10% reduction coast-wide. And I don't see a real difference in kind of the key metrics in those tables for that level of cut. Maybe for a status quo or for an increase, but between 5 and 10, I don't see a difference between spawning biomass. I don't see a difference in fishery trend. And so maybe to Bruce's question, am I missing something? If we're talking about that level of difference, is there something we're missing in that table? Because I don't see it. It looks the same, about the same to me.
Mr. Curlin?
I don't want to defend Ian's table, but and I don't know how many folks are looking at it, but for the status quo minus 5%, it presents essentially a 40% risk that the stock trend will be down. And with minus 10%, it's 35 to 36%. So, incremental benefit, if you will, incrementally less risk with a 10% cut compared to a 5% cut. Is it a huge difference? No, it's not a huge difference, but it gets to risk tolerance essentially.
Thank you. Sean?
Dr. Curlin, if we catch 25 million pounds of halibut in 2024, and I guess what I'm curious about is the 12-year class. How much of that do we take out? I mean, if that's all we have to hang on to right now, and I get that, I mean, recruitment is the issue, but still, if that's all we have to hang on, how much can be taken out of that year class? It's 12, so those fish are now almost they're 11, 12 years old. Can we catch enough of that fish to do some damage, to do real damage there? I guess that's it seems to me 212 is what we're hanging on right here. That's what the industry's hanging on. And if you go out and kill too much of that, it just seems like you're shooting yourself in the foot or the head.
I'm personally going to take that as a rhetorical question because that's really an Ian question. That's for Dr. Stewart to answer, not me.
Go ahead, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ryal, I'm eager for additional rationale for the simple approach. I know you said that that's what you favor, sort of a cut across the board, whatever that percentage might be. And I haven't heard the rationale really in what you said thus far for not looking at it on at least a regional approach, as you know, sometimes our scientists do. So can you give us more understanding of why you favor that across the board, the same percentages, which is, you know, a difference from what we're hearing from Mr. Cullen?
Well, I guess in my first comments, I spoke, if you go to the table that shows, just looking for it, didn't realize it was so far up. Anyhow, I can't find it right now, but it showed the distribution or the changes in 032. And when I look at it, it's not all that different across the regions. And so are you really gaining much? And as John's point, when I look at the table of the risk table, it's all in the trend. And so the more you're going to take, more reductions you're going to take, the better the outcome. And so, you know, going from 5 to 10% does have an impact, I think. And I think given what the situation we're faced with, in my view, something in the order of 10% would be a better place to be. That's my personal view.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So I agree with what was said over here, that we're waiting for a recruitment event. And what do we do in the meantime? Do we try to save what we have with whatever means, or do we try to save the people who are seeking those fish until we get a recruitment event? And that leads me to the thought that the commissioners always have the ability to take socioeconomic considerations into account. And it does seem to me that if you look at things on a regional basis, you sometimes get a flavor for what those socioeconomic results are. And so I was wondering what both of you thought about that, because I see that as probably one of the valuable pieces of information that you can get from this group, but only if you're planning on using it. You know, and it's hard to say which point of view is going to win here, but you know, I see that as a way to preserve the user groups. We've been hearing a lot on the US side from the sport fish guys, and I know they're not part of this group, and they probably should be in some ways, but I guess they're part of the Conference Board. But they talk about the way the catch share plan has been put together, that very small changes in their quota, if you will, has enormous consequences for their businesses. And I'm actually really, really concerned about that on the US side for communities as well. You know, every drop in, you know, is millions of dollars for Homer, Kodiak, etc. So I see that as kind of an argument, if you will, for looking at it on an area by area basis. And I'm wondering if you're thinking still that you have that leeway to look at the socioeconomic considerations as you deal with this really difficult situation.
Paul, go ahead.
I would say yes, why not? But I was giving you my personal view. As far as the social and economic, that's what I'd look for this group from, and from Conference Board. Your advice to us as commissioners on that piece. You're the ones that have the expertise in that area. I have some, but you're the experts, and Conference Board have their own views on that as well. And so on the social and economic piece, I have less input, and I'm more focused, I suppose, on what the overall impact on the stock is. And that's why I look at it at a higher level, but I also take into account the social and economic that comes from this table and Conference Board.
Thank you. Bob, and then Bruce.
I was basically feeling along exactly the same lines as Heather. Though I have a background in being very conservative with taking stock, and especially in a declining stock. But looking carefully at Dr. Stewart's tables, small amounts are going to make small changes. and business does necessitate at all levels, whether it's bigger business or the smaller charter people, necessitates small declines if possible. So if we have an option between small decline and large decline, I think it would be in our best interest to take a small decline and make plans for more decline in the next 2 years as we wait 2 to 3 to 5 years even for our magic to happen. I think your suggestions, Heather, of carefully dissecting those small declines by area management is brilliant. I mean, the charter guys, if they get that one fish less, then their client doesn't come, so they get zero. So going from making a living to zero is not great. On the bigger business people, well, a little bit more won't be so hurtful. So I think as far as Dr. Stewart's work that we've got in front of us is great to give us that kind of capability of looking down those avenues. I don't know what, as commissioners, if you guys can see that as clearly too, not just to get our information as a number, but to feel it, as Heather says, an area specifically and across the board. Thank you.
Bruce?
Yeah, I think that this room is sort of a 50,000-foot room on this stuff, and we're trying to figure out. We've been told that even if we don't fish, the biomass is going to go down. We're fishing in this great window of recruitment, and we all know that. We've heard it tons. But then you come back to the human side of it, and sometimes the answer we get, well, if you care 10, it means you care twice as much as 5. Well, and if we cut 20, that would mean we cared twice as much as 10, right? I mean, that's people who really care, but that isn't the ratios that we're trying to deal with here. We're trying to get a sense of if we don't fish at all and the biomass is still going down, and we take our TAC and put it down 5 instead of 10, like Heather and like I said earlier, it's a pretty significant impact on all of us. I mean, we'd all like to have more fish. We all love the idea of more fish. So I guess we were trying to help identify just how incremental or how small, how little 5% is helping. We certainly all care a lot, but if it's just a scratch, then 5 might be enough. I don't know. I guess we're all struggling to quantify that decision right now, right?
Thank you, Bruce. Any other questions, comments?
I haven't heard from you, Nick Harris. What do you think about this? You're always good on suggestions.
It's a tough one. I think I definitely agree that 5% at least is 10% too much. Again, how do you weigh the 10% less halibut for everybody to catch next year that makes a big difference on everybody, well, from the fishermen to the lodges to the companies to the offloaders, trucking lines. It's a big economic impact on a lot of people that depend on this fishery as their livelihood, their sustenance. It's really tough. I'm honestly, 5. I'm at for sure at least 5%. I think where I'm personally weighing, I think 10% based on the risk table is too steep, because if you look at it, If we reduce 10%, we have a 35% chance in 2024 that we're going to be less than 2023. If we reduce by 5%, there's a 40% chance that it's going to be less in 2024 than 2023. So it seems to me, just when I'm making that kind of calculation, that the trade-off of taking an extra 5% off of the mortgage, off the tables for everybody, I think it's going to be hard for a lot of people to swallow. So I'm thinking at 5% personally.
Thank you, Nick. Anybody else online? Have a comment? Liam?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, considering how hard it was for the fishermen to catch the fish this year, they're fishing all over the coast, digging in different holes in the backyard, struggling harder and harder to catch the fish. And I would err to the side of conservation. I think that's what we're all here for, to represent the resource and do what's best for the resource. So I would err to a conservative side, 10%.
Thank you, Liam. Susan?
Sorry that I'm so new to this, but I have a question. Why is it 5 or 10? Why not 7? Why do we assign just another percentage to all those across the board that are in front of us? Add to, subtract to, I don't know, but does it have to be 5 or 10? Can we meet in the middle?
The commissioners care to answer that? I could speak to it. I mean, it's all a juggling act, of trying to satisfy different needs, the socioeconomic versus the utility of the fishery, and promoting conservation. And we can set those. We can recommend any numbers that we want. We don't have to, we're not stuck at 5 or 10%. So we can go back to that discussion. But I don't know if the one commissioners want to speak to that as well.
I think you hit on it, Norm. The number doesn't have to be in increments of 5. And while I have the mic here, I'll just say this is a very different conversation than I thought I was coming in this room to participate in. I thought that you folks were interested in making sure that Paul and I had a good understanding of some of your concerns related to the letters that we had exchanged. So I realize there we've got this allocation decision in front of us, but I don't know about you. I'm not able to stay the entire day with you folks. So if you do want to touch on those other issues, I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Curlin. And we were, that was an intention to address that while you were here. And so we'll, if it's okay with everybody, we'll dig into that now. Go ahead, Peggy.
I guess I would like to ask you, I was going to apologize for having you here for so long, because we really, this is a conversation that we need. And I think you guys have given us a lot of really good things to think about. But as to the tour, we would like to have a conversation with you. And we have kind of gone off subject already a few times today. And I think maybe if we could find a time that would be convenient for you guys, we could make a date for later today and talk about that before 5 o'clock, possible. I'm ready. I'm not sure if anyone else is ready. And let's hear from Jessie, who is online also, because she and Carl were a big part of this. Does everyone here in this room know what we're talking about? HANA members very likely do, but not sure if everyone else does.
Go ahead, Bob.
Oh, I was just going to say, maybe, Mr. Chairman, you should let us continue discussing the TAC amounts with other people like Dr. Ian Stewart, because we probably played our commissioners out on this one, trying to convince them in the room. And it's a great discussion, and we're getting somewhere, but then move on to the real business at hand while we've got.
Yeah, I concur. And I think that I'm hoping that everybody is on the same page, that we can get into this rules of procedure conversation while the commissioners are here. They came here prepared to do that. I think that we need to get that dealt with and get on to other things. So if they're here and they're willing, and the PAG feels like we're ready to speak to this, we should probably get it done.
Sorry, I think, sort of co-signing the letter with Jesse, we were requested from the commissioners to set up a working group, which we spent several members here spent a lot of time working on it. We felt like we made some progress. We were prepared and willing to present our working group findings to the commissioners. We made that request through the secretariat, and it just felt like it was kicked down the road. And then we found out that what we had worked on was presented, not from our language or our perspective, but translated through the secretariat, where we felt it was not aligned with what the working group put forward. And we were surprised at the results when we were given it. We requested notes from that meeting. We were denied because it was a closed door meeting, which is why we felt it was necessary to address it in a letter so we could get an explanation. Obviously, Dr. Kirkland and Paul Ryle, you provided us with the letter, but I think that left a lot of questions open to some of the members here to that rationale. And there are some things in there that were concerning for us. So I think I can, open it up to some of the members here that can maybe express it through their own view directly and not through Jesse and myself. I don't know, Jesse, if you have anything you want to add.
Mr. Chair, can Jesse have a mic for this?
Yep, I should be here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you, Jesse. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, commissioners, for coming and taking the time to speak about this with us. I think Carl covered the majority of my concerns or our feelings, and we are just thankful that you've come in, and maybe we could let some of our other members speak to their confusion or frustration, and then maybe you guys could or you could address some of the rationale in depth a little bit more for us to understand.
Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a member of that working group, and I think Carl expressed our feelings very adequately. It wasn't easy to get to where we got, and I guess many of us made the assumption that we were being asked in good faith to come up with what the PAB thought they wanted, and that's what we did. But it felt like at the end of the process that we had not been heeded, that we had not been heard, and we don't know why. I mean, we didn't have a discussion with the commissioners that would have been, I think, enlightening, and it would have been just plain old, common sense for us, our chairs, our co-chairs, to have had that conversation directly with the commissioners. I don't know why they weren't asked to do that. It makes no sense to me. So I think the process was had good intentions, and I think that the people that worked on it really hard, especially Jesse and Carl, were disappointed in the process itself more than anything else. And so I would suggest that we don't do it that way again. I mean, if you're going to have a task force, you're going to ask the PAB what they think, then you ought to listen to them. And if you're not listening to them, you should tell them why. So it's just common sense. So, and politeness.
Bruce?
I echo what they all said. I was part of the working group too, and I kind of got leveraged into, you've got to help, you've got to give, and we did help, we did give. We actually put for what we were trying to do. We put a lot of time. We debated it back and forth. We all have jobs. We all had meetings. We all came up with something, and we probably even could have lived with the final result. We're more miffed about how we got there. I mean, no one wants to be disagreed with, and we certainly were disagreed with, but we didn't get anything in between that. That's all. It was perplexing and kind of frustrating for everybody, I'm sure.
Paul.
Well, as John said, we kind of segued into the TCUI discussion, and I was kind of here thought I was here to talk about this particular item. So I'm glad we're onto it. So it would be helpful, whether it be yourself, Bruce, or Jesse, or Carl, to speak to exactly what you see as the gap and what your issue is. So if there's one item, two items, I'd like to hear clearly what they are that you're concerned about. I think I know, but I'm not going to assume.
I think like specifically, if we look at some of the items, I guess that we were first off not being able to present the working group what we had worked on directly to the commissioners. So we don't know how how it was delivered, what the context was. As you said, as we said, we asked for minutes or recording of the meeting. We were informed that it was closed. So we don't know how the information was presented and if it was exactly what the working group had put forward. So that was I believe the first. The second, yes, we disagreed with some of the outcomes. I think particularly, opening up the PAB to any processor of Pacific halibut was definitely a form of contention, because obviously there's a lot of questions in there. Like this group was formed primarily by first buyers of Pacific halibut, and opening and associations that have members that represent those first buyers, and that we're okay with. But it's the context of we're processors, first buyers, and potentially having that open to, the way I can see it, sports groups coming in here and using the rationale that, well, we cut halibut on our dock for our customers. That is very concerning, because we could get outvoted very quickly here as processors sitting here at the board just by numbers. I think, and Jesse, if you want to chime in on others.
No, Carl, I think you covered it. I was just going to say, I believe, I don't know the verbiage directly, but there was sort of a removal of, I know as the working group, we had really focused on direct commercial buyers of halibut, referring to processors that buy in those areas. And that was a big removal that sort of surprised us as a group. We were definitely not expecting that. So those words would, I'm trying to find it now, but I do believe we use the words first X vessel buyers for commercial sale of Pacific halibut. So those would be the main words that were removed that we felt like were very, distinguished us as a group, as first buyers and of commercial halibut.
Thank you, Jesse. Peggy?
I agree with what Jesse and Carl have just lined out for you, and would add one other that is kind of a broad change to what you approved, and that is process. And there are 3 components of the process to approve members, to determine timing of officers' term, and to determine the name that we call our officers. So those last 2, I think, are all 3 of these are a little bit minor, but the process is important to maintain the autonomy of this advisory body and clarify what the obligations to the commissioners are that the PAB holds. and what the obligations are that the Secretariat holds. So make that crystal clear, draw a bright line there. As for membership, the process of approving members, the Secretariat has an accreditation that is required and necessary and efficient for the Secretariat to use. That does not, should not automatically approve those applicants into this body. The traditional way that we approve is by vote. And we look at things like ethics, basically. It hasn't happened, but very rarely in the 30 years that PAB has been here. But if there is a company that's applying that looks good on paper and that it's been cheating people, these groups, these individuals will know that. And they'll say, nope, we don't want him to be part of this or her because he's not a fair broker. He's not an honest broker. So that's just an example. And it's a rare time that that would happen, but it's important that this group approves who comes beyond what the tour lists out. Right now, the tour allows for all buyers who process to be a member. It's important that those words that Jesse just said, first ex-vessel buyer, is included in that because that's been our tradition for 30 years. And there's no one here who wants that to be changed. The working group didn't. We have not heard from anyone here who thinks that that's a good idea. And I don't think it would really change how this body thing. Calling our chairs, chair and vice chair, as opposed to co-chair, which is what the conference board does, was included in our request. I think we can live with chair and vice chair, but we wanted it to be co-chairs just because it's more consistent with the other advisory body. And then we haven't had a long discussion about whether we elect officers before the meeting or at the end of the meeting, but that might be something that we'd want to change, to have election of officers at the beginning of the meeting rather than at the end of the meeting. And we included that in our letter to you too. So that's a long-winded way of saying that there is a third issue that we'd like you to consider, and that's process, to the two that Carl's already mentioned.
Thank you, Peggy.
I just want to add, like, having, I think there's been some positives definitely this year by opening up the group to associations that represent first buyers. I think Nicole and Peggy this year have brought a lot of value to the group. So it's nice broadening it, but we want to keep it to first buyer and first buyer groups.
So out of that list of concerns, I think the biggest one I hear is having the membership restricted to first buyers. The other ones to me are, sounds like, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're of lower priority. The discussion that we had as commissioners was that we're looking for inclusivity, and that there are other processors that are not just first buyers. There's not a lot that I know of, but they do process fish and don't see the rationale that they would not be members. And our view is, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but similarly with the conference board, we look for inclusivity across all people that are involved in the process to make sure that everyone has the ability to comment and provide advice to the commission to make informed decisions. And that's the same kind of philosophy that we took with the decision that we made around this group. If there are things that we should focus on the other ones, but that to me is what the biggest one that I hear as far as is the membership. Did you want to add, John?
Yeah, thanks. I agree with everything Paul just said. I will add, on the process issues, I hear you. And our intent certainly was to engage the PAB in providing recommendations on these issues rather than the commission just doing it on our own. But ultimately, it's the commission's decision. This is an advisory body to the commission, and so the commissioners have to weigh opportunities for people to participate, as Paul was indicating, and have processes that work well and are efficient. So yes, we very much wanted the PAB's input, but that doesn't necessarily mean we would do exactly what the PAB ends up recommending. And I think folks understand that. But I certainly acknowledge that, in hindsight, not having the work group have an opportunity to present to the commission and have an opportunity for some exchange on that creates the opportunity for misunderstanding, for lack of trust, and that's not something that we want. So point taken on that. If we enter into a process like this in the future, it probably makes sense to have a little bit more transparency around that. There were some logistical considerations associated with this too, just when the commissioners could get together, taking advantage of a work meeting, which is a closed meeting, but we're all together and able to deal with these issues, and so doing so there. So maybe that aroused some concern that we wanted to exclude people, and that's unfortunate if that's the way it unfolded. As far as opening the PAB to others besides first X vessel buyers, I think Paul captured this very well. Our intent is to not have this be an exclusive club, but be open to anybody on the processing side, essentially, with pretty broad parameters. And the Secretariat's role in that is not to be a gatekeeper, but to look at the rules of procedure that the commission has laid out and advise on whether someone who is applying for accreditation satisfies what's laid out there, and if not, then to ask for more information to see if that can verify whether they should be part of the board. And I recognize, Peggy, your point that that's maybe a departure from how the PAB has operated in the past. But I think the commissioner's feeling was we should lay out what the criteria are, and people should adhere to the criteria, and have that be not a mystery as to why people would be accepted or not accepted. And there could be a fisherman who's a bad actor who wants to be part of the conference board, and I don't. It gets kind of dicey to have the commission be in the place of trying to arbitrate those sorts of situations. So just trying to kind of lay out the criteria and stick to the criteria, recognizing that both the processor board and the conference board are advisory bodies to the commission. They're not decision-making bodies on their own.
Thanks, John. I just wanted to check before Peggy, got your hand up. Jesse, I see that you still have your hand up on screen there. I'm not sure if that was intentional or if you have something to say or if that's leftover.
I do have something to say, if that's okay. I can let others go first if they need.
Go ahead.
Just on the addressing membership, as it's written right now, this is basically saying any distributor within the continental US or Canada, that is, could be a part of the PAB. This is basically saying anybody who processes halibut, which there are, I would guess, thousands of those in the US, could potentially be PAB members. And because we also removed the word commercial from that, now as an association, those sport the sport associations could now also be a part of the PAB. So they could hold membership on both the PAB and the conference board. So I guess those are, I can phrase those more as questions, but is that the intent of the commissioners, is to allow the sport associations to be on both the CB and the PAB? And also that perhaps I'm misunderstanding the accreditation, but the way that it's worded right now, like any of our customers that process halibut in the continental US could now come up and be a part of PAB.
Thank you, Jesse. The commissioners want to respond to that?
I feel a little bit at a disadvantage in that I don't have the rules of procedure in front of me to refer back to as to, the wording on where we landed on that. But we did, and Paul, maybe you can help me remember, we did have some discussion around, impacts for like charter sector, charter operators that are helping their clients to process fish, that sort of thing. And I think our intent was to focus on the commercial side of things.
Yeah, well, there are, I can think of a handful, not even a handful, probably 2 or 3 processors that are not first X vessel buyers. And I see no reason why they would not be a member. But if they wanted to be a member and applied, I see no reason why they would not be accepted. I think the issue about that there's thousands of processors that have bought fish from first X vessel buyers. Like, I don't know what you're referring to specifically. If you're referring to that fish get processed at Costco or something, for example, that they could be a member, it seems highly unlikely to me that that would be the case, that they'd be wishing to come and put forward a request for membership. They're more interested in selling the fish than they are to come here and figure out how the halibut fishery is going to be run. I would suggest if there actually became a problem, there was a whole slew of thousands of people that put up their hands, we may have to come forward and say, we'll take another look at the terms of reference.
Okay, Jesse, you wanted to respond to that?
I guess I'm a little confused about who those 3 processors are versus, I mean, if you could give me an example of a processor that's not a first X vessel buyer, of that might help me understand a little bit better. I do have some examples. I mean, I think there's a lot of processors on the East Coast that buy their own halibut, and then they could come and be a part of our PAB membership now, and they could have a pretty influential impact on our decisions. I guess that's a pretty extreme example, but I'm still kind of struggling to understand why we've opened it up like this. And I guess maybe if you could provide an example of like one of those, the one of the 3 processors that you're speaking of, so I can kind of understand who it is that we're hoping to let in or we're hoping to draw into the group. Because I'm happy. I mean, our group is very small, and I don't want you to think that we're being exclusionary. I'm just I'm a little fearful of the risks of how open this is.
Yeah, fair enough, Jesse. We're not looking to have a PAB membership of 150, and so if it became such that there was an onslaught, we'd have to deal with it. As far as your question about one example, well, there's an example in Nanaimo, BC, and the Chalmers Tribal Council bought a processor that had been a long-time processor of sport fish. They buy and sell fish and process it. So whether they're actually even interested, I have no idea. But that's one example that comes to mind.
Thank you. Peggy, you're going to just give me a second. I wanted to respond to this real quick, and then I'll let you I'm sure the commissioners are likely aware of this, but in Alaska, in almost every coastal community, there is a business with a business license from the state of Alaska that custom processes sport fish. That's what they focus on. And they're scattered all up and down the coast. I'm sure the same in Canada. And I'm sure that given the opportunity, if they had could come and sit on this group and make decisions about setting quotas and all the other things that we get involved with, I'm sure they'd like to have that opportunity. My concern, and I know that some of the other people in this group share that concern, is that the numbers could easily overwhelm the commercial processors, and we would lose our any kind of voting power that we have. We'd just be overwhelmed. So it would be if it's the commission's intent to allow some of those folks on there, you'd have to be very clear, maybe in setting how many people were involved from each sector, and then also determining just setting some sort of definition as to what the qualifications are for those types of operations. And I have a lot of concern because that is a uncontrolled and ever increasing sector of the halibut users group. So, Peggy, go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you both for thoughtful responses to and rationale for doing what you did last September. I would point out a couple of things. One is that in our conversations with the Secretariat during the work group 2 meetings, it was very clear to us that they did not understand the supply chain world. That the difference between ex-vessel purchasers and everyone else up on the supply chain, some of whom are called processors. Your example of native processing would be fine here. We've had them in the past. But the people who buy from the first buyers, so our customers, my members' customers, sitting at this table, whether it's a big chance that would happen or not, that door is open now. And as far as Alaska Seafood is concerned, there's, I'm sure, a waiting list to get on the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute Consumer Advisory Panel. And they're the people that are now eligible to join this group. They're seafood buyers from Costco. They're chefs from chains, from independent restaurants. I think when Jesse and I were understanding what had happened, she said there's hundreds in Alaska alone who would come to this because it's in Anchorage. So I really hadn't thought about the sports issue. I had thought more about the customer issue. And, the word is not out yet, but once it gets out, it could damage what the foundational membership criteria was for this group. The other thing is, when we talk about the conference board, the foundational requirements to be a member of the conference board are so much broader than the PAB. All of the processors here, if they're old enough, used to go to the conference board. They would talk to their fleets. They would try to be part of that group. Some successful, some not so successful. And 30 years ago, Brian Bigler from Ward's Cove said, why don't we just form our own group? Our concerns are different. Our world is different. We buy from them. They're happy. The fishermen go away. We then have to deal with markets, with, currency exchange rates, everything else. So let's start this. And that's how that started. But in the conference board, if a bad player comes in, they have rejected individual association members because they have been unethical. Not often. You can ask Linda how many times it's happened, but she's told me of one time that it happened. So, as I said before, that is such a rare event that I don't want us to get focused on that small thing. It is the principle of it that we choose. We choose using even just that one criteria that may not be known by the secretarial staff who comes and goes, as opposed to these people who live and work. Their fathers were in this business. Their sons are probably going to take this business. We would know. My members would know. The other people sitting around the table would know. Again, it is a process that has been perfectly workable for 30 years. And I don't believe it is exclusive at all. Hannah's members are outnumbered by everyone else. So the idea that Hannah is being exclusive, which I heard a few years ago, holds no water, in my view. And I don't think this group as a group is being exclusive by having first ex-vessel buyer in their requirements. It is as if you were to tell the conference board, a better equivalent on this is if you were to tell the conference board that you don't have to be a fisherman. You could be a trombone player and get in. So I don't think it's a useful equivalent to say that that the conference board is very inclusive and we are not. We were founded on the difference between the conference board as being processors instead of quota holders. And that's what this is. This was a small change that had huge ramifications for us.
Thanks, Peggy. Bob?
Well, Peggy certainly covered everything there. But I also like the idea of the commissioners having that final say. So this board doesn't have to say to their next door neighbor, you're excluded. Paul, your example of the processor in Canada was a perfect example. On the other hand, there's many examples. I've actually had some local sports fishing processors process some of my fish, and the product was unacceptable to me. Now, if they'd been in the commercial world, industrial world, and in sales, they would have soon been excluded. And I don't even think that they had Canadian Food and Inspection Agency approval. So there's the side that Peggy's mentioning where there's these rogue processors that we would know about because they're in our backyard, and you gentlemen of the commission might not know about. So I think recommendation from this board, but to have the finishing result of the commissioners doing the approval is probably the right way to go, if that's acceptable from the events. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Nicole?
I just wanted a quick clarification on whether as the chair's example, custom processors, someone who's processing sport caught halibut for the consumption of that client, not to enter in commerce, would that fall under this definition, or is that precluded because the first sentence is they must be buyers? I just didn't know if that sport caught situation means those folks could be at this table now or not. I didn't hear that answer.
I think our intent was they're buyers. That's why it says buyers.
Yeah, new challenge, whether they buy fish directly from other ex processors, I don't know. They do. So, and then they also process fish that people bring in. So they're doing both. And it would seem to me that under either they would, if they so wish, could be a member here. I think as I indicated earlier, if there became such a large number of people wishing to become membership here, we would have to deal with that. We're not looking to have a large number of people on this board. It becomes unwieldy to do, and I think it's one could put rules in place where that could be dealt with. So I don't know if John and I can have a conversation after this meeting and see if there's other things we want to come back and say after we've had a discussion. But I guess I don't still see the issue with the way that we've tried to provide some room for potentially others to join, which I think to me is probably going to be a small number. And if that becomes not correct, then there's something we'll have to deal with.
I would just expand on that slightly to say, if any of these changes that that the commission has made to the rules of procedure prove to be problematic over time, we can always revisit that. So not only potentially being deluged by prospective members, but if other aspects of this prove problematic, the commission can come back and address the rules of procedure again in the future. So, I guess my suggestion would be, let's give this some time and see how it's working. And if it proves to be troublesome and there are suggestions that the PAB has for refinements, for maybe more than refinements, for other changes, the commission would be open to those.
Thank you, commissioners. So I have Heather, and then John, and then Nicole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like what you just said, John. I think that's the right way to proceed, is if this seems unworkable or if we have bad results, that this would be noticed. But I think going forward, process is important, because we don't want a repeat of this process that wasn't very communicative in nature. And I think, the conversation we're having now is really good, but it would have been really good to have it before decisions were made, in my view. And so I think if we do see that this needs to be revisited, we ought to revisit the process as well. Of course, reserving the rights of the commission to make the final decision, as Bobby said. But also, I think the number of people in any category is not as important as the category itself. And I think what these members are telling you here is, yes, we can take it to the extreme and say we'd be overwhelmed by a category of users that is not appropriate. But I think what they're also saying is that category may not be appropriate. And so I think it's more than just the numbers, it's the category itself, unless I'm wrong. I mean, that's what I'm hearing. And so I didn't want you to kind of think it was just a question of how many of these X people maybe you want around the table, but the fact that there's X people are even part of the process. I think, and I don't feel as strongly about that as others, but I think that's what I'm hearing from members.
Thanks, Heather. John?
Not exactly sure where I want to go with this, but I was here when Brian Bigler formed this group, and I was here prior to that when the processor group would typically show up in the conference board for some period and kind of express their concerns about the marketplace, et cetera. And Brian's frustration with that was we really didn't get anywhere, and we didn't get any input to the commissioners. So that's where his whole idea of the PAB came from. PAG, it was called then. I'm too aware that I don't remember what the issue was. I can't remember how long ago it was. It was 20 plus years. But the conference board used to be about this size body back in the 80s. It was not a big group. And there was something that came along. It was Area 4. I don't remember what the issue was,
but suddenly the conference board grew to about 100 people. And they were all related. The additions was all related to one specific issue. And I guess that's what concerns me. I'm not going to be around very long, so it's okay. But the rest of these folks are going to have to deal with it. But I guess, yeah, for this group, suddenly, if there were to be an issue with sports catch and sports process, and suddenly you had in an Anchorage meeting, you had, I don't know, there are probably 30 plus sports processors on the Kenai Peninsula. It'd be easy enough for them to come here and become part of this group. And suddenly, you know, you're just overwhelmed by a bunch more people and a single issue, and not really maybe relevant to the decisions that the commission has to make. So I don't know, like I say, I didn't know, I'm not sure where I want to go with this, but this group has been around for 29 years. Somehow we managed to survive that long. I know there was a meeting once when there were 5 people there, 5, and 3 of them were the company I worked for. Yeah. And then the Canadians figured it out, and then they started coming in mass. But we've managed to survive this thing and provide, I think, relatively good input that you're not going to get from somewhere else. This is market side input that I think is maybe unique to this crowd. Anyway, I know the group that met, the work group that met, felt very affronted by the fact that, you know, they went through their work, they presented something, and then they just felt like they got shoved off. And I appreciate what you guys have said. I appreciate the fact that you're here. I'm sure you got a ton of other stuff to do. It's much more important. But I just think we need to be this group has worked well. We've managed to figure this thing out and provide what I think has been good input. I just hate to see it change significantly.
Thanks, John. Nicole? Oh, Paul, go ahead. Sorry.
I think John touched on it earlier too, and so I'll just repeat it. It is that, yes, we could have handled the process better, so lesson learned. And I think my earlier comment about, you know, if we see that there is an issue, we will deal with that as well. I'm having a hard time envisioning that there is going to be a large number of people coming forward. If I'm wrong about that, then I think there are ways to deal with it as far as how you could restrict it to a representative rather than individuals. So I think there are ways to deal with it, but I think it's a low probability that we'll have to face that. But if there are, we'll certainly revisit it because we want a workable, functioning advisory process is the bottom line.
Nicole and then Peggy. Okay, Peggy.
I just wanted to give some credit to what I think was the good intention that Dr. Wilson had to expand this group. He saw numbers dwindling. I think the thing that he didn't see is that was happening in the world, that mergers and acquisitions have really hit this sector of the industry hard. And that's why we used to have 35 people here representing 20 different companies before. And now, thanks to one company in Canada, there are, although those companies are operating autonomously for purposes of the PAB, but there are bigger companies that are eating smaller companies up, and that has changed the look of Alaska. So I think when you look at just this, the frame around the advisory body, and see numbers dwindling, it's hard maybe to understand that there is a much bigger frame you should apply and see why the numbers are dwindling here. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thanks, Peggy. Carl?
I guess I just want to touch base on, like, if there is, like, there's a small odd chance that this could spiral and get out of control. But I think that's why we're looking to these rules and clarity in this particular section, because someone then can say, well, then it's being exclusive. And that's where I kind of don't like the idea of it. Well, if it spirals out of control, then we'll deal with it, because then those people that are on the other side of it can turn it around very easily and say, well, now it's being exclusive. So I think that that's why we just are focusing on this piece a little bit, just so there is a certain criteria that we can, all be satisfied with. But I do appreciate everything that you have done and recognize, our concerns so far. So thank you.
Thank you, Carl. So I'll let the commissioners respond any further if they like. If not, I think we'll wrap this conversation up, let them get back to other business. So go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to thank you all and say we really do value the PAB, and apologize if the way we handled this created bad feelings. That was not the intent by any means. Having your engagement in this process is really important, and we do want it to be broad and open to a wide variety of folks in the processing sector, and that's why we broadened the criteria a bit. But again, I'll as this year's chair for another 2 days or whatever it is, I'll take ownership of our bumpiness in the process and not providing a better avenue for the working group to have direct interchange with the commission and have the opportunity for that kind of exchange and better understanding of different positions on issues, and we'll aim to do a better job of that in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I could probably speak for all of the group here that we certainly recognize the hard work that you guys put into this, and nobody feels like there's any malintent here. And we appreciate the Secretariat, Dr. Wilson, all the effort that you guys are doing, and thank you for coming down and responding and listening to us on this. It's important. So thank you. On that note, I think maybe we'll break for lunch. Let's return at, we don't have a lot of left on the agenda. I think if we returned at 2, that would be fine. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch, chance to think about some things. So next thing on the agenda is to pick back up the catch limits discussion. We haven't had a motion on the floor in a second. We tabled that. We'll bring it back up for discussion. Heather, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's get it on the screen before we. I will say that as far as I can tell, I was just in the conference board, as were a bunch of others here, looking at what they're doing, and this motion was just made right at the beginning of the afternoon session. The same motion, which came from sort of the U.S. discussions and sort of compromises amongst the U.S. areas, and they were speaking to the rationale for each of the areas, and I can't tell if it's going to pass or not. I think it probably will, but I don't know that. So I'll get an update here and let you know. But I believe it's the same motion as I made and that we'll see on the screen. So there has been a lot of talk about a different approach, and that would be a 10% or some percentage decrease in TCEY, with the decrease being felt equally amongst all areas. And I know that's one way to do it. I don't personally believe that that's the right way to do it, for the reasons that I've kind of already stated. I'll sort of recap that. One, the main reason, I guess, is that it does not adhere to the science-based modeling that results in the distribution of the biomass among the different among the different areas. Is that a,
For-
is that a?
Sorry,
we
if
asked my
someone
thought.
in the room has just joined the meeting online as well, please mute your speaker. Thank you.
Anyway, so that's kind of the main reason. But the other reason is, as I've said earlier, is that, you know, each of the areas has their own socioeconomic issues. And I think, as I said, also that it's particularly keen for some of the sport fish guys. And I'm hearing that there's not maybe not a lot of sympathy for sport fish guys around the table, but it is kind of a community issue for me. And, you know, who I work for, it's all about communities and whether communities are going to live or die. And some of these bigger ones are, you know, going to be okay. Some of the smaller ones, they're suffering already and they're going to suffer more. So that's what I guess I care about, and the people I work with care about the most. So I stand by this motion. It is embodying the result of a lot of discussion on the US side. And I understand that it's not doing that for the Canadian side. And the Canadians are speaking out loud and clear over the conference board, asking for a 10% cut across the board, I believe, as far as I can tell, felt equally in all areas. And again, it's up to this group as to how they want to go. If people really think that they want to go with a 10% cut or a deeper cut felt equally amongst all areas, then, you know, there's no need to vote on this, because I don't want to fly in the face of, you know, what this group wants to do and push through something that isn't going to make it. So that's kind of my spiel. I'm happy to answer any questions. I can give the rationale that's being given in the conference book, because that's being developed through the discussions as well. But if people want me to, I can do that. But if it's not going to go where I want it to go, I don't really feel the need to do that. I've just given the rationale for the approach, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Heather. Steve?
I don't mean this to be contradictory or anything other than just clarifying what I'd heard earlier from the commission. It seemed that their advice was for us to pick a high level overall reduction. And by that, I understood them to mean that they would take care of the individual regions and allocate that out. So, and what I mean by that is we come up with 8% overall reduction is what we feel comfortable with. And they will take care of it area by area, because they won't really take our recommendation area by area anyway. That's what I heard them say.
That's not what they said, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Well, that's not what the U.S. commissioner said. He said that he valued the experience and the knowledge and the understanding of the individual areas that are around this table. That's what I heard. But I'm sure they will do what you just said, regardless, because I think they did it in the straw man that you saw earlier. And that's where this came from, is that straw man that kind of changed a few numbers here and there based on socioeconomic and market considerations in the various areas. So, and the Canadian commissioner said the exact opposite. He said that he believes, and this is what I heard, again, you can correct me, Canadians, but he said that he thought he favored, or he did favor a 10% cut, I think he said, across the TCY in the coastwide TCY, and that it should be felt equally by all areas. Whereas the U.S. commissioner said the opposite of that. He favored an overall cut that was divided according to the FIS and according to other factors amongst the areas. And I think that's where he's clearly going. And so I do see this agreement between the two commissioners, which I understand, and I fully expected that. But I think that they would value the advice that comes from this group and from the conference board, because that's what we're here for, you know, in my view.
And I just had one other thing to say, briefly on the sport fisherman thing. I do have compassion for that. I believe it's our task to speak for as a processor, and that we can rely on the sport fishermen to advocate for themselves in those issues.
Yeah, well said.
All right. Thanks, Steve. John?
Can you tell us, Heather, the -5, -1, -3, -6, what is the overall? Is it, as I say there, as I can't see. What's the overall cut? Yeah. What does it say? So it's a 4.5% cut. What you're proposing is a 4.5% cut.
Mike. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. So yeah, it's 4.5% across the board, but it's divided amongst the areas not the same. And the reduction in pounds from 2023 is right under that, 1.65 million.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, John.
Despite what I said earlier, I'm willing to go along with your idea. I just think the number needs to be more than 4.5%. I think it needs to be at least 8%. And it is all arbitrary. It's all arbitrary. It could be whatever. But I just think we've been here too long hearing that this resource is not in great shape. And we've just continued to disregard that information, that info. And my feeling is if we're at 4.5, we need to be at 7.5. And however that number works out is fine with me, but I think the number needs to be bigger.
Mr. Chairman.
Heather?
And so then you would propose then an amendment that would make the overall change in the TCEY a bigger number, whatever that may be, and
Yes.
then have it divided pro rata according to these percentages amongst the regions.
Yes.
Or amongst the areas. Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Well, go ahead and make that amendment, I guess.
Is that a friendly amendment?
No. But that's okay.
Okay, we have somebody online that would like to speak up. Nick?
Yeah, thanks, Norm. So just a couple points. One, Heather, you kind of spoke about how a reduction by a couple percent would have pretty monumental impacts in the socioeconomic status in the area. I find it kind of ironic how you're proposing an 11.5% reduction in 2B, which is almost double 4A and 4B, and 4CD. So that's one point. And then two, the second point, just kind of going back to the big picture about a coast-wide reduction versus an area by area by area. So I think I don't really feel comfortable putting forward opinions on what the specific TCEY should be for each area in Alaska, because I'm not very familiar with all the intricacies and how the catch sharing program works. And I feel like somewhat the same is true for most Americans in Canada, right? Like we're just not super familiar with how the catch share program works in our non-respective areas. So I think in that side, and also kind of saving us a little bit of time and maybe frustration, agreeing on an overall TCEY reduction, and which I think we're all in favor of. And it just sounds like we just need to kind of figure out whether it's, 7.5%, 8%, 5%, 10%, whatever. And there can be discussion on that. But again, if we just want to vote on Heather's proposition as it is now, I think it's going to go straight against country lines. If we want to make a friendly amendment, or just remove that motion and get one that's a total reduction coast-wide. I mean, again, I've 11.5% reduction in 2B versus 1%, 3%, 3%, 6% is just, again, this is just going to be contentious for everybody. So that's my comment.
May I respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Heather. And then Tyler is online, wants to speak up too.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Okay, so as you can see at the bottom, the result of those reductions across the different areas is a Canadian share of the coastwide TCEY of 17%. And right now it's at 18.3. And the commissioners, the Canadian and the US commissioners, are locked in a negotiation that's been going on for a long time to try to change that. Taking it to 17 gets it a little bit closer to what the actual distribution of the biomass is in the Canadian area. And it also goes along with some of the attempts that the U.S. commissioners have made to change that that distribution in the minds of the Canadian delegation. So, it kind of embodies some of the things that the U.S. commissioners have been trying to do in their negotiations with Canada. It's not a gigantic drop in the percentage of the coastwide TCEY, and it is along the lines of the science that the IPHC lives by, even though I understand that the Canadians don't accept some of that. I understand that that's why they don't like the idea. I get that. So as far as having a different approach, as I said, I recognize there is one, but this motion's on the floor. It hasn't been amended yet.
Tyler, and then John.
You guys got me?
Yes, sir. Just fine.
Okay, great. I thought I'd just lend my voice here because I feel like I'm thinking about this all, quite differently than everyone else here. I think really when you boil down everything, the best tool we got to look at is the harvest decision table, which I know we all have spent time going over. But I think really the gold standard is the reference F43. That's what I believe the scientists have basically put forward as a guiding light. I mean, for lack of a better term, it seems like it's the new version of the blue line from years back. And when I look at it just as a reference point, the status quo, I think the argument is fairly easy to make that if we go with something like the status quo again, it is taking a very conservative approach. It's 20%, 24% drop from what the reference F43 guiding light is, and when you look at the risk tables at it, fishing at a status quo level, more likely than not, it's going to cause the spawning biomass to grow over the next few years. So I don't want to just go down because the data says so, and because conditions have been poor out there when really we're already quite a bit lower than what these reference points are. So I don't think I'm going to convince anyone to this point, but I mean, I'd hope to nudge us a little bit away from something like a 10% drop and keep it a little bit more modest. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Tyler. Go ahead, Heather.
I was having a hard time hearing that and understanding. Can you kind of summarize, Tyler?
Yeah, sorry, maybe I'm not coming through loud and clear here. I guess just the broadest summary is fishing at a status quo level would be, fishing intensity of F51 compared to the main reference point of an F43 fishery. It's, a status quo would be 24% lower than what that reference point is. And I think, fishing at a status quo intensity is supported by the risk tables as, it shows that the spawning biomass should grow if we're fishing at that level. So I guess I'm just arguing, people aren't going to agree with me to be at the status quo level, but I would just hope we don't do something as large as a 10% drop. So hopefully that all came through clear.
Any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman, do you? Oh, okay. I was just.
I think there's somebody online still.
Oh, okay.
Kit,
Okay.
are you wanting to speak?
to Ian Stewart over the last 3 days or whatever it is, he keeps saying that we are fishing at a conservative level. So I don't want to do too big a knee-jerk reaction. But at the same time, he also throws in there that there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of hopefuls. We're like someone was saying, we're hoping for that lottery, that recruitment lottery. But I mean, I think that we should also take into account that I mean, we are fishing conservatively, and we have been for a few years now. Thank you.
Thanks, Kit. John, and then Bruce.
So Heather, I'm just trying to figure out, I thought the 2B number I wrote down was minus 5%, 5% drop. And this shows 11.5%. What is this is what you're recommending? Yes, this is your motion. I'm just trying to figure out what the motion is. I must have had it wrong.
This is the motion, yes.
I wish I could see it.
It is not the same as the straw man that you saw earlier from John Kyland, if that's what you're wondering about.
Okay, Bruce, and then Nicole.
Yeah, well, this proposed is going to just divide this room by countries. It's if that's what we take out of here, it'll be a Canada versus US vote, as John so eloquently described a few times this morning, and it'll go to the commissioners and they'll duke it out. But I mean, that's too extreme on the Canadian side, and there's no Canadian processors here that are going to agree to that. I mean, you know that putting it up there, so I'm just saying the obvious.
Nicole, and then Carl.
I just wondered to clarify, based on a few comments ago, what is the Canadian share of the biomass from this past year's survey? 13.9%. Thank you.
Just to respond, I'm, as I said when I first put this up, this is like a starting point. This is kind of the result of U.S. conversations, and it reflects the frustration of the U.S. stakeholders with the Canadian position. I mean, that's just a fact, and I can't change that, And so you can change it by suggesting different numbers. You can amend this. It's a starting point as a means of discussion. And so that's what I would say.
Thanks, Heather. Carl?
I think just the Bruce is like, if it sort of reading the room here and which way it's going to go. And I agree. It seems like there's going to be a divide. And as Canadians, we would be outvoted, but there is a way in the report to vocalize that on what our position would be as Canadians. So that could be another option. If maybe as a group we could come up with, a comfortable reduction, like on a TCAY, and then if everyone wants to, the US side wants to go hash out individual areas, and Canadians, we can sort of sit back and disagree with it. That could be another option.
I think we have Greg, and then Bob, and then Steve.
So am I reading the room correctly in saying that the Canadian side would be that the only position that you would really accept that if the U.S. side is one vote, it would be a 10% reduction, or across the board, same reduction in all areas. Is that a kind of a fair statement?
I think yes, from our delegation side on the direction. I'm not saying it's 10%, but a sort of level across the board reduction, each shared equally.
Bob?
Okay, you guys. No, so I don't think that's a message to send out. That's kind of just, but even Greg, I don't want to get personal, but what would you, if I said to you, you should take 3 times less than me. You know, I mean, that we're just playing weird games here. Let's look at it sensibly. So enough on that. I don't want to approach it that way. I want to approach it sensibly. Like, so if we want to make some reductions that are going to be sensible, well, just get out your calculator. It's like I always say, fish stocks are just a bank account. That's all they are. You can only take the principal. I mean, you can only take the interest. You can't take the principal. And right now we're having a hard time with that because we're not getting much interest come in. So if you look at the numbers up there and you look at the amount of fish that comes out of each area, the smartest thing would be to take a slightly higher percentage out of the large volumed areas. It just makes perfect sense. And then the areas that are struggling, and you know, then you take less from them. You know, there's the Washington, the lower 48 area 2A, you know, that we don't mess with. So that's makes sense. And, you know, there's always problems up in area 4B, 4CD. I don't know. I'm just throwing out that. I mean, why would you put the area that has the most fish at 3%? Am I reading that right? 4%, 3%. Anyhow, suggestion.
Thanks, Bob. Steve?
Is this spreadsheet functioning, and what values can we change? Can we start playing with this and putting some values in there, and let's see where we get? And maybe we set a ground rule of no more than, I don't know, 10% reduction for any one area, and let's start there and see if we can make some progress.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's still functioning. It is? Okay.
You just have to tell me
It was
how
when
it works. So tell me what cells to edit, and I can edit it in real time.
Go ahead, Bob.
Maximum. Like you just suggested, Steve, is it? Sorry. Yeah. You know, make a maximum 7%. I mean, sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing it from my dangle here, but I mean, Canada's the only one that's around 10% there. And, you know, sorry if I'm saying Canada, area 2B, and everyone else is below 5. Well, wow, let's make a maximum of 7% and then work with that. And you could probably even get away with saying the full 7 for Canada. And we'd probably go, you know, we might get a vote yes from us. So
Okay, so where I stand right now, in just a second, Peggy, is that we have a motion that's been seconded. We've discussed it at length. I don't disagree that we should maybe play around with the numbers and see if we can get some satisfaction, but I don't think that the motion's going to be withdrawn. So we should have a vote, figure out where we stand on the motion, and then start over again if it fails. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's, as I said a couple times now, if people want to change the numbers and make a motion, they say, let's move that we have a, you know, let's amend this to say, let's do a maximum of 7 and try putting 7 in instead of minus 11.5. And everybody says, okay, let's try that. And then we see where it goes. I mean, otherwise we're going to have to put a whole new framework on the board so that people can see. Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't think we do. I think we just take what's up there and then we just start changing numbers around, but that's going to be different than the motion that you have already.
No, that's okay.
If you're
Okay.
good with a friendly amendment, then we can go.
We don't need to do it friendly amendment, but
Okay.
if that makes you more comfortable, I can say, okay, let's do a friendly amendment.
Okay, Tyler, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just, thinking back to years past in the meeting documents, it seemed like there used to always be a TCEY harvest levels published by the by the IPHC that goes area by area at different risk levels. And I haven't seen anything like that this year. I don't know if anyone else has, or if that's been moved, or if anyone knows what I'm talking about. But seeing something like that, I think, would be helpful for our discussion. So we can see really what IPHC staff is seeing area by area, because it's not as simple as just looking at the survey data. There's moving biology and changing dynamics in this fishery. So is anyone following me? Does anyone know that document I'm talking about, and if you've seen anything like it this year?
Go ahead, Heather.
They didn't do that this year. They didn't.
Yeah, and I don't quite get why, because I think it's really helpful to see.
Peggy?
So first of all, Tyler, we could have Ian do that for us. The reason that he didn't do that ahead of time is because the commissioners asked him, since they were in these sensitive negotiations about the interim agreement, not to do that. So we certainly could ask him to do that until we're satisfied. I did want to ask the chair if he wanted to share the percentage that he got with this motion, using Alaska, comparing the difference in the percentages from 2023 to 2024 in Alaska alone, so that we could compare apples to apples there.
Yeah, I think it'd be great to see personally. I mean, in my mind, it would be good to ask for, an area by area list from them based on, a 5% reduction, and kind of use that for a little bit of guidance here in our discussions.
Thanks, Tyler. So just quick math. I threw up there for the Alaska regions. If you add up all the percentage of decreases from 23 to the proposed 24 for Alaska as across the Gulf, that's a 23% reduction in catch. And I know that I bring that up because Canada's struggling with the 11.5%. We have a lot bigger area. I realize that, but it is a pretty significant reduction in catch. So just want to call that out. Bruce, you had a comment?
Yeah, I don't understand what you just said, Norm. First of all, I'd like to.
So if you just add up the percentages and the reductions, that's all I did. The TCY adjustment from 2023, and then the 24 recommended reductions. Yeah, okay, I ended up the wrong row is what I did. But if you did quick math, at 12, 16, 19, 20% changed from 2023 at the top. It's for the entire state. So if you did area by area, you added it all up as a total. Go ahead, Peggy.
So the way that I did it was to add all of the actual millions of pounds, except Canada and Area 2A, and just compare those subtotals from 2023 to 2024. And it was 23 and change anyway, just a little over 23% lower than 2023.
Thanks. Go ahead, John.
Well, so I'm not following your math either, Norm, because I get that you're adding all those percentages, but you need to average those percentages, I think, to figure out what the percentage drop in each area is. Yeah. So, but when you drop to 23, that's millions of pounds. It's not 23%.
It was 23% lower than the millions of pounds in 2023. So 2023 was 36.97 million pounds. If you reduce that number to just reflect Alaska's poundage, and then do the same subtraction with 2024's projected, just reduce the 35.32 and then compare those two numbers, which are significant. It's reflective of Alaska's potential poundage. The difference between the two is 23%.
I'm struggling because I
But
can't.
that's not how. No. That's not how it works. So if you take the percentage reductions at 1%, 3%, 6%, 6%, 4%, then you add those together with those new areas with those respective percentage changes. Then you add that and you divide by 35.32. You get a 3% reduction across Alaska. You can't add up the incremental differences. That's not how statistics works.
So why wouldn't it work if you use millions of pounds?
Well, that was kind of my point too, is I couldn't figure out how we're getting to 23%.
Yeah, it's
Each
not.
year.
You're not really using math right in that situation.
Okay.
And I'm frustrated by this, Mr. Chairman, because I can't read what's up there. So either we need to make it bigger if we can, or I'll just continue to be frustrated.
Not meaning to throw another log on the fire. Bob.
Fellow participants, I'm reaching out to you to entertain the idea of everybody in this room taking their area, their own area, wherever it might be. Somebody might have a favorite area that, like John, you manage many areas, but you might have a favorite area. Everybody here take their area. Of course, we would be 2B, myself and Bruce, and say what you would give up. Let's put that number up there. And it doesn't have to be compared to the person in the area beside you. Can be whatever you want. We all know that we need to make a reduction. We all know that under 5% is pretty useless. So that's I give that out to you. Thank you.
Heather?
As a fellow participant, yes. I like that idea, kind of. Maybe that works better. What I would recommend, and maybe I'm a stickler for process here, but it would be really good if somebody wants to do it a different way, they should make a substitute motion, and then that will be fine. I just kind of want to keep it straight, you know? So if you want to make that substitute motion, it would, if it passes, it would make my motion go away, which is fine. I was just trying to get a framework on the table because we don't have one from the IPHC this year. So if you want to make a substitute motion, I think that would be procedurally the way to do it. Is that right, Mr. Chairman? I mean, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but that's kind of the way I'm seeing it.
Bruce?
Yeah, I like that idea. I think Heather threw this out to start the fight and said multiple times, let's get at it. You know, and we don't need to have friendly or unfriendly anythings, just get talking, right? And she said, this is a starting point. We're at a starting point. Clearly, some people like it better than others. Obviously, read the numbers. So I think Tyler knows more about this than a lot of us. And I think his suggestion to have Ian Stewart give us some backfill us with some analytic data would help break the ice here a little bit. And we need to bring in some experts to bring some more gray matter into this discussion for sure. That's what I think. I'd like to see Ian Stewart come in here.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. We're reaching out to see if we can get Dr. Stewart into the room, and Nick's online. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, just further to Heather's point, I can make a new motion, and my motion would be I move to reduce the total TCEY across coast-wide by 7.5% for all areas, with the exception of 2A, based on the 2023 numbers.
Okay, so we have a motion to reduce total catch, coastwide catch, 7.5%. Yep, Bob seconded. Discussion?
I just have a question. Is it part of the motion that it would be taken equally from all areas? It's a 7.5% reduction in all areas. Is that correct? Is that the motion?
Coastwide, I think.
With
I know,
exception to 2A, I believe.
Except
Yeah.
section 2A.
Okay, so thank you. That's a motion. Yeah, I'm going to oppose that. I'll oppose that motion.
Peggy.
Thank you, Chair. I would suggest that we include a phrase that says after the 7.5% of the 2023.
I would be okay with that.
The motion would be to reduce the coastwide TCEY by 7.5% of the, lower than the TCEY for 2023.
I second.
Yep. Okay. Yes, we have a second. Okay.
Norm, I'd just like to clarify the motion to make sure we have it correct. So move to reduce coastwide TCEY by 7.5% from 2023 numbers for all areas except for 2A. Did I capture that correctly?
Yeah, except for maybe the number, like where it says numbers at the end, maybe change that to TCEYs. I think that was what Peggy suggested, just to make it more more clarified.
Okay, sorry, multiple people were talking. So move to reduce coastwide TCEY by 7.5% for 2023 TCEYs for all areas except for 2A.
I think I heard you say for 2023 instead of from. Okay. Can you put that up on the screen?
Mr. Chairman?
Heather?
I think just procedurally, it would be really good to see what that looks like. And so it would be helpful to have somebody who's capable of doing that to show us on the screen what those resulting numbers would be. Otherwise, I think we're kind of barking in the dark. I do see that.
Yeah, Dr. Stewart is here, so maybe we can get him up to the table and talk this through.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could make a comment.
Go ahead.
I understand that the maker of the motion can make a statement first, and I get that, but I just wanted to say the reason I would not probably support something like that is what I've been saying all along, was because taking an equal amount from every area doesn't cut it for me, either science-wise or economic, social consideration-wise, and I'm going to stick to that. So that's why I would be objecting to that equal parts from every place. It doesn't make any sense to me. And so I'm expecting other people to speak up on that issue. They haven't thus far, but I'm hoping that there's some support for that kind of an approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Susan, did you want to speak? No?
I just was asking if we could have the motion in writing up there so we could read it for clarification instead of having it repeated multiple times.
Okay, we're working on that. Greg?
I was wondering if I could ask Dr. Stewart a couple questions.
Yes.
Good to see you again, Ian. It's been a long time. So there's a chart, slide 33, the stock status, effective fishing. So right now we're looking at our spawning biomass being under 200 metric tons or pounds. What's the number where we don't get to fish anymore? If we're our spawning, what's the number of spawning biomass that we're done?
So it depends, because our control rule is in relative biomass, not in an absolute measure. So when we get to 30% of the biomass that we would estimate to be there in the absence of fishing, that's when we would back things off. Because that number has been going down, that number at which we would cut things off has also been going down. So it's going to depend on the recruitment and how the recruitment and biology play out over the next several years.
Just to follow up on that. So I read below that slide that the fishery CPUE dropped more than expected between 2022 and 2023. This translated to 11% decrease in the estimated 2023 spawning of biomass compared to last year's assessment. So would that say if we had a situation where that would have decreased 30%, that we would have then been in that threshold? Or am I not reading that? Am I apples and oranges?
Sort of apples and oranges.
Okay.
That was a decrease relative to last year's estimate, but the estimate in the absence of fishing is also different. So both of those things changed. They're, in a relative sense, we're at the same place we were last year. We're at 42% of that unfished level.
Okay. So we've got a 12% buffer, more or less.
John?
I just want to follow up on Greg's questions, comments. It's a 12% buffer, but it's always relative to how that spawning biomass changes. And remind me again how the spawning biomass changes. How do we measure that?
So we're measuring the spawning biomass. It's an estimate from the stock assessment, and the things that are affecting that are recruitment, the fish we have in the pipeline, growth, how fast they're growing on a year-to-year basis, and that we measure every year by a size at age, and the maturity rates of those fish. And as I've mentioned, we have a historical maturity schedule that we apply to the fish, but that is a source of uncertainty this year, given that we are focused on a single year class. If that single year class is ahead of or behind the maturity schedule, then we won't know it right away. So that is another point of uncertainty. But those are the main things that are driving the spawning biomass estimates.
I'm just trying to think about the spawning biomass is not an absolute number, it's a relative number. That is to say, every year it could change based on those things you just described.
Almost. The spawning biomass is an absolute number. So the estimate from this year is 174 million pounds from the stock assessment, and that is an absolute number. But our reference points are in a relative sense. So when we're comparing that to B30, that B30 is a relative reference point. So we're comparing that 174 to the value that would have occurred in 2024 in the absence of fishing. In 2025, the value that would occur in the absence of fishing isn't going to be the same value that we're estimating for 2024. And so that ratio can change. But what we're measuring in that equation is the effect of fishing. So we're focused on how much have we reduced the stock from where it would have been due to fishing. If the stock goes down due to size at age or due to recruitment, then that doesn't trigger our reference points. We trigger our reference points by fishing, by the effect of fishing.
Okay, I think I followed that. But all that is based on this input that we provide, and a fair portion of that is our best guess.
Yes, to the degree the assessment represents our best guess, for sure.
Which I guess I have to say that comes back to what I think I've been trying to say all along. When we're getting to these lower numbers of spawning biomass, and we have a year class we're counting on, that could be the amount of mature fish in there could be variable by a lot. There's a much higher risk, in my view, right now than there would be otherwise if we had 2 or 3 recruitment years we were counting on. We're hanging a lot on this 2020-12 year class and on our estimate that 42% of those fish are sexually mature. Anyway.
Greg and then Nicole.
I really like when you come in here. I gotta be honest here. And I always ask for absolute numbers, and that may not be possible. So I had 2 questions. One is, if that 174 million pounds of spawning biomass with that 2012 year class being 42% sexually mature, do we know what that spawning biomass would be if it was, in the worst case scenario, 80% matures? The first part of the question. And the second part of the question is, based on the numbers we have this year, what was the number of pounds of spawning body mass where we would not be able to fish this year? So is it 150 million? I mean, if it would have come back with the information, is it 150? Is it 130? Or is that even a feasible number to create?
Just calling that up. So no.
And just so you know, John said I stumped you, and I said never.
So that number for this year would be 124 million pounds. We were below 124, we'd be below our B30 reference point.
Greg?
One more follow-up. I promise I'll shut up. And the reason I'm pushing on this so hard is, in I think it was 1997, I fished Opies, and we had a 224 million pound Opie quota. And it was amazing. Everything was great in the Bering Sea. La da da da. We are now shut down, 3rd year in a row. And not saying that's where we're going, but having seen that and been part of that historically, that's the reason I'm asking these questions. And it's the reason why I feel that it's our responsibility to be very cautious, because the fact that we have the possibility of that 2012 year class being 80% sexually mature would have put us out of business. It gives me a great pause on being anything but cautious. Thank you, Ian.
Nicole?
I guess along those same lines, and maybe Dr. Stewart, you could just tell me if I'm looking at the right table, the stock status decision table for spawning biomass. And so, like, the discussion has been around, should we take a 5% reduction in the coastwide TCEY versus a 10% or something more? And so I'm focused on that table to look at what are the effects on spawning biomass and dipping below the SB30, which is the no fishing threshold. What are our risks if we take a 5% cut versus a 10% cut? And I'm not seeing any difference until possibly 2026. And then there's a 1% difference between those 2 thresholds. So I'm just trying to put some context around what real difference fishing mortality makes in the realm that we've even been discussing. And for risk of dropping below SB30, I don't see any. And I'm not making some big statement. I just want to know, am I looking at the right thing?
You are. There isn't an appreciable change in risk of dropping below that B30 reference point across the middle of the decision table. And that is effectively being driven by our uncertainty in the stock. That there's, even at very low catches, there's still a chance that we could drop below that, but that doesn't change rapidly until we get to very high catch rates. So I think the response that you see for reductions around the status quo occurs with regard to stock trend, with the status quo being a 45% chance of stock decline and a 10% reduction being a 35% chance of stock decline over the next 1 to 3 years.
And 5% at 40% chance.
That's right.
Thank you for that explanation. And Mr. Chair, I have a medical appointment that I cannot miss. So I have to leave, and apologize that it comes in the middle of this very important conversation. just to put on the record, I do support using the stock assessment and the data by area in order to make cuts by area. I think that's what we were asked to do. And I just haven't seen results from the IPHC that doesn't do that. So I'm in support of that. And somewhere for coastwide TCEY, in 5 to 7% cut overall. But those are just my statements. It won't matter at all because I won't be here for the vote. But okay, thank you. I'll give my proxy to Heather.
Nicole, would you please email me that you've given your proxy to Heather? I do need it in writing. Thank you.
I just want to say thanks for being here, Nicole. We appreciate your input. Bob?
I always have this feeling of I'll just wait till Heather's available. I always have this feeling of statesmanship when we're in these meetings, if that's a word. Making a motion that we can vote on and get some positive results. So Heather, what do you think? And actually I should be asking Nick Harris, the craftsman of this motion, that possibly we could amend it a little bit more so it somehow reflects area dynamics. So it's a question to Nick, actually, who made the motion, Nick Harris.
Yeah, I think, Bob, the thing is, it's just as two beers, I don't know how much expertise I can give to 2C or 3A or a 3 beer on how they need to allocate or reduce their catch, right? And the stock is so dynamic and it swims from California up to the Bering Sea and all in between. And it's just tough to, I think when you look at it area by area, it's based on certain times of the year, certain tides, certain weather patterns, you're going to have different results when you test it, right? And that's just the nature of the Pacific Ocean. We don't know what's happening underneath the water all the time. So again, I'm just also trying to move this forward and with regards to what Commissioner Rael said, looking at this big picture, I know the commissioners are more than qualified to go and dissect this area by area. So I would prefer just to stick on a 50,000 foot view and go on a TCEY basis, on a total TCEY basis. And I believe that's kind of our best approach. Personally.
Thank you, Nick. Bob?
Just to respond, excuse me, right now, rather than trying to change it and get Heather's vote, because I thought we could even add her area in alongside 2A, since it isn't a lot of impact in pounds. But it's either that or we just don't get Heather's positive vote. Thank you.
Heather?
Mr. Chairman, is it going to be possible to see what the outcome of this would be on all the areas? I would think that would be useful.
Dr. Stewart, would you be able to help us generate that?
Yeah, I can. So this would be a flat 7.5% reduction area by area for everything except 2A. Yeah, I can do that right now.
Mr. Chairman, can I? Yeah.
Go ahead, Heather.
I appreciate what Bobby said. Thank you. I think that we should try to reflect what most of the people here want to do. And I agree with, I think it was it Nick who was speaking up in the sky when he said that the commissioners are perfectly capable of determining the area by area numbers. I think that's true, and I think they will. But I thought, giving them advice is a good idea. But yeah, I mean, that's all. I'm happy to give them advice directly. Precisely.
Thanks, Heather. I was sort of gonna follow up. You kind of addressed it, but at the end of the day, we're tasked with making a recommendation, and likely as something as volatile as this topic is, not everybody's gonna get on the same page. So it comes down to a majority vote, and that's what we send out of the room. So we're gonna have to get there. We'll get through. As soon as Ian works up his sheet, we can take a look at it, and then we can have a little more discussion, and then make a vote. Yes, go ahead, Mark.
I just have a question. Historically, has there ever been a time that each area was decreased by the same amount? I've been to these meetings for 30 years and I don't remember it, but that's
not that I'm aware of, but things
there's
always
certain
can
areas-
change.
There were certain areas, between 2C and 2B over the years where, to me, it's the same fish, but that's a whole nother different argument. There were drastic deductions in 2C and not in 2B. So I was just thinking historically, what if that's ever happened before? So
I think the thing to note is that we're at a historic low in the resource, and that kind of leads to maybe some radical thinking.
But if the radicals thinking everybody takes the same deduction, that to me is really radical.
Well, maybe not everybody taking the same deduction. We'll see what the group wants to do when we get to that point. But recognizing that everybody is wanting to take, thinking that we should take a significant deduction across the board. I don't know if that makes sense. I mean, to me, the biggest item in this room is going forward is that we make a recommendation about what we think needs to happen with the resource. And I think every single one of us is quite concerned about what the status of that is, and that we need to, put forward the thought where we're at as a majority of where that percentage needs to be to address that concern. First Bruce, then Greg, and then John.
I agree with you on that. It's a radical thing. We're hearing a lot of radical things. We're hearing from science this year. It doesn't really matter what we do. That's what I'm hearing. We could not fish. We could fish the same. We could fish a bit less. Nothing's going to change anything very much. So this kind of mitigates one area feeling too much pain. I think it's a good proposal. I recognize that we've never done it before, and it certainly doesn't follow any science or biology guidelines, but it seems like a way that we can all satiate our desire to help without hurting anybody too badly. It's radical, though. I don't disagree.
Greg?
So I think I'm kind of following along what you're saying. And so I guess my question to the group is, we have a tendency of getting hung up in our area, and everybody has, it's like their baby, it's like their grandkid or their kid or whatever, or your favorite dog in my world. We all have what's important to us. And so my suggestion for conversation was, what if we came out with a agreement that says the PAB supports this TCEY, and we leave it to the commissioners to divide it accordingly, because that's what they're going to do anyway. And we recognize that we feel as a group that we feel the stock needs to go down substantially. I think 10%, but we've got 7.5% on the board, and we just don't dig into the areas. And I just thought about that. So I'm putting that out there.
I thought that's what I said this morning.
Did it?
And do you feel like this motion speaks to that?
Well, I think we need to add language to it where we don't divide it up by area. We just say, the PAB, supports a 7.5% reduction from the 2023 TCEY, and we leave it to the commissioners to allocate the areas as they're going to anyway. I mean, I obviously am not a good amendment writer, but I mean, that's kind of the spirit of the language.
John and then Peggy.
I think I'm passing.
Peggy?
Well, one way we could do that is to bifurcate this motion, as I suggested earlier. And I would, after what everyone has been saying, I would vote in favor of this motion if it said move to reduce coastwide TCEY by 7.5% from 2023's numbers, period. I would support that. If we did a second motion, separate but equal, not a minority report, but just a separate motion that said the members supported this number in these certain areas, and go with that as we can work out. That will be the bloody battle. But to take a 7.5% cut coastwide, I think is easy.
Bruce?
Doesn't that put us back to what Heather said? Heather was 4.5% down and it had 2B going down 11.5%. So I don't know that that would get support in this room. One saying coastwide, one saying individually. And there's a big difference between those two. And the coastwide one doesn't work, in my opinion, and the individual one does. So there's a big difference between those two. You take that
Let
out.
me just respond to that. So I'm just to respond to that, I'm sorry. I'm suggesting we do two motions. We haven't ever done that before, as I recall, but we've had discussions where it's taken that form, where we've looked at the coastal first and then tried to fit it in on a regulatory area. So I'm suggesting two motions. The first one might be easy. It would be just a single percentage for the final total. The second one would be tough. And I'm not saying it would be Heather's motion or if it would be someone else's motion, other ideas. Maybe we would come back to 7.5% cut in most areas. But I just want to get out of here too at 5 o'clock, and I don't want to give the commissioners nothing. So a coastwide would be the first step in that.
Steve?
Do we not have a working spreadsheet? I just am struggling to understand why we aren't at least exploring what in each area that everybody can agree on. If you guys want to send me the spreadsheet, I'll make one.
It's coming.
Okay.
We do have a working spreadsheet, and it was in the original motion that I made. I understand that it's still working. It was working when it left here. But yeah, and what I was saying in relation to that is that if people weren't happy with the total reduction of, what was it, 4.3, 4.5, that they could put a different number in there, and then the reductions would follow in the spreadsheet.
I really think that,
So-
I'm sorry to cut you off.
No,
I really think that if we all went up there and said, hey, here's what our area is willing to give up, I'm pretty sure we'll be at 5 or more.
And that's what Bobby said.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the sheet that Dr. Stewart was working on for us, I think that's ready. We just need to get it up on the screen. So. Okay, everybody can see this? Nick, you can let me know. I expect you probably can see this.
Yeah, we can see it.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Did I get it right that when Nicole left, she left her voting piece with someone else?
That is
so
correct.
Peggy is getting 2 votes. Oh, Heather. I mean, Heather. Yes. Sorry. Okay. I just trying to keep up.
Okay, go ahead, John.
So, I mean, I think we find ourselves in the same place we started in, and that is that there's a group that wants to do some percentage across the board, and there's a group that doesn't, that wants to do something by area. And my problem with passing this motion that's across the board is that it, in effect, I think waters down whatever comes after it. So I think if you're going to do something, if we're going to do something, we need to have one motion. It needs to say what we think. Obviously, there are going to be some huge differences here. But I'm not sure I like the idea of passing a 7.5% across the board decrease, because I think that needs to be that at least based on what I've heard this past 3 days. But I don't then think we get to, because then suddenly one side of the ledger has what they want and is not going to be motivated at all to work on the other side. So I'm going to vote against this motion for that reason. I get 7.5%. Understand what that is.
Okay. It wasn't me.
Okay.
Position though? You don't like that. You love what you do, right?
Well, I would go back to what I thought. I thought the motion on the floor was this -5 2B, -1 2C, -3 3A, and 6 6 and 6. But what I understand now, it's 2B was actually 11.5% decrease. And yeah, I get that. That's too dramatic. I mean, I think that's too difficult, obviously, for the two B guys to swallow. And you know, the irony here has always been the irony here. You know, we talk about this resource, most of it is in area 3 and 4, but when we vote on anything, it's equal pieces, and that's just the way it is. But yeah, if you ask me what I'd be in favor of, something like the numbers I just said, except a little bigger, something like a -7 and 2B, -2, -5, and then -6. And I think that gets us to not 7.5, but it probably gets us to 6. And I understand that the 2B guys just aren't going to swallow that.
Thanks, John. Bob?
So I'm leaning back towards, and I had some followers, and I like Heather or Peggy, can't remember who suggested it, having 2 motions on to vote on, and some will be negative and some will be positive. That's what happens when you vote. And so I suggest that we leave the motion that Nick put up there and the coast-wide motion, and as I think was Peggy suggested, we have a second motion that frameworks my thoughts where each area puts their number up, and we send that in as this is guidance to our commissioners, so they know that how many, you know, yes, we voted yes for the 7.5, and then we voted yes or whatever we voted for, and the numbers that came out, so they have some pretty fair guidance. So that's what I suggest. And the next time I push this button, it'll be to make a motion like that.
Thanks, Bob.
Mr. Chairman, procedurally, you know, we have a motion on the floor, main motion, and then we have what is I'm classing as a substitute motion, which is this. And so I'm just seeking guidance here on procedure here. Would we need to vote on this motion regardless and well, you'd either have to get to where Bobby wants to go, you'd have to take an amendment to the substitute motion, I think, to take out the part that says across all areas, right? And then pass that as a substitute motion, and then go back and make a second motion that would then divide that decrease by area. And he's suggesting, I'm just thinking it through, and he's suggesting that people from each area suggest numbers, but I'm assuming you mean that those numbers would all have to add up to a 7.5% decrease coastwide. Is that correct? That's what you're imagining.
Well, no, I'm imagining that we send to the commissioners that we believe a coast-wide reduction of 7.5%, or we don't, whatever the vote is.
Right.
And that apart from that, as this being your area, you suggest these numbers for each area came out of what each area thought that they could live with. And it's just, they're 2 separate motions, but their guidance to the commissioners, and that's all it is, and that's all we are anyhow.
I got it. So may I, Mr. Chairman, you're suggesting then that it doesn't matter if the numbers in the second motion add up to a 7.5% decrease. Is that what you're suggesting? That it could be a whole different number in total?
Yes,
Is that correct?
absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead,
I
Carl.
suggest it would be nice if they did, but, and that's,
Okay. I just am trying to understand what your idea was.
Okay, so we asked Dr. Stewart to work up what a 7.5% across the board cut would look like, and we got those numbers up there. We haven't really talked about what those look like. Do we want to discuss that before we move on? Nick's motion.
I know by area, I guess they be. So it'd be all 7.5. Okay. Okay. Mr. Chairman, you want comments now on this?
Yes.
Okay. So speaking for 4 CDE, obviously this is a little bit less of a TCEY than we would like to have. When we first discussed this as a group, we agreed that we would like to have something around 5 and not much less than that. So this goes beyond that. And, you know, but that's my comment, is it goes a little bit further than we were comfortable with in terms of a reduction.
Steve, did you have a comment? No.
I'd still like to get a spreadsheet up there.
Okay, if we're done looking at this, anybody doesn't have any more comments, we can do that. We can go back to the Excel spreadsheet, put that up. Thank you. Okay, Bruce.
I just got a question. I guess I don't understand the difference between with the 4.5 reduction and those percentages all popped out on Heather's proposal. And then John had a series of different percentages that represented a deduction. Maybe I don't understand where those numbers all came from, like why they're different and whether there were, what were those changes based on and why were they different?
No, I don't know if that's a question for me. I don't know. So this is the original motion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those numbers came from sort of negotiated discussions amongst the U.S. stakeholders. Well, they weren't subjective to the people that were advocating for them, you know, because they were saying, you know, yeah, it's like, this is like what we need to make it in our area. This is what we need, particularly in the case of the sports guys, et cetera, to make our businesses work and so on. And so that's where those numbers came from. It was just a discussion around the straw man that Cullen had put on the table. And we just jiggered a couple of the numbers from his, most notably 2B and 4 CDE.
Peggy.
So Bruce, I think you're talking about the first series of numbers that we got, which were percentages below 2023. And I wrote them down. 2A was 0, it would stay the same. 2B was -5%, 2C was -1%, 3A was -3%, 3B was -6%, and the rest of them are all -6%. I don't know where those numbers came from. And that was what John is confused about. You've asked that question, so I can't answer that.
John Curland.
That was what John Curland put up in the group Monday night.
That's correct. John Curland had a straw man, and that was the numbers that he put forward. And then the stakeholders had 2 discussions about those numbers and changed it to this, which is the motion that passed in the conference board with the American vote, but not the Canadian vote.
Go ahead, Bob.
So I feel from this zone on the table that originally you said that this motion was up for a discussion. Yep. and/or, so I have 2 thoughts. One, you let us take your motion and adjust it, which means numbers, obviously. Or 2, we do another motion where take all the other motions off the table, have one motion saying adjust some of the ones that are radically different, like British Columbia to say 6%, and talk to maybe 2C there, talk to them and go, come on, lend a little sense. And maybe they'll come up to 4. And, I understand that 2C probably is super low because they're worried about their charter guys, but they can have an in-area management change on those numbers. They don't have to have the same amount of fish. They can change some of their stuff in their area to adjust to their, well, that's what you're saying, but I know that that's true. But anyhow, just some thoughts. And as from Canada's point of view, this would make more sense.
So real quick, procedurally, we've got Nick's motion up there that we need to make a move on, decide what we're going to do, take a vote. And then if we vote that down, then we dive into this Heather's motion and we can then massage it however we like. But Steve?
Oh, is it possible to not withdraw the motion until we see what those numbers look like, or do we need to withdraw that first?
I believe we need to withdraw this first, or take action on it.
Can the person who made the motion withdraw it?
Absolutely.
I think if, as a group, if we can come up with an overall TCAY reduction and we put that forward as a collective group, that says a message. And then if we put that motion forward, it maybe passes, maybe fails, but hopefully it would pass as a group collectively. And then make a motion, and then we can fight over the areas individually. And then people can agree or disagree. And then in the minutes of the report, we can specify certain areas, why they agreed to it or didn't agree to it. But I think that number collectively should equal the 7.5% reduction that we're putting forward as a group.
Well, Nick, so you're suggesting we vote on?
I'm suggesting we
vote on Nick's.
We voted on Nick's.
But maybe we should discuss that number.
Right. We can discuss that.
7.5.
Yeah.
Nick might be able to agree to adjusting it down a little bit.
Possibly, yeah.
Because I feel that here.
But I do think collectively as a group, having at least telling the commissioners we're concerned about the stock. We do want to see a reduction. And then our own geopolitical issues can be fought out below.
I think that's a great approach, Carl. And I think you're right. It sends the message to the commissioners that we're for a reduction. And then, that part would be emphatic. And then the second part, obviously we're going to have some disagreement on how we cut up the areas. So, hopefully we don't overthink this too much and we can all agree. And again, I can adjust the number down from 7.5, but I thought 7.5 was kind of splitting the difference, so to speak. But again, if people feel more comfortable at 5, I mean, I've heard people at 10. I've heard people at 5s. I thought 7.5 was a happy medium. But happy to discuss this, and I think Carl, you articulated a great approach.
Thanks, Heather, and then John.
So in that case, this is good. So as Peggy said, this motion would have to be changed slightly in order to accomplish what has been talked about recently. It would have to end after 2023 TCYs, right?
John?
Well, I guess what I struggle with in all this, as soon as you pass this motion, nobody's gonna be motivated very much to reduce their area. And if you're gonna average 7.5%, and somebody's gonna have less than 7.5%, somebody's gonna have more than 7.5%. And that's ultimately, this is what we've been kicking around since we started here, is how you get to this number.
Well, that's why I said this is a bit too high, John.
Well, I don't think it is high. I think it's low. And I think there's probably disagreement there. But my point is that you're not going to get anywhere after passing this motion in terms of talking about each area. What this does is this puts everything in the commissioner's hands, which I think is what, realistically is what I think the Canadian side is looking for, because I think they feel like that's where they're going to get the best shake. Just my opinion, but that's why I struggle with this, because I think it's a half step that once it's taken, we can all say, oh yeah, we got to a number, but we really didn't get to a number, because the rat killing is in the individual areas.
Tyler, and then Bruce.
Yeah, so I'd feel a lot better at it being 5%, but the reason I raised my hand is I would still really like to see an area by area breakdown from Ian based on what their modeling shows at a particular coastwide TCEY level, if that makes sense. I think it would be informative to see what their model shows catch should be by area. So we can see what areas they think are doing a little better and what areas they think are doing a little worse, and use that as a point of discussion. But I mean, if I'm the only one that wants to see that, then no reason to track down that information just for me. But just curious if others would want to see that too.
Yeah, I think we've been provided that information in our past meetings with Dr. Stewart. I don't know if he wants to. We could probably pull that up and share it again real quick. But we've been through several presentations that reflect that. Unless you're talking about with the change in the TCEY for what we're recommending.
Yeah, you mean today in this discussion we've seen that?
No.
No. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I guess I just wasn't a part of that. But yeah, I guess if anyone does have that information, it's helpful to post it somewhere, email it to us or something, so that we can see it.
Go ahead, Heather.
As you said, Mr. Chairman, that information has been made available in various ways. And, for example, this, which is trends in modeled FISS by area. This is the way the staff is telling us how certain areas are doing and which are doing better than others and so on. They provide this information for us. And so according to Kurland, his straw man took that into account, as well as the commercial CPUE and so on. So there's all kinds of ways to tell which areas are doing better and worse. All of it provided by the staff throughout the presentations. I don't know if that helps, but we can go back and look at them on screen.
Bruce and then Peggy.
Yeah, I mean, somewhere near us, a group of guys got together on a 4.5% reduction and came out with 11.5% deduction in 2B. I mean, if we jack that up to 7.5 deduction coastwide along some kind of proportions like that, it's going to be horrific. I mean, it's so polarizing, even at the discussions we're having at 4.5. I mean, I agree with John, 7.5 somehow, but boy, there's some people sitting down and concluding at the end of it that seems reasonable to them, and it's just not going to fly. We're kind of heading down a loggerheads here, so they got to come to the middle a little better than that, I would think.
Peggy.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to give you the source of this information. It's a chart that goes a little bit before that one. It's page 5 of 15 on paper number 10. And that's strictly the FIS look at the areas. So if you can't see the numbers, in 2A, it went up 10%, the only one that went up. In 2B, it went down 7%. In 2C was the only one that did not change, 0% change from last year. 3A, it went down 5%. And I asked Ian about that much lower drop in 3A. Last year, it was 18% drop. You probably all remember this because I think you were all here. And he said mostly it was migration. So again, our impact is sort of minimal. In 3B, it went down 8%, one of the highest. Yeah, the highest, but it's single digit yet. 4A was up 5%. I just noticed that. It's up 5%. 4B, up 4%. 4CDE, also 0. So coastwide, it was only a 3% drop. And we're trying to push that because we care so much to 7.5% or more.
So Peggy, are you suggesting it should be 3% reduction? Like,
sorry, Nick, I didn't hear you.
are you suggesting that it should be only a 3% coastwide reduction?
No, I'm just really simplifying things to the clearest scientific advice we've got using just the FIS, which isn't fair because we should be using fishery data also. But that to me helps me understand we're really struggling over, I think it's been said before, over stuff that not sure is going to matter. Although we should do what Carl suggested, I am completely in agreement with Carl's suggestion that we make a very strong statement to the commissioners.
I think that's where we're going to have to go, just to clean things up.
But we do need to make an amendment about the language.
Yes.
Well, can we have that back up on the board, please?
It's coming. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so this is the substitute motion, or this is the original motion was Heather's. So this is the substitute.
This is a substitute, yes.
And how this works is if this passes, then it supersedes Heather's motion. Correct?
Correct.
But the substitute motion needs to be amended to reflect what we've been talking about, as you just said.
I mean, we've all been talking about a lot of different things, so let's be clear. What do we want to revise this motion to? And just kind of, then maybe we can vote on it and move this thing along instead of talking in circles.
Bob?
Could we just go around the room and hear a number from each one of us to what they think this should be revised to? Could we just do that quickly?
Heather?
I'm going to make an amendment to this substitute motion, and the amendment will read, move to reduce coastwide TCEY by 5% from 2023 TCEYs, period. That's my motion to amend.
Okay, we have a second. Bruce? Peggy?
I just have a little trouble with this one because it is close to the science advice of 3%, but I have this feeling it should be more.
Carl?
I agree that it should be more, but I do still think you need to keep 2A in there.
Can
Yeah,
we
we
can
can
we
say
do what Bob suggested and poll everybody and just see what number everybody's thinking? That might be the best path forward. Just polling everybody like Bob recommended.
Why don't you just withdraw?
I want to vote on it. That's how people express their opinions, is by voting on it. If somebody wants to make an amendment, that's fine.
We got discussion going on, John.
Okay, John, and then Kit.
So is this a friendly amendment to the substitute motion?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't couch it as a friendly amendment. No,
Okay,
I'm just
so-
trying to move things along a
so,
little bit.
yeah, I
and
got
I
it.
think I hear
I
that
got it.
some people are
So-
saying, "Can I just finish?" Some people don't like 7.5. Some people do. So we'll find out. You
But
know,
this is 5%.
I know. That's what I said.
Oh, so I got it. Okay. So I see why it's not
It
friendly.
does two things. It changes it from 7.5% to
I didn't
5%.
think you could have three motions on the floor at one time.
4 maybe.
No, we have an original motion. We have a substitute motion, which was Nick's. And this is an amendment to the substitute motion.
Okay.
And so this will either go up or down.
Okay.
And if it goes down, somebody can make a different amendment if they want to change the percentage. And then 2A is going to stay the same no matter what we do, just FYI. They're not going to change 2A. So we could say that except for 2A if you want to, but I don't think we even need to, but I think that we can if you want.
Kit?
We saying 5% is going to do coastwide and divide it up differently among each of the areas, or is it going to be 5% 2A, 2B, 5% 2C, 5% 3A? Which is coastwide and area by area the same?
Mr. Chairman, the intent of the amendment is to remove the language that said for all areas except 2A, because people were expressing the thought that if we had an agreement on a percentage coast-wide reduction, that would be a message to the commissioners. And then there may be a subsequent motion that would divide that reduction into area reductions.
So as it reads now, coastwide is, we're just saying 5% out of each area, or am I reading that?
No,
Am I
that's
understanding?
not right. No, it would be just to reduce the coastwide TCEY, and then the area discussion would be a separate discussion. The original substitute motion indicates that it would be 7.5 from each area, and we saw the numbers that showed us what that would do to each of the areas. I didn't particularly like it, so I'm making a motion to change the 7.5 to 5, and also to leave the discussion about how it's divided amongst the areas to a separate motion, which is what people have been talking about, right? I'm trying to reflect that.
Thanks, Heather. And we're asking Nick to amend his motion, so we need to hear.
But okay, so we got to amend my motion, or I thought Heather wanted just to amend it and then vote on hers and then see if that goes. And then if it does, then mine's washed. And if not, then mine could be back on the table.
It's not a friendly amendment. It doesn't have to be. It's just an amendment for people to vote on. If this motion gets amended,
I understand, but why do I need to change mine? I don't want to change mine from where it is. So I'm willing to vote on yours, Heather.
Okay.
But I'm not going to change mine as it stands.
Okay. If people vote for this amendment, it will change yours. That's the whole point.
I understand. Yeah, I get that. If it passes, it changes mine. If not, then mine's back on the table, right?
You're going to vote against the amendment.
I'll tell you in a second.
I think Steve had a comment and then John.
I was just going to state, I like the idea of going around the room. So, Pacific Seafood would be in support of a 7.5% reduction for TCEY from 2023.
Go ahead, John.
I'm going to call the question on the amendment.
We can vote. Everybody grab their buttons. Let me.
The vote is now open. Thank you. Looks like for those online, it is working, except for potentially Jesse. I'm not sure if you're absent or abstaining. Okay, thank you, Jesse. I'm going to go ahead and close the vote.
Yeah, that's how it should
That's
work.
all right. That's how it works, So, should I try that? Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, just a sec. Heather, there's a couple of guys that are going to have to take off before we close out this meeting, if we close out this meeting. So just to let you guys know that Secretariat needs to be notified by email about who you're passing your proxy on to. Thank you. Go ahead, Heather.
So the result of that vote tells me people don't want to go down to 5, right? And so this is how we get to the number maybe that people can settle on by maybe suggesting another number. Maybe we say 6.5. Maybe we make an amendment. I'm making an amendment to have the language read. If we could put the original language back up.
I think we want to share the results of the vote here first.
I
I
thought
think
we
it's what
saw it already.
Secretariat's after. Did we do that already?
I thought we said it.
Sorry, it went off the screen very quickly, but the motion fails. 8 yeses, 10 noes, and 1 absentee.
Thank you.
Right. So
Carl.
Wouldn't we, after that, wouldn't it now go to Nick's motion before we amend it and then we can vote on Nick's motion?
we can amend Nick's motion if we want to. And if we don't want to, we don't have to. We can just vote on Nick's motion.
I think that would be the next logical step.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we should vote on mine. Yeah.
I agree. Bruce had a comment before we do that.
Yeah, I think that some of the no's were a bit polarized. Some people voted no because they wanted it higher. Some people voted no because it gave uncertainty about their area, which we had taken out. So it failed, but the vote was split. I think more people just wanted it higher, but some people wanted certainty, and like for us, more certainty in 2B, especially by virtue of the fact that there is some what I view as unreasonable numbers floating around out there, and not doing it by area exposes us to the risk of that actually happening. So
I see that.
Okay, good point. Well, if we can pull up Nick's motion. Yeah, go ahead, Heather.
Speaking to this this potential substitute motion that Nick made, as I said earlier, I'm going to vote against it because it is the implication, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, but the intent of it is to have 7.5% come from each area, all areas the same.
Except for 2A, the intent is one, to reduce the coast-wide TCEY by 7.5% for everybody, because I think we're all in agreement that we want to be conservative and we want there to be halibut in 5, 10, 25, 50 years from now. And then the second idea behind this proposal is that Canada does not unduly share in a lopsided reduction. So those are the two factors in this proposal.
Nick, can I ask you a more specific question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And so your intent is that 7.5% come off every area except 2A.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I thought. So thank you. I'll be voting against that motion for that reason.
Perfect.
Thanks, Heather. Peggy?
So moving this along a little more, I've got a question for you, Nick. Are you also saying by this that you're okay with a 7.5% reduction in 2B, but nothing
Yes.
in that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm okay, Peggy. This is two-pronged: 7.5% reduction coastwide for everybody, except for 2A. So I guess when you bottle it up, it won't be exactly at 7.5%. And then I'm also saying Canada takes a 7.5% reduction as well as every other area would.
So your 7.5% reduction is very, very close to the FIS's 7% reduction in what they saw. I was looking over for Ian. He's not here anymore. But if that's the case, would you support a friendly amendment that all areas take a reduction based on the FIS for this year?
No, I would just say let's just vote on this motion as it is, and then pending the outcome of the vote, we can modify.
Okay.
Thanks, Nick.
I have a quick question. That's where I was needing clarification on the coastwide. So if the coastwide isn't 7%, 7.5 per area, then the wording is wrong on the motion.
I don't see what you mean, Kit.
Well, that was my question. Is coastwide different than each area? I mean, I see what your intent is, and I agree with that intent, 7.5 across the areas. But if we put coastwide in there, does that distribute it differently?
It's the entire TCEY all up and down the coast, not by area, correct?
But his intent is to have 7.5 per area out.
So it's every area stays the same, or sorry, 2A stays the same, and then every other area comes down by 7.5%.
Yeah, and that's where the question
It
is
says all
coastwide. Coastwide, does that make it happen that way, or is coastwide a different model?
I agree with Kit. I think the wording is wrong.
So do you think coastwide should be removed then, Kit, for that?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. If coastwide is a different model and we remove coastwide and you say 7.5 per each area, 2B through 4C, D, and E, leaving 2A alone,
Yeah,
you know,
so-
then there's no confusion there, and we're looking for a 7.5 each area.
Okay, so I think just to summarize what you're saying, if coastwide is removed from that sentence, that would assuage your concerns, right?
Put in each.
I think to be more clear, maybe say move to reduce area by area TCEY by 7.5% from 2023 TCEYs for all areas except 2A. That way you're very clear it's 7.5% down for every area, as opposed to a coastwide approach.
This is typical fishery language using coastwide, but if it's making it questionable for some people, Nick, maybe you should just amend the motion, but this is language that's been used up and down this coast.
Well, that
forever.
was the issue with 2B though, right? Was if we did a coastwide, we don't, follow the coastwide, and that would change the percentage of reduction by a much larger percent if we did a coastwide reduction of whatever that was. So if we're looking at just doing 7.5% per area, then that's the way it should be worded, I would guess. I'm not sure.
That's what the wording says.
Yeah,
I want to speak to this, but he's grabbing some water here. So,
Mr. Chairman, I just have a procedural
yes, go ahead, Heather.
statement. I think if we're going to talk any further about the language of the motion, it needs to be clear before people vote. So I would request that we, erase the vote thus far and do it again after everybody's happy with the language, just to be clean. That be okay?
It would be. I think that we're hearing that Nick is amenable to that.
Yeah, I'm definitely amenable. I thought it was clear. I'm definitely amenable to make sure that everybody is satisfied with the wording. So let me type something up in the box and put it out there, and then see if there's any concerns with a new wording.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I think Nick brought this up also, but it because if we're leaving 2A the same, then it wouldn't be 7.5. We couldn't 7.5 from every area wouldn't actually equate to 7.5 coastwide. So it is. I agree with Kit and those guys. Some clarification has to be made there. Does that make sense? Sorry.
Jesse, this is Peggy. Could you repeat that again, please?
Yeah, sorry. I think Nick touched on this briefly, but just to sort of strengthen Kit's approach, if we left 2A the same, but and then removed 7.5% from every other area, then the coastwide TECY would not equal 7.5, correct? Because we're not taking the same percentage from every single area.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jesse. It'd be like 7.4 in that case or something. So I just put forward a new wordsmithing on the original spirit of my motion. So if everybody could read, I guess I'll just read it out now. Move to reduce the 2024 TCEYs for each area by 7.5% from 2023, except for 2A, period. 2A would maintain status quo TCEY from 2023. Sorry, that's not quo. That's a typo. It should be quo. Status quo. Thank you.
Peggy.
Hey, Nick, Peggy here. I just wanted to make sure that you wouldn't accept a friendly amendment to note the connection between what the FIS has come up with as regards the 7.5% and 2B, and use the same principle to apply it to the other areas.
I would not accept a friendly amendment
Okay,
like that.
thank
I just
you.
want to vote this motion, Peggy.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Let's open the vote.
The voting is open. Sorry, it just takes a moment when I am sharing my screen through another document to switch. It's just an Adobe thing. Yeah.
Heather, we do need your vote. You've got 2 clickers there. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the vote, but for the IPHC Secretariat, please leave the vote up.
Motion fails. 8 yeses, 10 noes, 1 absent. Casey is absent.
Okay, back to the drawing board. Greg.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Could we get that Excel sheet up that we were looking at earlier, please? There we go. So what I'm recommending is just based on line 14 percentage change from 2023, is that 2A stays at 0. Area 2B is -7%. Area 2C is -2%. Area 3A is -5%. I'm being reined in. Am I going too fast? Okay. 3B, all the rest of the areas down 6%.
I second.
Peggy.
Thanks for that motion, Greg and John. If my calculations are correct, and they might not be, but I think those decreases equal the same as Heather's motion in going backwards 4CDE, 4B, 4A, 3B, and 3A. I don't have the number of pounds in 2C or 2B because those were slightly different percentages down from what we heard initially. So those are the two ones that I'd like to get a number on. So what I want to know is what is 7% decline in 2B and what is a 2% decline in 2C?
Yeah, so what on the screen I did put in the percentage that was just proposed into the screen, into the Excel file. Just for those online, if you can't hear, we edited line 10 and all the other lines calculate automatically if I understand the spreadsheet correctly from Heather.
So help me with this. Is the total then 3514?
Yeah, that's how I understand it. Why don't we save this one, make a new copy, and then make some adjustments?
Switch that.
Greg, yes.
Yes. So this is a motion, and basically, this is kind of a combination of the conversations we had in the conference, U.S. side delegation this morning, conversations around this room, and trying to get us closer to numbers that we can all work with.
Greg, I heard you say before, and apologies if I got you mixed up with somebody else, but I thought you were saying that we should take a bigger cut to 10%. And now you're proposing 5%. Can you just clarify it? That reasoning for me?
Is it okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, the answer is yes. Yes, I did. In my heart, I feel that we need to take a 10%, but I don't see us ever getting there by what's going on in the room. So there's what I want, and then there's what's practical. So I think it's important that we come out with some consensus for the commissioners. And, you know, I remember clearly the last time I was here, Blake Tipton making a comment that this was the first time he remembered us coming out with a non-unanimous decision. This was a long time ago. It was before COVID, because we voted on country lines. There was more U.S. delegates than there was Canadian, and I just don't think that's what this is all about. So this is my offer compromise. This way, everybody's upset.
Thanks, Greg. Kit, and then John, then Heather.
Yeah, so I was doing some quick calculations, and just to confirm that my calculations are correct, you're suggesting that area 2B would be a 7% reduction. And then if I have my calculations right, it would make the Alaska areas at a 5% reduction. And I don't know if we want to, change that and make that closer to 7% to go down a little bit more. And then a question about 2C and the small reduction there. I mean, I know there's a lot of user groups there, but 2C did not make it within their 10% last year in the harvest, which they had always made it into their 10%. So there obviously was some struggles there in fishing, because I think they were at 88% caught, just as a note. So maybe someone can confirm that the Alaska areas are going to be reduced 5% compared to the Canadian area of 7%.
So Greg, you want to answer that? I can pull up that harvest number for 2C real quick. I just got to find it here.
So I'm pulling those same numbers up. That may be, but I did hear a comment earlier today from Linda Bankin that actually 2C was 12% over harvested between I guess they did 3 surveys in 2C this year. In 2023, there was like a bait survey and a gear survey, then the regular survey. So they actually over harvested 2C. It just wasn't all on the commercial side.
Okay, I think John was up, and then Peggy.
Well, I think I'd like to see a bigger overall reduction. However, I think this is a good place to, I think this makes sense to me. So I'm going to vote for this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kit, you said that all the Alaska areas were reduced by 5%. Is that correct? Kit.
Well, that was what I was trying to get confirmation on. When I add up the pounds,
That's what I thought you asked. I have 6%.
When I add up the pounds, it seems like it's 5%, which is also the change from 2023 was 5%. And I just, if we wanted to, go more, we could do it off the Alaska area and make it even with Canada. But I don't know if I'm calculating that correctly.
Well, Kit, I think there might be a misunderstanding. My numbers work out to 5% below in 3A, but in all the other areas in Alaska, other than 2C, it's 6% below. I think that was what the motion was. And if that's correct, then this overall reduction is 5.4. So it is between the 4.5 of Heather's and the 7.5 of Nick's. Just FYI.
Greg.
And I'm putting this motion as a motion, but it's also for discussion with the Canadians delegation. I'm looking for input because I'm trying to build a consensus here.
Appreciate that, Greg. Would you be willing to drop Canada's reduction to 5%, 5% or 5.5%? So we're kind of in between 3A, 3B in the Western Alaska.
Greg,
I would drop it to 6.
John.
I guess as a seconder, I would not be in favor of that. I would not agree to that, if that makes a difference.
Carl.
Okay. I think, I'd like to see, Alaska take a little bit more if BC's taking 7. Kind of along the lines of what Kit's saying. And then on the flip side, if that's not going to happen, then I kind of agree that on Nick's view that it should come down then. But overall, I'd like to see the number come up.
Yeah, I agree with you, Carl.
As a whole, yeah.
Okay, Heather, and then Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm only going to speak to for CDE because that's what I can comment on. I like the idea of having a consensus. I like the idea of diddling with the numbers a little bit. That was the whole idea. But 6% in 4 CDE is really not warranted by what we see is kind of the flat, no drop in the amount of fish in 4 CDE. The survey wasn't done last year, but it's still modeled to be even and has not dropped very much at all. And so based on that, I would like to see that go to 5 rather than 6. If we have 5% in 4 CDE, that gives us an FCEY that's somewhat equal to 2023, just by virtue of the fact that we can add back in or not take out the bycatch, which we were pretty instrumental in reducing. So we earned that bycatch, and I think we need to take advantage of it a little bit. And at 5% TCEY, we can have a FCEY that works for 4 CDE.
Bruce.
Yeah, the one that seems to be the outlier in this is 2C. You know how the fish stayed level, and I'm not sure. There's a couple things that might have happened there. They sent a charter boat out in September late to do that bait study, and I'm not sure whether that information factored into the fish results or not. But it was they got to fish wherever they wanted, and they went to Cape Almany and literally loaded up the boat on that, and that was a huge catch. Way different than any of the survey catches for any area of any of the 17 surveys that they did. And I'm wondering if that's what skewed that data, whether that catch was calculated into that, because, you know, if they caught 88%, it's the first time they've been less than 10% down. And you know what you say, Greg, they struggled to catch fish in Southeast last year. So maybe it wouldn't be unreasonable to put 2C down a little bit more to compensate for that, if in fact that was factored into it.
Andrea sent in a note to Dr. Stewart to find out if that was the case or not. Steve?
Just want to make a suggestion here that I'm looking at the FIS data, but what if we, at least to take a look at it, take Heather's suggestion and take 4 CDE to 5, and then take 3B up to 7.
Greg?
Mr. Chair, so I think that we need to do one of two things. We need to vote on the amendment, or we need to make friendly amendments to it. I think we should just vote and then find out where we're at. And then if somebody wants to use this basis and wants another amendment, if it fails, the groundwork.
John?
Or I guess I suggest if you don't want to vote on it right away, then anyone in the room can make an amendment, be it friendly or not, to the main motion for any given area. We can vote on each of those suggested changes and then vote on the main motion. Pardon me?
Maybe I need to word it differently. Make an amendment to change 4 CDE to 5 and 3B to 7% reduction.
Second, sorry, I didn't know
Can we enter those numbers in there, see what that looks like? John, go ahead.
So my challenge with this is just I don't see anybody in the room here that's going to stand up for 3B.
Can I speak on this?
Go ahead, Bob.
Well, this motion is tended to turn into what one of the things that I recommended maybe 2 hours ago now, and that we all go around the room and we suggest for the areas, maybe for your own area, maybe we look at each area as a whole and discuss it and come up with a number or something, but it's along the lines of what I suggested. And if Greg and his seconder, John, who've collaborated in this motion, don't want to use this template to do what I recommended and what the group has kind of furiously jumped into and kind of liked the idea. If they don't want to amend, then why don't we just vote on this? And then I will make a motion to proceed in more the way a friendly development of numbers per area. And we can vote on that one. But, you know, if every time you throw up a number and then we have to ask the actual motioner whether they'll accept those numbers, you know, it's not going to work. The friendly suggestion. So I think
anybody can make an amendment. Yeah. You want to make an amendment? Yeah.
Yeah. What, or do we
do
just
that for 2C if you want? Or 2B or whatever.
We kind of did, and we got to 7, and then we.
Again, there's a motion on the floor. If you want to amend it.
Oh, so you can't just talk about it. You got to go, I amend it.
I don't know.
Okay.
You can talk all you want, but.
Okay, well, I'm not going to talk anymore. You know what I'm saying. You guys want to go to procedural amendments? Perfect. That's what John is suggesting.
No, that's what the rules suggest.
Oh, the rules. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so Steve has offered an amendment to change numbers. Did we get those entered? Because I lost track.
I have the TCYs from area 4CDE changing to -5 from -6, and area 3B from to -7 from -6 from the original numbers. As edited on the screen, that would be the amendment.
Thanks. Hey, Bruce, we heard back from Dr. Stewart, and those bait surveys did not get entered into the FIS. Yes, that's what he's claiming. Okay. Yes. Go ahead, Peggy.
Very interesting. Monica, thank you for that. Can you verify then that the total is exactly the same after we made those two changes?
I can make them back. Just all I'm doing is editing this.
Sorry, John.
I think it's good.
John, to your concern about the 3B folks, it is unfortunate we don't have somebody here, but at the same time, you know, we're just offering up numbers to the board or to the commission, and they're going to take that into consideration and you know, probably just for that. Go ahead, Dave.
So we do buy 3B fish, and it was pretty tough fishing all year last year. You know, we feel like a reduction there would probably be a good move.
That's a little bit different than I heard at the 3B guys say at the stakeholders meeting, but thanks. Go ahead, Carl.
Just like to put on the sentiment of what we saw with guys fishing in their effort. You know, we're kind of fighting over numbers, but I think take it into account, you know, the amount of fish that the fishery left in the water because guys couldn't catch it. You know, it's the total percent landed was 85% up in Alaska, and there was close to 90 in Canada. So, we're fighting over numbers, but guys couldn't get the fish in last year because it was so poor. That shows too the state of the fishery. It's not like we hit the number easy. So just something, we're fighting over, for exactly, like, just doesn't make sense.
We're making our best recommendation, and then they'll make that decision. Go ahead, John.
Well, I agree with you, Carl, that we didn't catch numbers, but I think if you look at the Alaska numbers, last time I did, most of that foregone catch was in area 4. And a lot of it was, I think, 4B, and I get sablefish and black cod mixed up, or sablefish and halibut mixed up. But as I remember the numbers, there was a good portion of 4B that wasn't taken. And the reason is it's such a hellish place to fish. And it's way far out there. And price had something to do with it, because price in Dutch was not terribly good. Even if price elsewhere was not good, it was worse in Dutch. So yeah, there was fish left in the water for sure. But I think if you look at area by area, a lot of it was further west. And, as far as 3B, our experience with 3B was there was some decent fishing there, but the fish was real small. That was what we didn't like about 3B. It was small.
I think for, area 4, it was, yes, the price was low. I mean, it was comparable to what the fresh price was in Homer and Seward, but they got discouraged because it wasn't a couple-day trip like it normally is. Guys were out there for 10 days trying to catch fish. And then they're like, well, then seeing the price, it definitely wasn't worth it. So.
And the orchid depredation just continues to get worse. Do we have anybody offering any more amendments to this, or do we feel like we want to vote? Go ahead, Heather.
This amendment this isn't reflecting the amendment at this point, right?
That's correct. I changed it back.
Right.
Okay.
So let's look again at the amended numbers, and so that we know what we're voting on. Or the amendment numbers, not the amended numbers. And I have to say, just a side comment, I'm thrilled that people are going through this exercise. Some people call it fighting. I call it arriving at a conclusion. Oh,
So it's updating and reflecting the amendment now on the screen.
Liam.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment to amend area 2B to 6 and area 2C to 3.
Heather?
we have to vote on this amendment first, I believe. Isn't that what you agreed to do? Yeah.
Okay, let's open the vote. Man your clickers.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, we're voting on this first amendment, which was 5% in area 4 and CDE, and then 7% in 3B.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Sorry, Liam, you want to make an amendment on 3C or 3B?
I'll just pass for now. We'll vote.
So the voting is open.
Are we voting on the whole spreadsheet, or we're just voting on changing 4 CDE to 5% and 3B up to 7%?
I believe you're voting on an amendment to that spreadsheet, but not the spreadsheet itself.
Yeah, let's go ahead and vote. What's everyone now?
Okay, the vote is closed. Secretariat, please leave the vote up.
All right, motion passes, 13 yeses and 3 noes, 2 abstentions.
Can we see the amendment now, or sorry, the motion now, the main motion?
Yeah, as soon as we get the vote page closed here, it should come back up. I feel like that's progress.
Just for clarification, did you want the original or the amended?
The amended, as it's been,
All right,
what's been
that's up.
voted on.
All right, that's up there. Thank you.
Are we voting on this now? Or are we discussing still?
I think we can have some discussion first. Steve? Nope, you're good. Nick?
Yeah, I mean, I won't be in favor of this one just because one, I don't think it's enough, and two, I believe 2C should be higher. 3, I think 2B should be a bit lower. So I won't be voting in favor of this one, but we can put it to a vote.
Basically, I can ask him to repeat it, but he's not going to vote in favor of this motion as it stands. Can you repeat? Sorry, Nick.
Sure, yeah. No. Ultimately, I don't think it's big enough of a cut. So that's number one. That's the first reason. Number two, I don't think 2C is bearing enough of the brunt. And then number three, I think 2B is bearing too much. Well, so those are my 3 reasons. But number one, most importantly, is I think it's a little bit, it's not conservative enough.
Go ahead, Greg.
Do you have an amendment you'd want to put forward, Nick?
Sure. I would say I would put forward a friendly amendment to drop 2B to 6% and increase 2C to 3.5%.
Peggy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you drop 2C 6%, that means you're adding 6 to 2 and dropping it 8%?
Nope. Reduce 2B cut to 6% and increase 2C's cut to 3.5%.
As it appears on the screen, I believe this is what you're proposing as the amendment.
That's correct.
Does that look right, Nick?
Yes, yes, sir. It looks correct.
Nick, could I hear your rationale for each one of those changes, please, again? And could you talk just a little bit louder?
Sure. Yeah. Is this loud enough for you, Heather?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
My wife keeps looking at me like I'm a crazy man yelling into my computer.
Well, I don't know if I might agree.
So
Okay,
ultimately, I think we all agree that we should be reducing the TCY and being conservative for future years. I think 2C, based on some of the sentiment that was relayed to me just in the conversation, that they left a good chunk of their fish in the water, and they should also be sharing a little bit more of the reduction. And I also believe that, for a variety of reasons in 2B, that our cut shouldn't be as so steep. So that was the proposal for my friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Any more comment? Heather?
Yeah, thank you. I think that the guys in 2C would not be happy about this. I'm not entirely sure who here is pulling for 2C, but I feel as though they would not be happy with this, just from the discussions that I've been part of. So I'll just leave it at that. So I probably wouldn't go for that, and yeah, I'll leave it at that.
I guess I'd maybe hear from the 3A guys a little bit more. Do they feel that 5% is enough? Because looking, if we want to raise the number potentially on the total, they have the most pounds and, struggled there to catch it. John?
So I'm not sure. I mean, I guess in 2C, we buy a bunch of that fish. And there's a huge sports fishery surrounding that fish. Huge sports fishery. That's where one of the commissioners comes from, his lodge. So, yeah, to say that they're not going to be happy about an additional cut, yeah, that's an understatement. I mean, I don't have the science in front of me at this point, but I do know that the fish we buy in 2C is clearly bigger than anything we buy anywhere else. Now, maybe area 4B would be the exception there, but the 2C fish is, size-wise, it's bigger. Anyway, yeah, of course they're going to be upset. And the 3B guys will be too. And there's a big sports fishery there. I mean, these are the kind of things I've heard coming from other folks. Everybody's going to be upset. But I think, to Nick's point, I think, yes, I agree that 5% overall probably isn't enough, but at least a step forward. First time I think we've done this. And I don't know if the commissioners will do it either, but I'm in favor of the original motion. I'm going to stick with that.
Okay, I think Bruce and then Kit.
I like this. What do you think, Heather? No, I'm just kidding. The problem is going to be, even at these deductions, we're talking about trying to sweat another point or two out of the US side. Canada is at 18.1 on this one, and I don't think that'll ever fly. I don't think we can float it. you know, that people seem to have their heart set at 17 or something. We're on the high side already without, you know, trying to get some more areas to go down, you know, just just to arrive at a consensus. We're getting too far off. We get Canada up to 19, we're doomed for sure getting this through the next level. We're probably doomed at this level.
Kit?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify with Nick that the reason for going to 6% at 2B was not because you thought that 5% was too much for the total. It was because it was unequal in what was getting divided between Canada and the US. I mean, you would be actually more in favor if that number went back up to 7% and then there was some more taken out of Alaska's sector. And looking at 3A, you know, 3A and 3B, I felt from understanding from fishermen that they fished very similarly. That there was a struggle in both 3A and 3B. So for 5% out of 3A and 7% out of 3B, maybe it should be 6 and 6, which would definitely, you know, with that 12.08 million pounds, a percentage is going to make a bigger difference out of 3A for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think you brought up some good points, Kit, but ultimately, I mean, I remember a few years ago that Ian always told us the numbered areas always kind of behave very similarly. So area 2 was always, you know, fish moved seemingly fluidly between those areas and they behaved in very similar ways. Same with 3A and 3B and then area 4. And I remember that from years ago, and we kind of got away from talking about that over the last couple of years. I don't know why that is. And if you look at area 2A and 2C in the FIS, there was almost no change. But 2B had a -7%. So I don't know if fish was moving out of that area and going north and going south or what, but it seems to me like area 2 has been and has been a good area for you know, I guess efficiency metrics, if that's for lack of a better word. I can't explain the 7%. I know guys had a hard time fishing in 2B. I know guys had hard times fishing everywhere else. Why is it -7%? I'm not saying I don't believe the numbers. I'm just saying I think there's maybe something more to that number that meets the eye, because if you look at 2C and 2A, you know, it would look like the fishery is pretty robust and healthy. And then you got 2B right in the middle, -7%. It just doesn't make sense to me when I think, based on what I've heard across the fleet, across the coast, everybody has been saying how difficult it was to catch fish. And as I mentioned before, I was in favor for a 7.5% reduction across the board. That got turned down. So again, I'm kind of going back just to saying I don't believe that 2B should be unjustly punished in this situation. And I think 2C also needs to share a bit of the brunt if everybody else is reducing. So that was more my logic. And also to John's point, 2C guys aren't going to be happy with it, and 3B guys, nobody's happy with this at all. Nobody wants to see reduction, but we're doing this as stewards of the resource to make this hopefully better next year for when we come back here. Hopefully we have some positive numbers attached to all those, all the survey results. And that's what we're doing. And we got to take a bit of the thumping now for hopefully some a return next year.
Thanks, Nick. Heather?
So looking at the FIS, you were referring to that. Looking at 2C, obviously you mentioned it was flat. It didn't go down. Whereas 3A went down 5% and 3B went down 8%. And we've heard a lot of stories about bad conditions, fishing conditions in those areas. So I'm just pointing that out, that you know, the FIS in 2C perhaps doesn't warrant the kind of further reduction that you're proposing.
But 2C also didn't catch their fish, and everybody's been saying that it was a struggle to catch fish in that area. Greg was saying that he thinks it should have been 10%. So I just don't understand now where you're saying 2C shouldn't get a reduction at all.
We have any more discussion on this? John?
The vote is now open. The vote is now closed.
Vote fails. Bruce Hale counts as 2, 9 yeses, 9 noes, 1 abstention. So when Bruce votes no, it means he's voting twice. He is voting for Casey as well. No. To tie. Yes.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's 5 o'clock almost. I think we should think about where we're going to meet tomorrow, because I think this room might be taken. I'm not sure. Andrea, you can answer that, I suppose.
Give me a couple of minutes.
I think the agenda was we're here till 5:30, right? I was hoping we could wrap this up.
Mr. Chairman, and do we have
Go
a
ahead.
U.S. delegation meeting at 5 or 5:30? Do you,
Yes,
5 or 5:30?
5:30.
Okay, thank you.
It is 5. Yeah.
This room can be made available, and it would suggest that you finish the agenda tonight so that we can switch to report adoption in the morning. Is what the secretary would recommend. That we finish the agenda today and we can do report adoption tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. here.
Mr. Chairman, can we vote on this now?
Yes. Well, we voted on it. Do we want to make an amendment and then vote again?
No, we voted on the. Okay.
This failed. So now
This
we're
failed.
going
We've got
back
this.
to-
This
Okay,
is the
so
motion.
now we're changing it for a
This is
new
the
motion.
So the
Go ahead,
motion-
Bruce.
Okay, we've got a little subspecies growing in the corner here. We're trying to get the total reduction up. These fellows are pretty well versed in 3A, proposed putting 3A, or excuse me, what was it? 3A at 6, put 3C at 3.5. Excuse me, 2C at 3.5 and 2B at up to 7. It kind of gets the percentages between country lines closer. It gets the deduction up to 5.4. 3A takes a bit more of their large quota. It's getting closer to something that everybody might be a little more palatable. Heather's down to 5. Sorry, Mrs. 3 CDE is down to 5. Hopefully that makes her happy. Anybody, any thoughts on that? That's what I put forward. It's up.
Okay.
3B was 6, though, right? Isn't it?
3A 6.
3A 6, 3B 7. It's even better.
Can you confirm that what I've done up there is right now, Bruce?
It is, Monica. Yes, thank you. It gets us to 5.5. Keeps it's still got Canada at 18.1. I don't know how that would work when it goes to the Lions. It's closer to what we're talking about in this room. We getting closer to a middle ground here?
My biggest problem is with 2C. They're still taking way more than what the FIS would support. Would you consider going down to 3 on that? Still be more.
Carl?
I think, I mean, I said this to Norm, but, you know, obviously you're looking at the FIS, but I think a lot of us in the room disagree with the FIS because that's not what our fishermen saw. So I think that's the whole argument here.
There's a 9% difference between the FIS and the catch data.
And again, some of our fishermen were pushing for a 15% cut. Actually, quite a few of them.
So Bruce, you would offer this as a motion, right? Give me a second.
I'll second.
Question? Open the vote.
vote is now open. Sorry, just making sure Nick is there. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm thinking.
Okay, the vote has closed.
Right, just procedurally, Casey's vote is now being recorded online, so we don't have to say that Bruce is too. So the vote passes. 13 yeses, 4 noes, and 2 abstentions.
Steve,
Can we call for a vote on the? I don't even know what it is anymore. The main motion. Thank you. The main amended motion.
we get it back on the screen here so everybody look at it one more time.
And so this is the successfully amended version. So this would next vote would be the vote for this whole table, not an amendment potentially.
Jim,
Go ahead, Heather.
comments on the main amended motion?
Yes.
I think it's what we needed to do, and I'm going to vote for it.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair, are these numbers the ones that we have? These are the final numbers that we've just amended all.
That's correct. Okay, let's open the vote.
Screw up the system.
Okay, the vote is now open. And the vote is closed.
Motion passes. 15 yeses and 4 noes.
Could the IPHC Secretariat please pull up the title slide?
Mr. Chairman, could we ask that this be sent to each of us? The spreadsheet.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Secretariat, please note and forward that on to the group. Thank you.
I want to thank Bobby because we wouldn't be here without him.
You still owe me a bar.
Okay, we have a request for a quick little break. Take 5 minutes and then we'll finish up our.
Regular.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, how long of a break are we going to take?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. And I have a motion on the survey. I have a survey motion. I'm sorry, I don't want to do it either.
I'd forgot about it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I can send it to you. I think I have. I don't know if I have yours. Okay. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I make my motion now?
Peggy was going to be back in the room. We get started back up. I think she just went to the restroom. We have the majority in here. I guess we just go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is going back to the discussion you had on the survey design and so on. I missed a lot of that because I had to go to a different meeting. And I asked the chair if I could make a motion in relation to the survey, the FIS, and he said I could. So I have sent the motion to the staff, and I believe they're able to put it up. It's very simple, but the rationale is a little bit more involved. I'll wait until it's up. This is the motion. The Processor Advisory Board recommends that the Commission fund a survey in Area 4 CDE in 2024. We talked a little bit, I've talked a little bit about the need for it. I think it's pretty clear from the discussion that we just had and other discussions that I've heard around this hallway and stuff that people say sort of, well, that area didn't have a survey, so we really don't know what's going on. You know, we have more uncertainty, certainly from a scientific standpoint, when there's no survey, and you depend on the model, the space-time model. And so that's just one of the reasons to do this. We have apparently $3 million, IPHC apparently has $3 million in their reserve fund. A full survey in Area 4 CDE will cost $205,000 if I got that number right from the presentation at the main meeting. And there are a number of reasons why the Bering Sea needs to have a survey on a regular basis, and certainly this year. They didn't have one last year, number one. The plaintiffs in the case against the abundance-based management action that the council took, which would reduce halibut bycatch in the Bering Sea by up to 35%, hangs in the balance. That action hangs in the balance. The people who have brought suit against National Marine Fisheries Service because they don't want to put that action into place. And the Amendment 80 guys, the offshore bottom trawlers, believe and have told NIMS and IPHC that they don't think that we can actually tell how many fish we have in the Bering Sea without a survey. And they have made it kind of a big point in their complaint that is going to court, their complaint against National Marine Fisheries Service. They want to vacate that decision, which means we'd go back to status quo and lose all the ground we've gained. A number of us are intervening in that suit, these guys and others, and we have hopes of winning and keeping that action in place. But one of the arguments is that we don't know enough and we don't do enough surveys and we keep changing the survey design and so on. That's another reason. Another reason is the Bering Sea is a nursery area, well known for halibut. Bering Sea is changing faster than any other area in terms of the environment. The further north you go, the faster it changes. We need to know what's going on out there firsthand. And 2 years without a survey in Area 4 CDE is just, it's not right in that regard. So that's basically 3 reasons why we need to do this. We have the money to do it. It's a question of the commissioners agreeing to do it. A bunch of us went to DC a couple months ago to try to get money from the US government added to the 2024 budget from our Alaska delegation, from the Washington delegation, and we even tried to talk to Susan Collins from Maine. She's on the Appropriations Committee. There's a good chance that we could get the 2024 budget, since it hasn't actually been passed yet, added to, revised, to have additional monies for IPHC so that we don't have to go into reserves. But, you know, the very same reason that we don't have the money that we should have from the survey process is the same reason that we need the surveys. You know, we have these declines, we have unknown quantities out there that the only way you can tell what's going on is to have a survey. So those are my reasons for asking for this motion. We've asked the commissioners and we're going to ask them again, and we're lobbying pretty hard for it. And it would be really, really helpful if the Processor Advisory Board could add their recommendation to that. So I would very much appreciate it if you would consider voting for this motion.
Thank you very much, Heather.
Happy to answer questions.
Bruce.
Yeah, Heather, they've got it on the tender thing for this year to have a survey in 60 stations. I don't know. And I think part of the rationale, which I know you've heard, and I'd like you to speak to it, they figure it's pretty well covered by the trawl survey. You're not happy with that? But there is a 60 station. There's only 11 charters altogether this year, and one of them's, they got 4A, 4B, and 4CDE, and they had none of them last year. So
hey, Bruce,
there is some.
Let me jump in real quick here.
Yeah.
We probably need a second. She did make that as a motion.
Second.
Oh, it was a motion. Okay. Well, she's asking for a charter,
It
and they're
was.
saying there is one.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, to respond, there is no certainty that there's going to be a survey in 4CDE. That's what we were told, that it was kind of a conditional plan. I know, but it's but it's a conditional thing in that if they can't afford to do all of them, they're going to cut from there. They're going to cut that off the bottom, and then they cut the next one, and so on. So they're basically at the bottom of the line, and we need it to be prioritized to fund. Maybe I should have said that. That would be more clear in the language. And also, the survey, the Bering Sea Trawl Survey, is only one of the indexes that's used in this council action. I talked about it a little bit a couple of days ago. There's two indices. One is the Trawl Survey, one is the FIS, the Setline Survey. And you have to have both of them to determine the abundance of halibut. That's just the way the action was set up at our request, because we didn't want just the Trawl Survey. Trawl Survey isn't designed, it doesn't really tell you what you need to know about the size of halibut that we need to know about, and the legal size halibut. And not only that, but if we don't have one of the surveys, we don't have an action. So it would just not work. So we need this. I wouldn't ask for it if we didn't need it. Yeah.
Thanks, Heather. Bob.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Heather, you're right. The Area 4 survey is contingent on cost, because it's a huge cost to get a boat to go out there, all the way out there. There was one boat that was out there that used to do the survey all the time, and then he's stopped doing it now. So to get someone like any of us, it's just such a long run. You got to add that cost in, and then the production is low. So you're not getting much off your 10%. That's how the surveys work. The boat gets 10%, so you're not getting much. So you have to put your bid up. And I can't remember what Kayla was talking about it last night. And the cost was it was gonna be over like 400,000. They weren't gonna do it. But anyhow, so it is a good thing to ask for. And the trawl survey only covers just the edge of the area, and the actual on the map, the area is like this. And the trawl survey comes down here. So they got nothing last year, and they're going to get nothing this year. And we need to, and also that area is the biggest indicator, the earliest indicator of recruitment. So we'd probably get some idea about even up 16 to 18, 2016 to 18 young fish. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Peggy?
If Bosch is here for some explanation, I can wait on my comment.
Bosch is here when we go
Yeah,
back to
let's
the regulations.
wrap up this motion and then we'll get into the regulatory
So
proposals.
in response to some of the comments that Bruce has made, the abundance-based process has to happen with a good number on the whole stock of the population, the whole stock up in the Bering Sea. And the trawl survey shows us the undersize, so 32 and under. It's mostly 26 to 30 is the size that they get. So we have to intertwine those two surveys, and that's what this action does, is provide a step-by-step way to get to what the current, in that region, what the current size of the population is. The other thing from Bob's comment is, if we wanted to specify more about beyond just a survey and talk about it being in certain stations or covering a certain percentage of the area, which would increase that cost somewhat if it was more, I'm not an expert on that, but if we wanted to do that, we could. We may be asked to do that by the commissioners if they're interested in listening to us on this. But yeah, I think it needs to be the whole Bering Sea. And I think that cost would be somewhere around $250,000.
Susan?
Heather, I'm just wondering if the wording would be better if we said prioritize funding to make our point a little clearer that it's a priority for the group.
I like that, Mr. Chairman. If that's a friendly amendment, I accept it. That the commission prioritize funding for a survey in Area 4 CDE. Because right now the priority is really low, and that's why it's in danger. Prioritize.
Any more
No.
discussion?
Prioritize funding for a survey. Thank you. That's really better.
I'm feeling a little left out that I only have one clicker.
Okay, the vote is open. Sorry, just making sure everybody knows. If you'd like.
It's after 5:30. The program's saying it's time to go home.
Everyone who is eligible to vote or proxy vote has voted, so I am now closing the vote.
Motion passes. All in favor.
You're very good. Thank you. Okay, welcome again, Pasha. Can you walk us through our regulatory proposals?
Sure. Should I start from proposal A1?
A3, please.
A3.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So proposal A3 implements a number of updates and amendments to the log requirements and the IPHC fisheries regulations applicable to U.S. vessels, only with exception of one more general measures about writing in the logs that is legible for data entry that would apply to both United States and Canadian vessels. The two main components or main important changes that this would imply is that currently the IPH vessels in the IPHC regulatory areas in US, they don't need to submit logbooks after the end of the season. They are only required to submit them to the commission representative that is available on the offload side. And then only after we send them prompt requesting those logbooks, and that's when we receive that data. This proposal would require logbooks to be submitted within 30 days of a season closure date, allowing us additional way to get that data faster and in a more efficient manner. And the other part of this proposal that is significant is this proposal also paves the way for accepting electronic logbooks in Alaska. We are working currently with a provider of electronic logbooks that want to introduce those logbooks for the fleet, but our requirement is to make sure that the data quality is maintained. Keep in mind that we have our commission's representative who verify the data at the upload side. So with the current proposal, we are working on with that vendor to have this capability of receiving the data from electronic logbooks as well as verifying this data by our representatives, but allows us that option to have that logbooks available. This proposal does not offer any mandatory electronic reporting. It just offers an option available to the fleet. So those are two most significant changes that this proposal is bringing.
Peggy?
Thank you. So, Basha, you've answered my big question, which is it going to be mandatory? And you've said no. That was the only consideration I heard from the fleets. I talked with Linda a little bit about this. Have you heard any pushback from any of the fishermen on this besides that one?
Thank you for this question. So there were a couple of fishermen that we've heard from that were concerned that this is mandatory. This required additional clarifying comments that no, this is not intended to be mandatory. This is intended to be voluntary. And the other thing was about the data security. So we had a deckhand representative actually presenting to the conference board, because that's where these comments came from about the data security, just to make sure that it's very clear that the data that is reported through those electronic logbooks is stored locally and only shared when the fisherman allows it to be shared. So this electronic logbook, as I said, will have a capability to share the data with the IPHC representative, and will have a capability to upload this data to the IPHC, but only if the fisherman chooses to or agrees to do so. And this data is never in the possession of any other party.
Heather?
It's been suggested that I turn my microphone off, but I do have a question. Do you guys think that this is something that we should this group should maybe abstain on because it pertains to the fishing fleet? We've done that in the past where we don't take a position on things that are kind of apropos of the fishermen. This may be one of those.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of outside of the realm of what we participate in. Yes. So I would be fine with that. Does anybody feel different on the PAB? Okay, the group is going to abstain from voting on this. But thank you, Pasha, for giving us a heads up. And now we know that this is going on. It'll help with some of us. We're probably going to get questions from delivering fishermen. So appreciate it. Thanks.
Could the IPHC Secretariat please pull up Prop B1? And I think now, Basha, maybe we can begin discussing.
Thank you. So I'll note that proposals B1 and B2, they are contracting party proposals, but they're also very much, the B1 is relevant only to the charter sector, and the proposal B2 is also only relevant to the recreational fishery and IPHC regulatory area 2A. So these are, I will note that typically proposals that PAB would not take action because they're out of scope of this group. But I'm happy to provide additional comments or answer any questions.
So again, this is not something that we probably need to take action. Just take note of the commission that we've been notified and that we're not going to vote on it. Any disagreement? Thank you, Pasha.
Proposal C1 is a proposal submitted on behalf of the Makah tribe with a request to have a 1.65 million pounds allocation of a TCY to the IPHC regulatory area 2A. I will just note that this could be also part of the mortality and fishery limits decision and discussion, but I'm happy to answer any specific comments that pertain to requests from the Makah tribe.
Peggy?
I think because this involves TCEY, we should take a position on it. We don't have to do this while Basha is here. She can continue on, but I do think we should have a motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Carl?
Go ahead, Heather. No, I was going to make a motion to approve this proposal because I think as a group we already have when we factored in your TCAY comments.
Right. I was just
For
going to ask
discussion.
if there was any indication of duration or anything like that. I have not read it, I have to admit. I'm sorry. We can do that.
I think if you want to clarify, I think they were told that they were supposed to come and present this to the commissioners as a proposal, correct?
If I may just add, if we move to the appendix of this proposal, it is very clear that this is the table that will be filled with mortality and fishery limits. That does not include any additional notes on the duration of this. So this is just the change related to mortality limit for the next year.
Is there a second then?
Second.
Any comment? We open the vote.
Vote is now open.
Did we lose a couple of folks online?
We are waiting on Tyler.
Okay, the vote is now closed.
Motion passes 16 yeses and 1 abstention.
Thank you.
I'm happy to change my vote to a yes if we're looking for consensus. I didn't get the opportunity to read that. I just stepped away for a quick second.
So you wish you'd like to change that to a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes all in favor.
Thank you.
Moving to proposal C2, I will note that this proposal is also relevant only to the recreational fishery in Alaska. This proposal suggests additional flexibility for onboard consumption on recreational vessels. I will cast your mind to regulatory process last year. We implemented more limited onboard consumption, and this is just proposing even more flexibility in this regard. But again, this is a recreational sector focused proposal.
Peggy?
Thank you for that, Joshua. I had actually forgotten that we had approved that last year, the request to eat on board. And I've not paid that much attention to the enforcement response on that. So would you have an idea of how it went last year? And then secondarily, whether OLI has weighed in, Office of Law Enforcement for NIMS has weighed in on this particular proposal to let us know whether it's possible to enforce it or not. Thank you.
Thank you for this question. So I'll speak because a conference board requested specifically a report from the enforcement on how this proposal play out in the field. So I will be just speaking on rephrasing the presentation that was provided by Ben Cheeseman, who was the law enforcement representative available to the conference board. He mentioned that the proposal was received very positively as one of the not commonly adopted increased flexibility versus adding additional restrictions to the fishery. So this was positively received among the fleet. Obviously, there are a lot of interested parties that would like this to go even further. But at that point, the enforcement noted that this would be potentially enforceable, but it would be very resource intensive, costly, and require a lot of time. So they suggested that in this format, this is not recommended to move forward with it at this time, but it's something that could be potentially continue to be on the agenda.
So, Mr. Chair, I know the fellow who proposed this is a researcher, and I'm surprised that law enforcement's reaction was hold off on this one. I'm not sure that we need to have a motion on it. It's something we might feel like we could abstain from, but I feel like I'd like to talk to Paul, who's upstairs right now, and find out. You know, I haven't done any research.
Paul Olson's here?
Paul Olson is here. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Maybe not.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, in that case, we might be able to get him on the phone.
Okay, I'd be curious to know how other people, I know we're mostly processor reps, and I don't know, we probably don't need to be part of this. I mean, I know that fishermen that I know are fairly passionate about this. Okay, go ahead.
So I have some additional information. So I've been in touch with Mr. Olson, who mentioned that initially he was really interested in making comments on his proposal, but he noted yesterday that unfortunately he felt very sick after, and he would not be able to join even remotely those sessions. So he apologized, but he was not able to present any comments in support of his proposal, neither to the commission or the conference board.
Thanks, Masha. Go ahead, David.
I know in the past, other than last year, we've typically voted these things down, and especially if enforcement's not for it, you know, we typically do vote on them though.
Carl,
Do we want to abstain from it just due to the lack of input from enforcement?
That would work.
Anybody feel different? It doesn't sound like it. Okay, Secretary, please note that we discussed it, and after the following discussion, we are going to abstain from a vote on this. Thank you, Pasha.
And don't you think that it should go to enforcement first and get the green light before it comes here for a vote? I mean, that just seems to be a smarter way to conduct the regulatory process. I mean, they've been given the green light to go to enforcement. So now, shouldn't we wait for guidance?
Well, Bosch has said that it did go to enforcement, and enforcement made a presentation to the conference board. We just haven't had time to call that person in to talk to us about it.
But it was SIP.
No, that's the
Paul,
attorney. That's
enforcement.
Paul that drew up the wording, not the enforcement. I think it's pretty. We really need to hear from enforcement how they feel about that. I know how people in our side of the industry that participate in fishing feeling about it. Most of them, but yeah, okay. Next order of business on the agenda is to elect a chairman from Canada, and would anybody care to put up a nomination? Go ahead, Peggy.
I don't have a nomination yet, but just wondering if this is our last action tonight. So did we want to work on the wording of what we talked about, Carl, or do you want a motion or not? I felt like we didn't need a motion on the tour, but you can work. Okay.
Peggy's just alluding to is just making sure in the report that we acknowledge the discussion that we had with Paul Ryle and the head U.S. commissioner, John Curlin, and that we just expressed, the outcome of the working group, basically. But we can work on that wording, but we just want to make sure that it's at least recognized in the report. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
I think what we decided was to use the word noted. We noted and maybe thanked the commissioners for coming in and explaining. And then something that we are not happy with it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are our Canadian guys over there feeling like they have a name they want to throw out there?
I'll nominate Bruce.
I accept.
So can we get a second on that nomination? Okay. Any opposed to that nomination? Yeah. Hearing no opposition, motion passes. Yep.
Just a note, the proxy situation, I did go back and check the rules and procedures, and should have all been handed before. So I have made a mistake in that. We are honoring all those proxies right now, but I just want to not set that precedence for next year. We will not allow this to happen during the meeting again.
Could you be specific on what you won't allow? Sorry, I missed part of that.
Just that the proxies need to be done before the meeting, and they can't be handed off during the meeting.
So it would be good for us to know that if you have to catch a flight or have a doctor's appointment, that you figure that out ahead of time and make it time consistent. So from 3 to 5. Okay, thank you.
For travel plans or weird unforeseen, should we have like a second or something for our votes and nominate an alternate, like a board or something where you have in absence of me, Liam would have my proxy. You could do that ahead of. We make a system like that.
Yes, we can finesse the language, but we can
Something like that.
create something of in your absence. Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, just a heads up, we have to get together tomorrow morning. We're going to meet here at 8 o'clock to write up the report of the meeting. So anybody that can be here, I'd appreciate it if they're here at 8. Thank you.